He when you hear those numbers, he sounds a little bit slight, but when you watch him, his balance through contact, the fact that he was a very productive, touch guy in the red zone, and so he's one of the premier touchdown guys in all of the country. Even though he was basically used as a as a complementary threat to Jeremiah Love, who went number 3 overall. I think there's just so much untapped potential with him. He wasn't asked to be a receiver out of the backfield, and yet that's a skill set that I think that he absolutely possesses. And I think that Seattle's offensive coordinator Brian Fleury is going to take full advantage of.
Yeah, look, you've seen what the NFL thinks of this running back draft class. There was 3 running backs total picked in the first 3 rounds. Jadarian Price is an explosive playmaker, and I've mentioned this on social. I'm going to mention it again here. My comp, I think he's a lighter, faster Sean Alexander. I think he has that gliding running style, that smooth one cut, get inside, make a guy miss, and then the ability to take it the distance. And for people that don't remember how Sean Alexander played for Seattle in the prime of his career, just go watch that Vikings game on Monday Night Football that he scored like 18 touchdowns. Okay, that's the kind of guy we're talking about here. Jadarian Price scored a touchdown almost 9% of his touches at Notre Dame. That's a ridiculous number. 3 of the 22 kick returns that he had went for touchdowns. He had 3 receiving touchdowns and only had 15 catches in his entire college career. I mean, the dude is a scoring machine. That is why you pick him at number 32 overall.
Rob, what the not concerns, but the questions, I guess, would be with him is receiving out of the backfield.
Yeah, and again, I don't think that they're well-founded. I think that they're based off of people who didn't watch tape. They looked at the stats.
Numbers.
Yeah, exactly.
Based on numbers,
the numbers, yeah. And they, because I think he said, Corbin, that he had, 15 catches over his college career.
And he turned 3 of them into touchdowns.
Exactly. And so because he only had the 15, receptions, in 3 seasons of playing at Notre Dame, then people are going to automatically just assume that he doesn't have good hands. But why would he have been their kick returner, which he had 3 kickoff returns for touchdowns, by the way? Why would he have been their kick returner if the team didn't believe that he had reliable hands out of the backfield? I just think that this is a case of a player not being asked to do it, but when you watch him on tape, as I didn't see drops. I saw comfort collecting the football and then being able to get himself positioned to be able to make people miss or run around through them if necessary once he collected the football. So again, I have very little concern about that. The only concern I guess I would have about him is the fact that he just hasn't been asked to be kind of the bell cow. And I think that's a fair concern. Otherwise, based on just pure talent, I think that he deserved to be selected earlier than number 32 overall.
But I would counter that. He's fresh. He's got fresh legs.
Exactly.
And you can make it. We'll see what happens, but you could make an argument based on landing spot for those 2 Notre Dame running backs. Like, I'm fascinated to see what their careers look like the next 4 or 5 years.
Well, you've got a solid offensive line here, right? And really, I would say an improving by the day offensive line here. Jalen Sundell, as the year went on, became very, well established and solidified at center. And Zabel will go into his second year. Cross, by all accounts, had maybe his best season with Seattle last season, was really, I think, Cross and Lucas healthy for the first time. The 2 of them, the first time they've been healthy together since their rookie seasons, right? So you've got, obviously, the right guard position, Bradford, yes, no, whatever, but not a time for debating that today, but you've got that offense line. I don't think that Love has that same stuff going on in Arizona, right? That's
no, he doesn't have the supporting cast. They're going to be putting everything on his shoulders. Jadarian Price, it's going to be, hey, we need you to come in. We've already got all these weapons on the outside.
Yeah, by the way, we've got the offensive player of the year on the outside, so he's pretty good.
You're gonna get some nice boxes to run against, and I just think that gliding style of his, I just think is an excellent fit. And he had 0 drops in his college career. I know it's a limited sample size, but you turn on the tape, the guy's got smooth pass. He's got smooth pass catching.
And Rob brought it up right after he got drafted. In fact, actually, Rob brought it up in our pre-draft conversations a month ago last March. And you said it. You said Marcus Freeman's not putting him back there to return kicks if there's a question about his hands. It's just he just didn't have the opportunities because Again, wait for it. What happened? Oh, that's right. He was playing behind the number 3 overall pick. Yeah.
Who's a very, very good receiver in his own right.
A really good player. Rob, Bud Clark. Let's go back down that road and let Corbin jump back in.
Yeah, so Bud Clark, again, let's talk about ball skills. We just talked about that with Jadarian Price. I mean, Bud Clark, to me, is absolutely dynamic defensive player in terms of just getting his hands on footballs. I mean, the pass breakups that he created in the interceptions, 15 career interceptions, some of them of the just fantastic, quality. I mean, when you watch them, you see a guy that has makeup speed, that he has a really intriguing ability to kind of snake his hand in there at the very last second to slap the ball away or to be able to tip it up to a defender or, again, make the interception himself. 2 pick sixes. I just see a dynamic talent, especially, as Corbin just mentioned, with Jadarian Price and just the supporting cast that he is going to be playing with in Seattle. The supporting cast that Bud Clark is going to be inserted into in Seattle, I think, is going to create that many more turnover opportunities for him and his teammates.
He was my closest comp to Kobe Bryant in this draft class. He has a lot of the same traits, the ball hawking ability, the instincts, undercutting routes, and he is hyper aggressive on that front. And that's why I asked Mike McDonald yesterday after the draft, like, is there a balancing act there? Because there's a few times on film that he's paid for that aggressiveness, but more times than not, that ball savvy and the ability to be able to jump routes has paid dividends for him, and you don't want to take that playmaking ability away from him. So,
Rob brought up as a safety. I mean, again, Kobe Bryant was a converted corner to safety. Might be an upgrade when it's all said and done.
He could be. The biggest key is going to be health, and he's had some durability issues, though that was more early in his career.
Slightly built.
He's slightly built, but I'll tell you what, this guy, it isn't just, you have to look at actual film to see how production is put on the stat line. This guy's got some insane pass breakups on his film, and there was one that was floating around last night that I'd seen when they were playing, I think it was 2 years ago against USC in a bowl game, in the end zone, that it was a perfectly thrown pass, and he leaped up in the air and extended his arm and knocked it away, and it was a highlight reel pass breakup. But that's what you're going to get from him. I think he's going to be fun to mix and match in the slot too.
Exactly,
and that's where I actually think he's got better tools to be a slot corner than Kobe Bryant did. He's a much more athletic player.
It was funny because I was watching tape of him last night, and I remember him playing back as a safety because he was at TCU for quite some time, but he did play a lot of that slot nickel position, and he excelled in that regard, playing a lot of man-to-man. And so when you think about, that was one of the things that I was curious to see how Seattle would approach the fact that you have a divisional rival in the San Francisco 49ers, who, of course, brought in one of the great post-up kind of receivers in NFL history, in Mike Evans. Like, would Seattle try to bring in a bigger, taller corner that might be able to kind of match up with him? Obviously, they already have, some very good corners in Josh Jobe and, of course, Devin Witherspoon. But still, I wanted to see if they would get another big guy. Bud Clark has that ability, as does their next selection, Julian Neil.
Let's get to Julian Neil. He was the final selection for the Seahawks and the second to last pick on day 2 of the draft, 99th overall, 35th pick in the third round. Julian Neil, the cornerback out of Arkansas. We'll hear some sound from him in a second.
That was the best. That was the best conference call interview that has ever happened here.
We've been doing this for a long time, and the only one I thought of that would be comparable, Bruce Irvin's was pretty good.
Kenny McIntosh's was pretty good, too.
He was really emotional.
Yeah.
This
one was emotional, and it had everything else.
Yeah, Bruce Irvin took over the thing, and it was like, hey, man, like, God will have the truth come out or something, and some other stuff, because he was... Yeah, the good Lord said it was BS. That's right. That's what it was. Because he had some issues off the field, and Bruce... The great thing about Bruce is it never changed. Like, it got better. I mean, he always had that bravado. But we'll hear Julian Neil in just a second. Actually, do we have it right now, Travis? Let's do this. We'll set up let the guys break his game down. But first, let Julian Neil tell you about who he is.
Let's do this.
Julian, I'm going to paint a scenario for you. It's in the fourth quarter. It's a critical time. You get the huddle call or from the sideline. What's the coverage? What's the defense that you like the most that you say, yeah, that's the one I want to be in, and what's your role in that?
So, we're in a 4-2-5, country cover 3, basically a true zone. Wait, you said we're in the fourth quarter?
Yeah, fourth quarter. Any important situation? What's your favorite defensive call and your role in it? So you're saying you're playing country cover 3? Yeah.
Oh no. We playing man.
Okay,
I'm gonna go punch him. I'm gonna go punch him. I'm gonna go punch on somebody. They're not getting past me. And if you get past, I'm gonna look back for the ball and I'm gonna get that. Simple.
And
I'm gonna go and punch somebody at the line.
Love it. Now, are you in off coverage or in press in this situation?
I'm in press. I'm all up in your face.
Okay.
I'm gonna get down and dirty with it. Come on.
Oh, Rob, you've watched the tape. Can he do all those things?
He can get down and dirty with it. That's the thing that you love about him is just how competitive he is. I mean, he just plays with like a swag to him that is just, it's. How did they say Brian Fleury said it? It's entertaining or
enjoy.
It's enjoyable to watch.
Enjoyable film.
It's enjoyable
to watch his film.
To watch his film. I mean, it is just like your own sense of just competitiveness is kind of like rises as you watch him. Like, yeah, this guy, it's just the physicality. I mean, there are plays not just against in pass coverage, but especially against the run where he just throws blockers to the side and just like attacks the ball carrier with like a ferocity, like his life is on the line kind of stuff. And so it is exciting. It's enjoyable tape to watch.
Yeah, I was talking to our good buddy Nick Lee that does Locked On Seahawks with us. We did our show last night, and we mentioned this. This feels like this is a true bridge between the previous era and the current era of what the Seahawks have looked for at corner, because Julian Neil, like Pete Carroll would have been pounding his fist in the table to draft Julian Neil. He's 6'2",
got the long arms,
4.4s, athletic, long. I mean, he's one of the few guys in this class that you could make some physical and athletic comps to Reek Woolen. So he would have been a Pete Carroll type corner, but he has the skill set that Mike McDonald covets, where he is a junkyard dog. And the stuff he was talking about, like, you can say it's confidence, but he is the most physical corner in this draft class. The film shows like the dude just ragdolls blockers. He missed 4 tackles last year. Yeah, that's it. So he's a really clean tackler. He uses size well. He can track the football well. There's some rigidity to the way that he moves that is going to be something they're going to have to work around. But, man, if he's boxing people in and pressing them the way that he likes to do, that makes it a lot easier.
I'll stay with Corbin for a second, let Rob jump in afterwards. Let's look at just where those two guys fit. If they were throwing a defense out today, and again, they're playing, if they were to play a game today in that secondary, where do Clark and Neil fit in terms of the rotation and where you would see them?
Right now, I think Neil's a sub-package corner to start off. When they're in their nickel sets and they have 2 boundaries and they want to play Devin Witherspoon inside, then he can play on the outside. I think they're going to slow play that with him because he's still got some rawness to his game. He's only been playing corner for 3 years. He was a safety at Fresno State when he first got to college rank. He actually played some linebacker for them initially. So he's still kind of new to this position. They're going to have some time to work with him, but he's going to get some snaps early, and I think by the end of his rookie year, he's going to be playing quite a bit. As for Bud Clark, I love Tyakata's game, but, man, this really hurts Tyakata's value because Bud Clark is going to be coming in ready to play right away with the experience that he has, and he's a polished
So there's
player.
some true competition there. With
yeah. And Bud Clark is not going to be fearful of Julian Love or any of those other guys either.
Real quick, just an update. We'll come back to the Seahawks in a second. We'll just get a quick update for folks listening, driving around right now. Looks like the Denver Broncos, if I'm not mistaken, have they selected? Yes, Jonah Coleman with the 108th pick overall, 4th round. Jonah Coleman has gone to the Denver Broncos. So Coleman goes maybe a little later than we thought. We'll get to the 4th round in a second in the next segment with Corbin and Rob before we wrap up the first hour. All right, so same thing to you, where you see Neil and Clark fitting in here.
Yeah, I think with Neil, first, I think that he is going to be fighting with Nehemiah Pritchett to be that kind of top cornerback off the bench, so to speak, on the outside. I don't see him having the quickness that you necessarily want to have in that nickel spot. I think that's going to be something more that you're going to see with Bud Clark, and then obviously with Nicky Manwari, and then the free agent addition of Noah Igbenogany, if we're going to go with like that kind of traditional nickel corner. He's got some lateral agility, some quickness to mirror pass catchers. What I think is going to be interesting is Julian Neil's ability on special teams. I mean, to me, he is like the perfect kind of a guy who's a gunner on the outside, and that is a position that Seattle's former wide receiver Derek Young played, and then now is with a member of the Las Vegas Raiders, of course. So that is something that Seattle was looking to upgrade, and I think that Julian Neil has the mindset, the physicality, the size, the speed to be able to project it as an immediate difference maker in that way. I know that for a lot of fans listening in, that may not feel like as an important thing to be using in a third-round selection, but when you are as loaded as Seattle, as the Super Bowl champions are, then I do think that and you take special teams as seriously as Seattle does, then I do think that is one of the ways that we're going to see Julian Neil as a rookie make an impact.
Well, there was a game, pretty significant game decided on special teams.
Exactly.
On a fumbled punt twice. Second time it actually worked.
And who was the one that recovered that second one?
It was Derek Young.
Yeah. So the gunners are critical.
Missed the first one, got the second one, and game changer, right? I mean, game changer.
And I was going to say, and speaking of special teams, of course, for those of you who don't know, the reason why Seattle doesn't have a 4th and 5th round selection is because of making the trade, of course, for Rashid Shaheed in the first place. And I think there's an awful lot of Seahawks fans right now that are, wishing Seattle had a selection, but I think that they're very satisfied with the results of those 2 draft picks being traded to New Orleans for Rashid.
Well, that's also why we're sitting here right now, because you never know. We talked about it earlier, Corbin, with Rob. I'll let you chime in on this. They've got 12 picks next year. They got a lot of draft capital to work with. If Schneider does get a little bit of an itch sometime in the next couple hours before round 6 and he wants to do something around 4 or 5, he's got some draft capital to work with and pay it forward a little bit.
It's looking more like that's going to be a long shot to me, though, at this point. Yeah. And it's just not a good depth draft. So I just don't know. Unless somebody like Denai Dennis Sutton just keeps falling. And I think at some point you got to be like, do we pick the phone up and go get ourselves a big-bodied athletic edge rusher that, oh, by the way, had 8.5 sacks each of the last 2 years in the Big Ten? Is that a guy that you go up and get at some point?
Why is he dropping?
But, the tape, he doesn't showcase the athleticism that you saw at the combine, and I think that is the biggest question mark. Like, why he's that athletic, but why am I not seeing it consistently on the tape? And the dude's physical, and I don't know why he's still alive. Is there a medical concern? Anytime a guy falls at this point, you got to wonder if there was something that cropped up on medical.
Rob, is he the best edge still on the board?
Certainly among them. I mean, he's probably the most productive of the edge rushers who are still remaining. And then he does have, as you mentioned, Corbin, the phenomenal athletic profile in terms of his combine performance. He signed with Penn State as a 5-star recruit. I know in conversations with scouts about him that he kind of carries himself a little bit differently, a little bit of maybe high and mighty, kind of thinks that he's all that, and so maybe that's not going to be a fit for every club out there. There were some that felt like he was maybe a little bit overrated and kind of turn it on and off. I personally like him, thought that he should have been a top 100 selection, so I like Corbin. I'm a little surprised that he's still available.
All right, let's look ahead a little bit. Let's assume they just keep 6 and 6, those 2 picks in the 6th round. Rob, I got to think they're looking at offensive line and edge, right? At that point, and who knows what's going to be left. I'm not going to. I lean on you a lot. I won't lean on you to tell me what's going to happen in 2.5 rounds necessarily, because
trying to project this, especially with tight ends that were like undrafted priority players getting picked in the second round, kind of changed things.
Changed things a wee bit, but we do get to that is the need right now, right? Those 2 positions, offensive line and edge.
I think that they are. I think, again, the numbers of cornerbacks suggest that maybe they might go that way also. As far as the corners the guards that are available, I think that Jalen Farmer from Kentucky is an interesting schematic fit. He's very athletic, and he also has the physicality that you're looking for. He's another one that some have kind of questioned how how easily is he coached? He had some kind of pushback with some folks that may bother some people. Bo Stevens from Iowa is another one that Corbin and I have talked about a lot just because of the athletic ability. And, he's kind of the opposite of a Jalen Farmer in that Kirk Ferentz coach program at Iowa, they consistently churn out prospects and, that are, NFL ready, essentially. The Seahawks went to that pool a year ago with Mason Richmond.
Yeah, Bo Stevens, I think, is a great fit at this point. And Fernando Carmona Jr. from Arkansas is another player I'm going to throw out there that I thought might go on day 2, former tackle that moved inside. And if you watch Mike Washington Jr. tape, you can't help but watch Fernando Carmona. The guy's really athletic from that tackle background and coachable Senior Bowl guy that could make some sense if he's still there. I think he goes here in these first 2 rounds in this draft, or in this day 3. But if he's available, could be a guy that makes sense. Wyoming's got a player that I really like as well that could be a 6th, 7th target. And
I'm forgetting his name.
Yeah, why am I forgetting his name?
I just
talked about him.
I remember his nickname, Vanilla Gorilla.
Vanilla Gorilla.
So that's the one that the Corbin's referring to there.
All right, let's do this. Let's take a break. We'll come back. Corbin, stick around. I think it's always important to keep an eye on what your neighbors are doing when you're playing in arguably the best division in football, which would be the NFC West. The second best team in the NFL last year was probably the Rams by like a whisker, and right there with the 49ers. We'll talk about what they've done in the draft so far, also what has happened today.
Caden Barnett. There you go.
That's the Vanilla Gorilla?
That's the Vanilla Gorilla.
Beautiful. All right. We'll come back. We'll check in when talk about what the rest of the NFC West is doing. Again, Jonah Coleman selected by the Broncos today. That's the most interesting note so far as us here locally. Corbin Smith with myself, Ian Furness, and Rob Rang. Stick around, 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to the 2026 NFL Draft, presented by Frost Brewed Coors Light, cold as the Rockies, and brought to you by Dino's Pub in Renton on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, we're back at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Ian Furness, Rob Rang, and we're joined by Corbin Smith, EmeraldCitySpectrum.com. Round 4 is underway. Jermod McCoy, the injured Tennessee corner we talked about a lot the first couple days, went number 1 in the 4th round, 101st overall to the Las Vegas Raiders as well. Jonah Coleman, Washington running back, went number 8 in the 4th round to the Denver Broncos. In addition to that, another name that would be familiar to football fans, Cade Klubnik, the quarterback from Clemson. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. At one point, thought to be a sure first-round pick a couple of years ago, and more tape people saw, more games he played, the worse it got for him. He's a 4th-round pick, and he's going to the Jets of New York. So that's getting you caught up. Anything else, Rob, jump out from the 4th round so far?
That's the biggest one. As you talked about, Ian, we're going to be discussing some of the Seahawks divisional opponents here, and they've made a couple of interesting selections here in the beginning of the 4th round as well. I'll start off with the Arizona Cardinals with a player that Corbin and I have talked a lot about. The Cardinals with the 4th selection of the 4th round took Caleb Proctor, a defensive tackle from southeastern Louisiana, one of our very first and best small school prospects, but he has the quickness, the lateral agility to be a real penetrator for a defense that needed to get a little bit better on the defensive line.
One of my favorite players. He might be my second favorite pick they've made in this draft for Arizona. Watched the tape against LSU, because if anybody's wondering about competition, LSU could not keep him out of the backfield in that game. Obviously, LSU still dominated the contest, but he by himself put on a show. And he could play some big end as well with his athleticism.
All right, let's talk about the San Francisco 49ers. We'll start there. Their first pick was not until the 2nd round yesterday, 33rd overall. They took former Washington State and Mississippi wide receiver Dejon Stribling with their first pick. Romello Height, an edge rusher from Texas Tech with a 3rd-round pick, also in the 3rd round. Kalen Black, the running back from Indiana, who I know Rob liked quite a bit as well. And then today, here in the 4th round, Grayson Halton, a defensive tackle from Oklahoma. Rob, let's talk about the 49ers draft so far.
Yeah, I like it. I don't love it. I mean, Stribling to me was surprising to go number 33 overall, but I like the player. I mean, he is he's 6'2", he's 210 pounds. He runs in the 4.3s. He's been productive everywhere he went. He started off at Washington State, go Cougs. He went to Oklahoma State, then he goes to Ole Miss, of course. And these are very different types of offenses, and yet everywhere he went, he was very productive. Was productive as a true freshman for Washington State. So. Again, I like the traits. I love the fact that he is a physical run blocker. At the same time, number 33 overall feels a little bit rich. Romello Height is a terrific edge rusher from Texas Tech. Again, it feels a little bit rich at number 70 overall. Kalen Black, we talked about him before, running back that I was just stunned when he wasn't invited to the combine. It does feel like San Francisco has so many good backs already that surprised me a little bit. And Grayson Halton, we just talked about Caleb Proctor, the defensive tackle that went to the Arizona Cardinals. Same thing here with Halton. And he's undersized, but he's very, very quick, and he can be a penetrator. When you consider the rest of the 49ers defense, similar to what we've been talking about with Jadarian Price and Bud Clark and how they're being implemented or integrated into a system that has all kinds of playmakers, Grayson Halton has a chance to be a splashy player for the 49ers, considering all the talent they have around him.
What do you think, Corbin?
I think it's a lackluster draft. That's my opinion here. Stribling to me was a late day 2, early day 3 player. There's drops in his history. He's got the blocking ability, though, so it's a fit for San Francisco. I just think it was way too early to pick him.
They like a physical receiver that can block on the edge,
Kalen Black is a good player. I preferred Roman Hemby of the 2 Indiana backs. Rob and I are a little different in that regard. I think Hemby would have been pretty interesting in that offense, but Kalen Black has got burst and playmaking ability as well. That's probably my favorite pick that they've made. Halton would be the second favorite just because of his pass rushing upside, but Height, I think, probably a little bit too much height in terms of where he was picked in this draft, in my opinion.
I mean, the 49ers are getting interesting because they went from the 27th pick to the 30th pick, traded down, and then traded all the way out of that first round to get what they ended up with. So, and they ended up with just actually, when it was all said and done, they only ended up with one more pick than they went into the draft with. So it was a kind of an interesting dynamic on day 1, especially with what San Francisco was doing. To me, they're one of the most intriguing draft day teams ever. I mean, you look at some of their picks over the years, and they've had some absolute disasters, and yet at the same time, look at that team. They're good every damn year. Like, it's just crazy.
Their track record the last 3 or 4 years is not good, though.
No.
John Lynch has had trouble. And it's crazy that with that even all the injuries they've had, that's a testament to Kyle Shanahan's coaching ability, that they have been able to withstand that when a lot of times it's been like free agent signings that were kind of cast-off guys that have come in and been really good players rather than drafted players coming in and being effective for them.
At some point, that core is going to start to – I mean, they are starting to age out. They did sign Trent Williams to a 2-year extension. Obviously, you see the problems that Kittle's having injury-wise. You always have to wonder about the durability of Christian McCaffrey. The wide receiver position has been a little bit of an issue for them. They went out and the Ayuk situation ends up blowing up in their face. Pearsall, when healthy, has been okay, right? I'd say okay.
He hasn't been a first-round guy, though.
Right? Yeah. So there you go. Okay. The Los Angeles Rams of Inglewood, California, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go down that road. Corbin, I'll start with you because you're snickering, and I'm assuming it's because of 13 overall, Ty Simpson.
I understand the thought process. I really do. But why? Why are you doing that? You could read the facial expressions of Sean McVay in the press conference afterwards. Like, maybe he signed off on it, but I'm sure it was a reluctant sign off on because, you had an opportunity to get – I mean, they drafted a tight end later. You could have got Kenyon Sadiq right there out of Oregon, the clear-cut number 1 tight end. Could you imagine adding him to that offense? Or you could have got Mekhi Lemon to add to your receiving core. You could have drafted a number of offensive linemen. I mean, they got a few spots they could have upgraded in that regard. By the way, Reuben Bain Jr. was available. You put him with Jared Verse.
That's who Rob and I were sitting there over those 2 seats sitting across from us. Rob and I were like, man, if they take Reuben Bain, that is not going to be fun to go against. Reuben Bain, Verse, Fisk, that group, that would be no fun.
If they were picking at like 25 or something, then I would have been a lot more understanding because you probably wouldn't have had a shot at some of these guys. But you had a couple guys that were top 10 caliber players in this draft class that were sitting right there for you. If I'm a veteran player there on that team that was this close to getting to the Super Bowl again, I'm ticked off. I am. You could have added another piece to help us win now, and instead you just drafted somebody that's probably not going to play for 2 or 3 years minimum.
Rob, what do you think is going through Matthew Stafford's mind?
Retirement, was it doing one of those sleep mattress, commercials or something?
Back brace.
I have to agree with everything Corbin just said here. It just feels like that they are planning for the future rather than attacking this draft right now. And for a team that the Super Bowl is going to be played at SoFi Stadium next year, I really thought that they would seize this opportunity to try to make a Super Bowl run. And I look at whether it be the quarterback Ty Simpson, the tight end Max Clare, who was their 2nd-round selection, or the offensive tackle Keegan Trost, Keegan Trost might be able to move inside. Either way, I don't see a surefire rookie starter of this bunch. Now, obviously, the Rams are very talented, and so it would be difficult to crack the starting lineup. But I thought that their linebacker play a year ago was deficient. To me, that's one of the strengths of this draft class, to not get a linebacker so far, and to be drafting basically just adding to positions of already that are strengths, like a quarterback, like a tight end. He's, Max Clare is the 6th tight end now on their roster.
16 personnel is in vogue.
Last year they selected, Tanner Ferguson was right there with Elijah Arroyo as like the very first tight ends that were selected, and so to kind of go back and do it all over again with another tight end, it just doesn't make an awful lot of sense to me. To me, what it suggests is that Les Snead and Sean McVay are basically kind of not necessarily as much in lockstep as what I think that is here in the Virginia Mason Athletic Center between the general manager and head coach.
Well, Max Clare, the tight end, going at 61st overall. If you wanted a tight end, let's go back. Sadiq was sitting there, the kid from Oregon. Like, if you really wanted to go down that road, and that's such, like, Corbin joking, the 16 personnel, but like we saw what Colby Parkinson's looked like a far better player since he went there. Like, that's a part of the McVay offense. I understand you could sell that one, right? Ty Simpson was probably, Rob, going to be available later in the draft, right? Unless someone snuck up and got him at 31 or 32.
Well, I think that the Arizona Cardinals were the team that potentially was going to be doing that, but they had, their next selection, I think, was like a 27 or something.
Yeah.
And obviously they could have traded up to get him. But there was some talk early on that when Ty Simpson was perceived as likely to go to second round, and people were saying, wow, you turned down reportedly $6 million by the University of Miami to go into the NFL. There was some talk that it was the Rams who had said, Ty Simpson, you should enter this draft. You are a first-round player. And so maybe there was, some hurt feelings there. Like, if this guy starts to drop, then our opinion is out there publicly, and that we don't want anybody to think that we're going to, kind of kick the can and leave this player, hanging out there. So let's prove that we do feel this way, and let's just draft him here. So to me, it's I just think that it's a questionable decision by a franchise that had such an opportunity here presented to them.
All right, that's the voice of Rob Rang. Our guy Corbin Smith here as well, as we are on day 3 of the NFL draft. We're midway through round number 4. Anything happened that jumps out at us that we haven't hit on yet in the 4th round, guys? That we've had a few more players go. Jalen Farmer, by the way, did go. We just talked about him a moment ago. The guard from Kentucky, he went to the Colts. Let's see what else. I think Elijah Surratt. We talked about
that's
him
a
little
good
bit.
pick for the Raven. That's a Raven-type receiver.
Indiana. We talked about him a little bit, too, I think, in the pre-draft lead-up, Rob. So
yep.
He goes to the Ravens with the last pick. The Bucs are on the clock. That would take us almost midway. Oh, John Schneider's here. How are you? Are you busy today? What's going on? Yeah, we're live. All right, good to see you. Hey, how you doing? John Schneider. John Schneider just walked by. Hi. Well, I think we know our answer if they're going to do anything right now. Do you think that?
Or it's a smoke screen in there.
Yeah.
The trade's already been worked out.
I think it's safe to say that nothing's going to happen in the immediate future here in the 4th round with the Seahawks.
Do you know how cool this guy is? I was walking in this morning on my phone, and my dad was on the phone and everything, and he was walking in right behind me. And John and I have a joke where brothers don't shake hands, brothers got a hug, because we both like Tommy Boy. And he goes and says hi to my dad on the speakerphone. That's how cool John Schneider is. He is
guy.
Also, you know how after the first round we saw him, he almost seemed a little disappointed, distressed, not doing his cartwheels as usual. Today, fresh as a daisy. Well, he looks really excited.
And even last night, he was pretty jacked after those 2 DBs.
Mm-hmm.
I did. First of all, I love the tradition that they have on day 3. They wear the mechanics shirts, basically, like time now to grind. Right?
Yeah, they're having a very easy day for mechanics today, and no clients today.
So I would just say, if you're expecting something to happen in rounds 4 or 5, as Corbin said earlier, it was a long shot.
That makes it look like it's solidified.
I think we'll see you in round 6.
The auto shop is opening a few hours late today.
He's got one of his area scouts in there with the eraser for the dry erase board, just taking names off the big board. And once we get to round 6, he'll worry about what's left up there, apparently. So I'm not sure how many GMs just amble through the wherever the media is gathered around the NFL.
Not like that.
And looks at us.
I don't know that I've ever seen him do that, but when you have 2 rounds with no picks, I guess you have more time to.
Looks at us. You guys are live. Yeah, we're live.
And then he apologized.
Yeah, sorry.
He was like, "Oops, sorry."
Yeah, sorry. No, you're good. All good. All right. Well, he's very relaxed today. That's good to see.
I'll tell you what. So I've figured this out, Ian. We talked about this after the draft yesterday, off air, that Mike McDonald's got 2 different kinds of smirks.
Yeah.
He's got the gotcha smirk, kind of like, all right, and I'm just gonna kind of give you like coach speak answer smirk.
Yeah.
And he's got the okay, I am jacked up smirk.
Yeah.
That was with Julian Neil yesterday when he was talking about him. That was the I am jacked up that this guy is a Seattle Seahawks smirk.
All right, let's do this. You're on standby, by the way. You're on a retainer /standby, and your payment is the following. Tell us about Emerald City Spectrum.
EmeraldCitySpectrum.com, $6 a month, $6 a year. Right now, you can get your first month for half off, though, and you can get half off for the first year on an annual plan through the end of the day today with the code DRAFT2026.
Draft 2026, EmeraldCitySpectrum.com. Go subscribe to local journalism, support local journalism. These guys do a great job. We'll let Rob get caught up on day 3 and the 4th rounders for FoxSports.com and all the grinding he's got to do. He's also working on his mock for next year, which will be done by, 6 o'clock tonight?
Probably earlier than that, to be honest with you.
Absolute machine. Absolute machine, this guy. When we come back, Corbin was talking about the smiles on the faces of Schneider and Mike McDonald last night. We'll hear the post-day 2 conversation with Mike McDonald and John Schneider with the media with us last night. If you missed it, it happened pretty late last night. So we're going to have that for you coming up next, and you'll hear what they had to say about their day 2 draft picks. That's next, 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to the 2026 NFL Draft, presented by Frost Brewed Coors Light, cold as the Rockies, and brought to you by Dino's Pub in Renton on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, welcome back to the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Again, from Rob Rang, Corbin Smith with us. We'll probably grab Greg Bell at some point as well. But here's what we want to do coming up is we are into round 4, day 3. The first of 3 rounds today on day 3 is round 4. Most significant news so far locally, Jonah Coleman, running back out of Washington, selected 8th overall, 108th overall, but 8th in the 4th round, going to the Denver Broncos. We'll get you caught up in anything else that jumps out at us as the afternoon and the morning goes along. Chuck Powell coming up at noon today as well. Anderson Hurst, Christopher Kidd will wrap things up later on with the post-draft wrap-up show. So a lot coming up as well. We'll lean on Rob a little bit later on. The Seahawks don't pick until round 6, and if you're just popping on, our friend John Schneider just walked by and said hi and greeted the media, joked around with everybody, which leads you to believe that indeed they will not draft until the 6th round, and there's no 4th or 5th round trades coming in the near future, with John Schneider looking very relaxed as he rolled through. But speaking of John Schneider, Mike McDonald, after last night when the Seahawks made a couple more picks with Bud Clark, Julian Neal, a couple defensive backs, Mike McDonald and John Schneider sat down to talk about those 2 picks on day 2.
Yeah, great day. Added 2 Seahawks, like through and through guys, like competitors, athletes, tough. Just great job by Josh and Ryan, like really getting to know the people, the competitors, and yeah, it was a fun day, and we were able to make a trade. So we give Pittsburgh a lot of credit for doing a great job and working with us. We had a number of can't wait to give these guys crud. We had a number of teams kind of go away on us, but anyway, yeah, no, it was a great day.
John, we've heard you talk about wanting to get draft picks who are going to come in with the mindset of wanting to compete with guys and just raise that level of.
Absolutely, yeah.
From talking to these guys for 5 minutes on a conference call, they sound like they're going to bring some of that.
Yeah. It's interesting. Dave told us that Julian was like that with you guys too. In reputation-wise, he's just been a fairly quiet guy, but like he's a really confident athlete, and he's been through a lot. The young hipper scouts, they have a saying for leveling up, and this guy's done it. He went to Fresno, enrolled at Stanford for a minute, and then want to challenge himself in the SEC, and he did it. Performed at a high level, and they're both really confident guys. Bud's gonna be fun too. He's a blast. we were talking, Mike and I were talking about like the personalities, like throughout the process. Like, man, if we put Bud and Spoon in the same room, like, what's going to happen? Nick in his second year, you know. So
you prioritize how much more digging do you have to do to find those qualities these guys should draft for you?
A deep dive, if you may.
yeah, deep dive. Yes, yeah. Go back and do a deep dive. No, our guys just do a great job of getting to know the people, and we have a great cohesion in our room. You know, all the guys that go over the top to the schools too. You know, Aaron and JB and Jason Barnes and Matt Berry and Trent and all the cross checking that goes on, and then all the interviews we have with the guys. At the All-Star games throughout the spring with the scouts, and then when the coaches come in. All those Zoom meetings are just so important, and then having the guys in here as well. Bud came in on a 30, and everybody had a blast with him.
Mike, Julian told us at the combine, Leslie told us he's going to be a Seahawk. Well, I guess what at the combine in that interview stood out that Leslie would have told him that?
Well, I think there's a clearly like a competitor and a confidence in there. Takes a lot of pride in how physical he is. At the corner position, he's played safety as well. But yeah, Leslie looks like a pretty smart guy. It's pretty cool. Turns out Leslie's knows what he's doing.
Regarding Bud, how important was it to replace Kobe and say, let's have similar attributes in that regard, or did that not steer your thinking with him at all?
Yeah, I don't think we think through like in those terms that we're not trying to replace anybody. We're just trying to find like the best people for us. And Bud has like a really great, cool, like exciting skill set and personality, competitive spirit to him. I mean, like the thing, we're not just gonna play him at safety. He can play nickel, could probably play corner for us. We'll figure that out kind of as we go and how the team kind of shapes out. But we got some really great players at safety too that are going to compete. I mean, Ty Cotta won a lot of games, helped win us a lot of games last year. Rodney Thomas is a guy that we're really high on. A lot of guys. So it's going to be a lot of great competition. But Bud has the skill sets that we're looking for in our secondary play with the competitiveness, the ball skills, the man-to-man ability, that type of stuff.
You guys obviously didn't know at the end of day one who you were going to be able to get on day two. Now that you have that behind you, how did the draft fall relative to how you were hoping it would fall through 2 days?
Yeah, Matt Berry sent me a text on Friday morning with these 3 guys' names. It's like, okay, so, and we did like kind of like just kind of scrimmage this out a lot, through. Okay, is it a runner or a corner or a runner? You know what I mean? All the way through it like that, and no, we're really excited. Yeah, just to be able to, that balance of, best player, team need, really held true. So, yeah, it was exciting.
Was that last Friday? He texted you that, or was that?
Sorry, I apologize. Thursday morning, yesterday morning.
How important was it to add another pick? Obviously,
it's huge.
As well.
Yeah, we almost added another one too, but we decided to stay and pick. So.
Oh, which pick was that?
Sorry.
Which was that? The third round pick or the second round?
Oh no. Well, I'm not gonna tell you. Yeah. I mean, it's a great try, but.
Mike, to add to your call, how difficult is it to project these 24, 22?
I'll tell you later.
From a different program across the country and how they're doing. What are you considering to try to mold them into culture?
I mean, I know. I don't know how much it's changed. I mean, like I think the way that we've been able to like bring our coaching staff like kind of in concert with the way that we've done it here for a long time and our personnel people, and it's not like we came in and said this is what we want. It was like we came together and with both sides said like this is kind of how we want to build it, and that's grown. I think it's evolved since we got here. And it's just like that makes it a really fun process, and so it's easy to trust when guys like Brian Florence is saying that he believes in a certain guy, or our scouts and stuff. So like that, it's a really fun process, that we can get aligned and have buy-in kind of across all levels, which is really cool.
So what traits do these two guys fit your culture? How do they best?
Well, I think this is a great example of that. It's like you asked yesterday about JD. Like his personality is way different than Julian's, which is way different than Bud's. But they're all like, we all believe that they're. I mean, Spoon's different personality than Leo. I mean, it's just, but they have those core like competitive fun. They got swag. They got confidence. But they have humility. I mean, they play an exciting brand of football, which we feel like we're excited to work with. So I think that's the common denominator.
Mike,
And they understand it's the ultimate team sport. They have that like self-awareness, self-sacrifice, like all the lessons whoever in the room has played football has learned from the game. Yeah.
Mike, Julian hasn't been playing corner that long until he moved over there to the state.
Yeah.
Where do you see him coming to the NFL in terms of where his progress is at playing that position?
Yeah, we see him playing corner, and I think that's one of the exciting parts about where he is like there's so much room for growth. He's already playing a really good brand of football. He has great traits. He's got a great work ethic. He's super competitive. He's smart. I mean, those are all the ingredients that we believe can add up to, playing even better football as his career grows. So it's pretty cool.
When you guys talk about the attributes, what's a Seahawk? You two have won a Super Bowl together. Does that in any way leave you more convicted about this, like double down on this because it worked? Was there some stamp of certainty that winning the Super Bowl gives you with regards to your thoughts and plans on?
I think this one's
Not to like go all like wax poetic, but like whether or not we won, how the game, like what happened in the Super Bowl last year, I think we all felt that our process was like worth chasing and preserving, honestly, and like we're really proud of the team that we were able to build last year and how we did it and the people on the team. And when I say team, I'm saying like everybody in the building, all 70 guys, coaches, staff. So I think it's more of a product of just kind of attacking what we want to, like the vision of who we want to become over the course of 2 years. I think we're more confident. I think it's having the results for it definitely helps, but I don't think if we won the game or lost the game, we would have changed anything.
Mike, you talked about
it stops and it all starts again. It's like this. Okay, well, that's the last game. No matter if you made the playoffs, didn't make the playoffs, whatever. Now, okay, here you go. Like here's our next round of the process.
Mike, you talk about how having the same guys on the field that can get into different structures is an important evolution. And these two guys you drafted today have experience in different positions. How much does that versatility play into how you guys play defense?
It's really important. It's really important. You got to be careful when you say versatility, because to be like a jack all trades, master of none is not really our brand of ball. So we got to be intentional on how we play our players. But as we've seen last year, you need guys to be able to do different things, whether it's through attrition, over the course of the season, or as you build out your systems on the things you need to be able to do. Obviously, being able to do more is better, but it's our responsibility as coaches to make sure it's refined and focused enough that it's still in our guys' wheelhouse, so they can go play their best ball and let their talents shine. So but that's why you go through the process. That's why you attack phase one like crazy, and you just respect all those the importance of each day, because that'll kind of bring everything into focus.
Clark had 15 interceptions at TCU. How just kind of his playmaking ability?
Is that good? It's pretty good.
We'll give him credit when he's here, but he probably should have had 30.
Yeah.
He dropped. He's got his hands on a lot of balls. Let's put it that way.
Sounded like he played really well at the Senior Bowl too. Just kind of is his tape there? Did it kind of stand out to you?
Yeah, I thought the coolest part about the Senior Bowl was he just took a ton of one-on-one reps. I don't know how they do it, but it seemed like he was the guy in every other rep, and he's He was covering people, and so that was for me. That was really cool. That was awesome.
To get all those opportunities to get his hands on the football, he's really aggressive, jumping routes. Is there? I guess how much of a balancing act is there when you're doing NFL quarterbacks, NFL offenses with you want him to play aggressive, but you also this is the NFL.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's a balance, right? We want to train him the way we train our people and play within the system, but you can't coach the player out of the player. So I think that's going to come again. You got to go through the process. You got to get a good feeling for the things that he's seeing, and and then that's why you practice. Just go make those decisive decisions in practice, and then kind of go through the process that way, and coach him up and go kind of just one play at a time. But the thing you can't coach is his ability to go get it. So that you don't want to take that away from him.
Obviously, there was the attempts earlier on to try and move down and work out, but staying where you were for the most part, and still getting these guys, Julian saying, we're going to go back to back. Like, getting those kind of guys.
What did you say?
He said we're going to go back to back.
Julian said that?
Wow. We'll talk to him about messaging.
Maybe it was the wrong scouting report. No kidding. He's a confident sucker.
Was there a question?
Yeah, it's great. It's like Brian Fleury would say, it's very enjoyable.
enjoyable tape to watch.
Yeah, he has a funny thing. He's like, I really enjoyed watching this guy's tape. It's very enjoyable. So we're getting to learn Brian. It's fun.
I think it just speaks to the trust the process. I think, and not because he's sitting here, but just to see how John operates the whole draft, and with the rest of our staff, and just how well they work together, and it's really really cool to see it happen in real time.
John, maybe Mike as well. How do you balance that self-confidence and then awareness of the team? Where is it in your evaluation? How important is that? How has that changed over the years for media players? They have to be confident, right? But
instead of your self-awareness. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, no, we've learned a lot over the years, and that's our character process, our evaluating the person and the connections that everybody has that our scouts work their tails off to reach out to, have their connections and spend the extra time to figure out who that person truly is. The competitor, the swag, but yet having like an awareness of not, putting yourself in front of the team.
John, how are you going to handle tomorrow morning with this?
Yeah, we said we had plenty of time to get ready for rookie free agency. We could have had our meetings tomorrow. I think that our estimated time to pick at 188 is like 12:03 or something like that. So it's going to be a freaking blast. Sit there and watch all these names come off. It's really fun.
Brady, and then you. On Julian's physical, he called himself the most physical corner in this draft. Can you just talk about that part of his game?
Yeah, that's cool that he said that. It's actually the number one thing that stood out to me when I first, when the guys were presenting, we first started studying. I was like, this guy, he brings it. It's important to him, and he wants to be physical. If you're into 6'2" corners that have length and want to tackle.
John, is there any adjustment in any way that you make going through a draft with Mike as opposed to with Pete?
Any adjustments?
Well, just kind of approach, obviously there must be some difference in their personality. I'm not trying to.
No, that's not.
There's no difference whatsoever.
No, it's getting to know obviously the head coach, but getting to know the guys are going to be spending time. The position coaches, the guys will be spending time, and what kind of buy-in are they going to have, and do they want to coach the player, and I know the mistakes that I've made personally in the past and what that looks like, and so we've learned from those things, and we don't want to repeat it. But no, it's not. It's different with all the assistant coaches, I would say, more than because you're always going to have those private conversations like, okay, you good, so.
That is John Schneider and Mike McDonald from last night. Ian Furness, Rob Rang with you at the Virginia Mason Athletics Center, 10:19 on Saturday morning in the midst of round 4, day 3 of the NFL draft. And as you heard John Schneider say, they're not estimated to pick until just after noon today, about 12:03, give or take. Chuck Powell will be hitting the airwaves right at 12 noon for us. So they're kind of waiting. And by the way, if there's any thought about them moving around or moving up or using the pick from next year to get into this year's draft, judging by John Schneider cruising through here about 40 minutes ago, saying hi to us. Hey, are you guys live on the air? Yeah, we are. Oh, hey, sorry. No need to apologize, John. This is your place. We're a guest. Walking through, saying hi to a couple other. There was only a few media people here by then, Rob. Yeah. Saying hi to folks and probably going stir crazy, probably needing to get the hell out of the draft room because he just said it. There's names flying off the board, and this is a day that he loves, absolutely cherishes. It's day 3 of the draft, kind of like you, and he has no picks until the 6th round. So I don't think I would say it's safe to say they're probably not doing anything.
No, that's certainly the impression I got. When I came in this morning, about half hour before the picks started coming off the table, I sat down and got ourselves some breakfast by the chefs that work here. And thank you so much for the Seahawks for the hospitality. The chefs do an incredible job every year. But I just saw some of the scouts and coaches kind of filtering through the cafeteria, and I thought this feels different than some of the past years where they saw me and they would kind of go in the other room because they were working the phones trying to make an aggressive trade up. I do remember a year ago on day 2 and seeing some scouts out there, and it was right before Seattle, of course, pulled off the big trade for Nicky to put themselves in position to select Nicky Manwari. It feels more like easy Sunday morning kind of a vibe here, and so I don't think necessarily that Seattle is going to be trading up, and that to me is kind of interesting, but it's also again a reflection of just the fact that Seattle knows that they're the champions, and they also used their 4th and 5th round selections a year ago, of course, to get Rashid Shaheed. It is frustrating. There's no doubt about it. I mean, you see good players that are still available here. While this 2026 draft, I would argue, is not as strong as some of the past years, there are some starting caliber players that are available. So like John, I'm getting a little antsy. I watch some of these players, I think, oh my goodness, I can imagine that player in a Seattle uniform. They could help. And it's one of the reasons why I have my back to Lake Washington instead of looking out at the boats that are fishing right now, because it's like otherwise I will get myself in trouble by going out to the car, getting myself a spinner and throwing it out there for a little while.
Yeah, well, I mean, and if you've already got your mock draft for next year almost done, that tells you where we are in the process. I do want to touch on something he did say last night because we didn't get a chance to discuss it. He says, we've learned in a kind of a serious tone. He goes, we've learned from our mistakes. Hugh asked him about just kind of being on the same page with Mike McDonald, and I thought it was an interesting answer that Schneider said. It's also about being with the coaching staff and the assistant coaches, because these guys all have to deal. If it's the quarterback, it's the quarterback coach, or it doesn't matter. Your position coach is who you're spending most time with, as opposed to the head coach. But then he says we learn from our mistakes. And I saw someone wrote it this morning. I don't know who it was, but so my apologies there. But about learn from our mistakes. Mistakes being like a Malik McDowell or maybe a Christian Michael along the way. What do you think those mistakes were? Getting a little too cute, a little maybe too risky? What do you think when he was referring to we learn from our mistakes? What do you think it was?
I think that it refers to gambling on athletic traits and what you see on the field as a player rather than the human being off the field, and just kind of being willing to roll the dice on the athlete and overlooking the human being. And I think those are mistakes that you have to learn to, if you are going to have the success that John Schneider and the Seahawks have had. And I thought that Hugh articulated it very well last night. And one of the analogies that he uses, and I love Hugh's analogies, but he had one analogy that really struck home for me, and that was the one that you wake up the most with the coldest water. And so kind of the idea that a second round selection of a Malik McDowell or a Christian Michael, if they had been 7th round picks, then you don't necessarily learn the same lesson because you're not as invested. It's a 7th round pick but if you're investing a top 50 or top 64 overall selection in a player, and they never become the player you think they're going to be because of some character flaws that lots of people had kind of already identified, then I think that you learn from those mistakes. I think that's why it is so important. I mean, the teacher in me, Ian, is fascinated by the fact that we're talking about a couple of these players that Seattle selected are, we're all academic on the all academic teams, not just on the all American teams as far as what they are as a football player, but who they are as human beings in the classroom, how they treat people. I think that is very, very important and one of the biggest lessons that they've learned.
You mentioned this last night, and we didn't get a chance to touch in on it, but I thought it was an interesting dynamic. For all the bravado of a Julian Neil, the cornerback they took in the 3rd round, the Seahawks, 99th overall, and he went on this rampage, not only with what we heard earlier with when Hugh asked him about what he wants to play. And I gave you a hard time. I said, you knew he was going to say man, and you knew he was going to say press man. You knew he was going to say mono a mono. But which I loved, and you set him up perfectly. We got great sound out of it. But Julian Neil started at Fresno State.
Yep.
Played for Kalen DeBoer as a wide receiver, was going to transfer, and you told us last night, was he going to go to Stanford? That tells you something about Stanford doesn't take transfers all that often.
Yep.
You got to be exceptional in 2 ways, athletically, but more importantly, academically.
Yeah.
Stanford's not taking, because you say, Fresno State to Arkansas, you're probably not thinking this academics are a huge priority for him, all due respect to those 2 institutions. I can say that having gone to the Harvard of the Northwest Washington State. But if you're going to go to, if you're even considering or they're considering you at Stanford, that tells you a lot about Julian Neil.
It really does, and kind of going back even further, Julian Neil. I mean, he went to Mission High School in San Francisco. That's the oldest public high school in the San Francisco area. And again, the academics to get into college in the first place, as well as Stanford, as we just talked about. That kind of speaks again to the idea that even in today's era, where there's so many people who are either going to private schools, they're going online schools, they're getting tutoring or whatever. I mean, this is a public school kid who, again, has kind of fought through some of the rigors of life and has come out as a winner because of it. And I think that's one of the reasons why they were so, just kind of enamored with who he could be. He is kind of a late bloomer on the football field, but he has been an early riser, so to speak, on the academic side and just the humanity side.
Let's take a break. We'll come back. The Seahawks on Thursday, way back on Thursday, way back, years ago, back on Thursday night, took Jadarian Price, the running back out of Notre Dame. He was their first pick, the 32nd pick overall, the last pick of the first round of this year's NFL draft. And yesterday afternoon, we had a chance. He called into the radio station to KJR, and Hugh Millen and I caught up with him. You'll get to know him. Fascinating young man. And Rob was just talking about Julian Neil. Also, this guy, Jadarian Price, they call him JD, high character. His why about doing everything for his mom and his inspiration that he gets from his mom. You don't want to miss this. It's coming up next.
back to the 2026 NFL Draft, presented by Frost Brewed Coors Light, cold as the Rockies, and brought to you by Dino's Pub in Renton on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, we're back at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Ian Furness, Rob Rang with you as we are in the midst of day 3 of the 2026 NFL Draft. Seahawks scheduled to pick in the 6th round twice, and that'll be it, assuming they don't do anything to get into the 7th round. As of right now, we can just tell you our sources haven't told us anything specifically, but our sources being John Schneider walking through the media room a short time ago, looking very relaxed, saying, got nothing else to do. They're not doing anything until the 6th round. We just, before we get to Jadarian Price, who Hugh and I caught up with yesterday, great interview. You guys are going to enjoy this a second to go get to know the new Seahawks running back. You mentioned something in the break, Rob. We were just talking about the mistakes they made over the years. It's not just draft picks. It's sometimes draft trades or trades around the draft. Jimmy Graham might fall into that category, right?
Yeah, I think everybody talks about, obviously Jamal Adams, and there's been others, but Jimmy Graham to me is one of those that, you see the physical talent on the field, but then, I think that it's not to suggest that Jimmy Graham isn't a good human being, but at the same time, I think that you have to know the character of the players and how they fit into your organization. And so, as I am seeing some of these players come off the board in the draft, and we made the comment about how Seattle is really kind of, I think, sharpened their focus. I used the word filter before, to kind of filter in who are exactly these guys as Seahawks.
Yeah.
We all focus on the physical traits that you see on the field, but who are the guys that are Seahawks off the field as well? That when you've done all this process and you've had the checks from the scouts and the cross checks from the other scouts and everybody else in the organization, I think that they know better who these prospects are now, rather than maybe trading for veteran players. That, again, you see what they bring onto the field, but you don't know who they are. And maybe that is part of the process that John Schneider talked about, as far as they've learned from some of their mistakes in the past.
Jadarian Price is certainly not a mistake. He's a guy that they targeted. They went after the second-best running back in the class. As Rob mentioned yesterday and even going into the draft, you said this numerous times, the drop-off from the 2 running backs from Notre Dame to the next, and who was the next running back taken?
Kalen Black, which is a player that I really liked, but at the same time, the fact that he is going to go to the San Francisco 49ers team, you may have heard of their starting running back, Christian McCaffrey.
Heard of him, yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, clearly there was a significant drop-off in terms of what NFL teams thought, as well as those of us in the media.
Yeah, and so it was, it went from Price to Black, and that's from day 1 to, late day 2. As far as that was concerned. So Price was picked by Seattle 32nd overall. His story is a terrific one. He was a career backup at Notre Dame, but he never transferred. He wanted to get his degree from Notre Dame. Loyalty is a big thing to him, and we talked about that yesterday when Jadarian Price joined the radio show with myself and Hugh Miller.
With the 32nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Jadarian Price, Notre Dame running back.
And obviously, very exciting day for Jadarian Price, for his family, and for Seahawk fans as well. And he joins us right now on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline. Jadarian, this is Ian Furness at KJR, along with former NFL quarterback Hugh Millen, who's with me as well. How are you doing today on the day after you become a first-round draft pick by the Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks?
Okay. Yes, sir.
How you feeling?
It was wild, man. I'm feeling good. Feeling great.
What walk us through yesterday a little bit? The phone call from John Schneider, the emotions you went through, and everything that took place yesterday.
Yeah, so just moments before the call, I was still walking around anxious about what was going to happen next, whether they're going to keep the pick or whatever was going to happen. I brought it to myself to just, sit down and relax. And as I was going to the couch, my phone started ringing, and I'm just like, oh, it's that time. And when Snyder, answered the phone, I was just rushed with emotions immediately.
Your why was well talked about last night. We were here with listening to your conference call, and when you called into all of us here in the media in Seattle. And before I turn it over to my my ex-NFL quarterback here, Hugh Millen, who's going to throw some X's and O's at you and some football stuff that's way over my acumen, sir. A couple things jumped out. One is they talked about loyalty to John Schneider and Mike McDonald yesterday. We live in a world now, as you well know, that the world of NIL, and young men can get paid and compensated for playing football at the highest level. Oftentimes they go and get more money or they look for more playing time. You're at a school like Notre Dame, incredible academic institution. You don't get in there just because you're a good football player. We know that. We heard from your high school coach today. But you also stuck around and maybe as a backup or sharing some time with a guy that was a number 3 pick in the NFL draft. That doesn't happen. That just flat out doesn't happen anymore in today's football. Why did you stick around Notre Dame? What was it that kept you there as opposed to going somewhere else where you could have been the lead back and there would have been no question about going in the first round?
Yeah, there was many factors. One being I committed to the University of Notre Dame, and it's the best place I could be, and it made me a better player, a better person, and grateful for what Notre Dame has given me. I wanted to finish my degree, graduate from Notre Dame, and I wanted to come back with those guys and compete for a national championship like we did the year before. But also I made challenge to myself to do just as good and produce just as much as the best player in college football. And I trusted my with staying, even though I had a lot of people in my ears saying I should do one thing or another. But I trusted my gut, and I'm here today.
Jadarian Price with us. Jadarian, take us into whether it's your meeting room or on the sideline during the games or what have you. There must have been some component where you and Jeremiah were challenging each other, whether it's competing for reps or some, like maybe it's a friendly, like, hey, I can get more out of this stretch than you can get, like just kind of tell us the nature of that very unique competition you two had.
When you mention that, it brings me back to, I think it was the third game of the season. I had 4 touchdowns against Purdue. And we were challenging ourselves. I think we had 6 total touchdowns out of the running back room. Yeah. We're like, all right, when we go against Arkansas the next week, it's got to be more. And we had another running back, so we had 7. And then we were just like, all right, we got to keep this going. It's not very often you score 7 touchdowns from one position group every other game, but we made it a challenge to ourselves to be the best running back duo in the country, and ultimately the greatest running backs to come through Notre Dame. And that came with our work ethic, the time we spent in the training room or the meeting room and the weight room with recovery, stuff like that. But also when one person's going on the field at the time, the other guy's just watching and closely and figuring out ways to give the other guy tips and stuff. We were never hiding away, ways to get better during the game. So,
yeah, Jadarian Price with us again, and I saw that swing route. You took the swing screen against Arkansas. You cut back took it to the house from about midfield, but and that in fact that was one of the plays after we drafted you, Jadarian. I went back and watched the coach's tape, all 113 of your carries and all 7 times that they threw to you. And so I've got a good mental image of what you put on tape. And first of all, it's a fun tape to watch. You're a beautiful football player, and on behalf of the 12s, we're delighted that you're a Seahawk, okay? So it's a fun tape. I want to ask you an X's and O question, because you said last night your bread and butter is the outside zone, which, as you know, is the Seahawks' bread and butter, right? At the beginning of the season, you were running some of that from pistol, never from under center with a quarterback, shotgun. So you had some pistol, but then most of the season you were offset. So if you were going stretch right, you were aligned to the quarterback's left, kind of in the B gap off a left guard, the outside leg of the guard. Tell us how that changes in your mind, the difference between being in the dot right behind the quarterback versus you have so many reps where you are offset. You're going stretch right, but you line up to the left. Tell us how that changes your reads and how you expect that may change when you go to the Seahawks and you're behind the center. Yeah,
we realize, whether we're in gun or in a pistol, just based off of the stats throughout the season. Sometimes it was better to be, and the coach's mindset, it was, pistol, short yards. But in my mind, honestly, I'd rather be in gun for the short yardage situations. But in my mind, also from gun, it's a little bit more of a stretch, and you're kind of forced to hit the outside or C-gap. But when you're for pistol, you can kind of see the whole picture, and you can easily see the backside as well. So, when those double teams happen, they double team all the way up to the linebacker. You can easily have a cut back or no cut at all, which my old running back coach used to say is the best cut. But yeah, I love both of them, whether it was gun or pistol. And, what we did from pistol, it's definitely going to translate to the NFL, what they do under center. And then you got things off of that with like the RPO stuff that we did in college and stuff like that, and the play action stuff. It definitely will translate.
Jadarian Price joining us, Seahawk first-round pick, 32nd overall, out of Notre Dame. I want to go back to growing up. We heard from the show before me today, Greg Bell. He's a Seahawks beat writer for one of the local papers, the News Tribune. He was talking to your high school coach I think it was from your last year. He only coached you the 1 year. He said he got handed an Escalade for his first year coaching there in Denison. But he talked about what listen, for people that know the story, your mother was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2016, went through chemotherapy. You have two younger sisters, and you kind of became the head of the household. You took control of everything at a very young age. And he said you never complained about it. You never asked for anything special. You went about your business. I'll ask you this. Your mom and your sisters, and what does your mom mean to you? Because she obviously instilled something in you that's different. It's different level. And taking care of her is one thing, but just the fact that you took it upon yourself to do that. So what does she mean to you, and what did last night mean to her from you as well?
Yeah, she means everything to me, and I think the ultimate thing is watching her go through breast cancer and overcome that. It really made me feel like nothing that came at me adversity-wise was going to defeat me. If she can go through something like that, life-threatening, then I can go through anything, whether it's an injury or a little setback or a missed assignment, almost anything. There's always a way to get over it. And just thinking back to my mom and using that as motivation, like, it could always be worse. And just the fact that I'm in this position that I am now to, change other people's lives, I'm going to do everything in my ability to be the best I can out there on the field.
You can also change her life automatically as a first-round draft pick in the NFL. I know you know that. What about your sister? What about your sisters? Because I assume that the four of you are pretty close-knit family.
Yeah, my two younger sisters, we're all pretty close in age, so we'll fuss and fight growing up. But, as we matured on and thankfully, hopefully I was a role model to them, and they tell me every day how proud they are of me. And I like to give them some messages that I get from my coaches, and that's just the type of person I am. I like to use those football and team meeting messages just to relay them onto them. And, just life is hard, but if you just keep finding your whys and the reason for living and keep your purpose in God, and everything will be all right. And they remind me all the time. So.
Yeah, well, that's wonderful. Jadarian Price with this. And Jadarian, those experiences, they prepare you for the challenges. One of the challenges you're going to have in the eyes of the Seahawks fans here, the 12s, is they're looking at you say, okay, he was the backup to Jeremiah Love in college. But now, as you know, Kenneth Walker is a Chief, the Super Bowl MVP, and you've got Zach Charbonnet. He's hurt for half the year. You go from running back number 2 in college to running back number 1 for the Super Bowl champions. Is that a thought that's kind of hit you? I know you're ready for the challenge, but just kind of tell us what your mindset is to be able to graduate that step and that challenge.
Well, my mindset personally is just to, be ready for anything and go in the locker room and compete like I'm an undrafted free agent. That's my mindset. Always have a chip on my shoulder. I didn't even see myself going first round, and I did it. And that just goes to show all the hard work I put in and the production that I showed on the field the past 3 years. And it's only going to get even better. I can feel myself getting even better. I'm healthy. I understand my body more now, and my habits are getting better. So I'm prepared to be, back if I need to, and return specialist if I need to. But I just want to be out there on the field and play football again.
You talked about adversity a second ago, and you have a former teammate that had to go through that last year. He was drafted, Riley Mills, by Seattle. He was a day 3 pick, and I remember Seattle talking about him, and McDonald and Schneider came in here, remember Hugh, and they talked about, hey, he's coming off a knee injury. We're willing to wait because we think this guy's special. Lo and behold, he, got a sack in the Super Bowl. That worked.
Yeah.
That was worth the wait. What have you talked to Riley much at all, and what has he told you about coming out here?
I haven't much, but I was definitely tuned in on the Super Bowl and seeing a former teammate, former captain do what he did. It was unbelievable. It was, an emotional moment, but I'm proud of him, and I can't wait to be teammates with him again.
I got to piggyback on that. He's a well-spoken man. Let's ask you as an analyst. We only saw a glimpse of Riley Mills. What are we going to see next year from him when he's healthy?
Oh man, that. One of the strongest and firmest guys I've ever. I mean, the amount of times that dude caught me with one arm going through the A gap and practice and fall camp. It's unbelievable. It gives me nightmares. But he's a great player, and I can't wait to see him back healthy.
Yeah, that's great. Well, we're gonna continuing your role as an analyst. Okay, I want you to analyze yourself, Jadarian, and so the question would be this: you got to answer. It's in 2 parts. You got to say now. We're going to give you permission to go third person. Say Jadarian Price is a first rounder because his best skill is blank, and then comma. But Jadarian Price needs to work in his game on this aspect. So you get 2 shots at that. I know you're Notre Dame and educated and smart, so you can handle a 2-parter. But go ahead and be an analyst and fill in those questions.
Yeah. Jadarian Price is a first-round running back because of his ability to make plays on the field, and whether it's offense or special teams. And he's a home run hitter. He's got home run speed. He knows how to get to the second level and make guys miss. Almost every time he gets the ball, he makes someone miss. And his teammate Jeremiah Love is a phenomenal player, but Price being able to do what he did on that level with that caliber of a player is it's special. And Jadarian Price is going to do special things in the NFL when he gets his opportunity.
All right, what do you need to work on?
That's half. You're halfway home. That was great, man. You just popped that stretch up the sideline for like 40 yards. That was awesome. But now you got to cut back into the middle of the field. So what's the Jadarian Price has to work on? Go ahead and finish it out.
Yeah, one thing that he needs to work on is just continue to be consistent in the pass game. Pass protection, protecting the quarterback, that's a huge thing, and he's showed great skill in doing that. He has plenty of film out there where he showed good fight and good technique, and he does it pretty well. But just consistently being able to protect the quarterback and being a reliable source out of the backfield.
I love it.
Hey, listen, this is a great conversation. Seahawk fans texting in right now on our radio station, our sports station here, just loving you and excited to see you in a Seahawk uniform. We can't wait to see you out here at minicamp when you get out here very soon in the next few days. And congratulations to you and mostly your family and specifically your mom on everything she's been through and the long road. And she's got a first-round draft pick as a son now and a lot to be proud of because you're a lot more than that, as we can tell. So thank you so much for coming on today.
Yes, sir. I can't wait. I appreciate y'all.
That's Jadarian Price, the Seahawks first-round pick on Thursday, and just a great young man to talk to, man. High character, and I think, Rob, when you're talking to scouts, I'm sure character is one of the words they use with him.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the thing. We talked about this so much. The idea that in today's era, the NIL, I mean, he could have left for greener pastures, and this is not, it's not that I know everything about his backstory, but small town Texas, opportunities to get paid, and instead just kind of wanted to stay committed to the program that had shown him a great deal of love. I just think that is something that the Seahawks are prioritizing here.
We'll take a quick break, come back, reset before we get to 11 o'clock. At 11 o'clock, in the 11 o'clock hour, Greg Bell is going to join us, our new 10 to noon host here on 93.3 KJR FM, Tacoma News Tribune, Seahawks beat writer. He'll join Rob Rang and myself. More to come from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Day 3 of the NFL Draft, 93.3 KJR FM.
back to the 2026 NFL Draft, presented by Frost Brewed Coors Light, cold as the Rockies, and brought to you by Dino's Pub in Renton on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Back at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, Ian Furness, Rob Rang with you as we continue on. Greg Bell will join us here coming up in about 3 minutes' time. 10 to noon, right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Let's get everybody caught up here as we're wrapping up round 4, Rob. Local note of interest, right?
Yeah, Carver Willis, the left tackle for the University of Washington this past season, was selected by the San Francisco 49ers, 7-8 picks ago. Number 127 overall. I think it's a really nice fit for Willis with the 49ers just because they use a similar wide zone kind of blocking scheme as what the Seahawks use, and Carver Willis does have athleticism. Obviously, they have a superstar left tackle in Trent Williams, but he's an aging one at that. And, so this is a little bit of a succession plan for the 49ers. I think that Willis needs to add strength, at the point of attack, but he still has the traits that you're looking to develop. So he's an interesting one. And then we talked so much, Ian, about the drop-off and running back talent. There's now been 5 running backs that have come off the board. The 4th one was another University of Washington product. We talked about this before. Jonah Coleman to the Denver Broncos. The 5th running back off the board, number 122 overall. The Las Vegas Raiders, of course, head coach now by Clint Kubiak, selected Mike Washington Jr. from Arkansas. So Ashton Jeanty, of course, is their superstar running back, but Mike Washington Jr. is going to be able to provide some of that big play ability. We had talked about his possible fit for the Seahawks. Clearly, Mike with Clint Kubiak previously here, the Seahawks likely thought that Mike Washington Jr. would have been a fit in their system, but the fact that Seattle addressed that area of concern, number 32 overall, and the running back that many thought was their kind of consolation idea, that he came in, roughly 90 picks later, just shows the gap that we had talked about.
Well, and I think what it does too, Mike Washington provides a little bit of, insurance, shall we say, an insurance policy with the fact that Ashton Jeanty, if he gets banged up, and he did get banged up a couple times last season, that gives them a little bit of insurance there at the running back position. All right, we'll take a quick break. Come back, very quick break. A minute or two here. Reset things, top of the hour. Greg Bell, 10 to noon right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Tacoma News Tribune. He'll join us coming up next.
Now back to the 2026 NFL Draft, presented by Frost Brewed Coors Light, cold as the Rockies, and brought to you by Dino's Pub in Renton on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, we are back. Virginia Mason Athletic Center, our final hour, at least my final hour here. Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Sorry about that. Didn't mean to hit you on that one, but yeah. And then we'll turn it over. Chuck Powell is going to be jumping on here at high noon today. We have, look at that. Like, there's a love affair going on with the San Francisco 49ers and the University of Washington, it appears, Rob Rang. What do we got going on here?
Yeah, Ephesian Price Hawk, the corner. Tacario Davis got a lot of the attention, but this is another 6'4", 200-pound corner that the 49ers obviously are very intrigued by, making him their selection here in the late portion of the fourth round. Earlier, as you kind of referred to there, Ian, they had made another University of Washington product, Parker Willis, the left tackle, Carver Willis, the left tackle, their selection earlier in the fourth round as well.
Only just because it's the final pick of round number 4, and the international fans are making these picks for the respective teams, and the Bengals will make the final pick here of round 4, and we'll hit into round 5, and that leads us into the final round before the Seahawks get active again. They'll have 2 picks in round number 6. So Colby Young, a wide receiver from Georgia, is the final pick of round 4. So round 4 is in the books. Round 5 will begin here momentarily. 2026 NFL Draft. Seahawks, again, do not pick again until early in round 6. They're projecting that to be a little bit after high noon, although maybe a little bit later than that. We'll wait and see. Greg Bell, Tacoma News Tribune, Seahawk beat writer, and now, of course, the host, 10 to 12 with Christopher Kidd, the Greg Bell Show here on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM is sitting down and rolling in and getting ready for this. I don't know how you approach this. This is like Rang here. He'll know every player drafted, so it's a little different for him. For the rest of us, I don't know how you approach it. First of all, we're not used to this, like waiting until. I mean, obviously 2021 was different. But we weren't here. We were all locked out, so we weren't part of the process here. Usually we get here on a Saturday morning for round 3 or day 3 in round 4, Greg, and grab a coffee, maybe a quick bite to eat, and it's a flurry of activity. Yeah. That's not the case this year. Very different for John Schneider.
Yeah, he's idle. He's walking around.
Shaking hands,
the breeze
kissing
with us. Yeah. I'm seeing him more this year than I've ever seen him in a draft. The one constant about the third day of every draft is it is the most beautiful day of the spring every year.
God, you're right. I didn't think about that. You're right.
Hold up in here inside and looking through the glass panes on Lake Washington. It's always the most brilliant day yet of the spring, which it is again today here in the Pacific Northwest. It is a challenge for John Schneider to have the discipline. It's pretty easy, though, to have the discipline to not tap into next year's haul of draft picks.
Yes.
He has 12 picks in what they consider a much stronger draft next year in depth and quality. Mm-hmm. And so that's the only chips they really, other than players, and why would you trade players off a Super Bowl champion team? Other than that, they have no weapons to trade up with. They did make the move 3 spots back last night to get an extra 6th-round pick today, which is why they have 2 instead of 1. So they'll end the draft with 5. But this was by design, as I'm sure you guys have talked about. They knew coming into this year this was a thinner, weaker, shallower talent pool draft. And so they traded 2 third-day picks to get Rashid Shaheed in the middle of the season. They traded picks in the last offseason in this draft, and that's why they only have 5. It's tied for the fewest in the league.
For people just tuning in, Rob Rang, we've discussed this, but it's probably worth reiterating. If you were just today sitting here on April the 25th, and saying, okay, this year's day 3 versus what potentially day 3 could look like next year, how different is it?
Day 3 next year is just going to basically be like the second and third rounds, I believe, of this year. It's there is just the high-end talent that is likely to be available next year, Ian, is just going to be a remarkable class. I mean, everybody's going to focus in on the quarterbacks, of course, but, Arch Manning or Dante Moore or whoever, the wide receiver, Jeremiah Smith from Ohio State, that would have been the first player, the first receiver off the board this year instead of Kalen Downs, instead of Carnell Tate,
Yeah.
Another Ohio State receiver, and so the pipeline at Ohio State is just remarkable. But anyways, it's the depth of next year that also looks really, really good. Now, of course, it remains to be seen if we're going to see a lot of the players are going to take advantage of NIL opportunities, and maybe they'll return to college. But what it looks like next year does look remarkable, and you understand why John Schneider and the Seahawks would be really hesitant to trade off this, the abundance of selections that they have next year to get back into this class that frankly, just at this point, there are players that can help you, but are they going to be able to help you long enough for the long-term future of this club to justify making that kind of a move?
The other reason, guys, is they don't have a ton of holes off a team that just won the Super Bowl. They have 10 of 11 starters coming back on offense, minus Kenneth Walker leaving to the Chiefs. And they have basically the entire starting defense coming back if you count that Josh Jobe was starting over Tariq Woolen, although Woolen got 3/4 of the snaps on a rotation basis. And then the few departures they had, they have filled. It's a one-for-one need in this draft. Kobe Bryant leaves, they get a safety. Tariq Woolen leaves, they get a corner. Kenneth Walker leaves, they have a new lead running back in the first round. Very utilitarian draft for the Seahawks, and for the very few needs they have. Now, you could argue that they need interior offensive line, depth, and potentially a future starter because Anthony Bradford, a lightning rod here in the region, the coaches say they love his play, but his contract ends after this year. So there are other moves they probably would have made if they had the luxury of doing it. I wouldn't count on a sixth-round draft pick being an opportunity to start for Anthony Bradford at right guard, even if they go guard in the sixth round.
No, I mean, and I think what you said there, and Rob as well, it's if you just kind of look at what they lost, so 10 of 11 starters on offense return, well, you could make the argument now that you've replaced that starter with your first-round pick.
Yeah, you have.
And in fact, I don't think you'd even make an argument. You would just say they did.
They did.
It's as simple as that. So that takes place, and then, on top of that, you go defense, and you lose a couple of defensive backs. You've drafted a couple of defensive backs on day 2. You've replaced that as well. The one place you haven't replaced anybody is Boye Mafe. So depth at the edge rusher. So does that get us to where they still probably, and again, you're talking about a 6th-round pick, and we'll get to Rob with the thoughts in a second, but Greg, that's still kind of the one little hole they have, right, is replacing Boye Mafe.
It is, although if you look at Mafe's productivity, he wasn't even a 3-down linebacker by the end of his time here. They couldn't count on him to rush the passer, so they often blitzed out a nickel and dime and took Mafe off the field. And in fact, DeMarcus Lawrence and Derek Hall were their edge rushers, and Lawrence was a de facto outside linebacker when they went nickel or dime. So Boye Mafe wasn't even in the factor of pass rush, yet the Bengals gave him $20 million a year. They do need depth in Mike McDonald at edge rusher, and Mike McDonald doesn't have enough of those. I think the board came out late Thursday night and then Friday out, second and third rounds, to the point that they were a couple guys on there they probably would have taken. Malachi Lawrence went higher than some people thought, although a lot of people thought because of his pure physical traits that he would go mid-first round. But the Seahawks were probably looking at potentially picking him at 32. Guys, I said this Thursday night. I wrote at the News Tribune. They wanted Jadarian Price in the 2nd round after trading down to get a 4th-round pick. If you trade down a 1st-round pick, you're going to get a high 4th. They still could have gotten Price, I believe, and I think they believe mid-2nd round. But because of the flurry of trades right in front of them, they didn't have any trade partners left. They had to pick at 32, and then they did the calculus of, okay, would Price be available on our next pick at 64 because we didn't get to trade down, and their calculus was no, and that's why they took Price at 32.
Well, and two things there. For one, as you said, Greg, I think that the Seahawks basically thought that they had a trade in place.
They did.
To move down in the 2nd round, still be able to take Price, get that 4th-round selection. I thought it was interesting yesterday when John Schneider and Mike McDonald are out here to talk to the media that Schneider kind of went out of his way to thank the Pittsburgh Steelers for making the trade and sticking with the agreement. So clearly Seattle thought that they had a trade in place here. The other thing is, as far as the edge rusher, I've been pounding the table for this idea of finding that replacement for Boye Mafe. I think the free agent visit of now I've lost his name here. Dante Fowler, excuse me, the veteran. Now, while he is not, a future 10-plus sack kind of a guy, the way that maybe one of these day 3 selections could ultimately be, he is plug and play, ready to go, proven NFL pass rusher who is a, kind of a pass rush specialist. And so maybe they are thinking that they don't have to necessarily go with a raw pass rusher that might be available in the 6th round when they already have a veteran who Adam Durde is going to know very well because they had previously coached him, that might be able to kind of just be able to allow them the ultimate flexibility to take the best player available here in the 6th round.
The way the Seahawks write out their roster for us, the positional roster, there's 14 linebackers listed there. Now, among those 14, 6 of those I believe are what we call inside linebackers, off-the-ball linebackers. Think in terms of Ernest Jones Jr., Drake Thomas, that type of player, Tyrese Knight, and others. DeMarcus Lawrence coming back for year 13, I think that must be a pretty safe assumption on their part that he's coming back. They haven't 100% said it, but they obviously feel that way.
Mike McDonald said that he's been told by Lawrence that he's coming back.
I'd be surprised if he didn't. Derek Hall at Chenanu Osu's probably healthier than he's been in a long time in an off-season, right? I mean, I don't think he's ever had an off-season here that he's been healthy, right?
Not this, no.
Yes. I mean, and so in Nuosu's, and here's the thing with Nuosu, I think we all think of him as an old man. He's only 29.
Right.
That's not. Like, he's got probably some tread left on the tires. And then you got Derek Hall, who's going into the final year of his contract, his 4th year, a 4th-year player as well. Is there another guy, Greg, on this roster right now? Would it be a Jared Ivey or somebody that could take that next step that replaces Boye Mafe?
Jared Ivey's one that comes to mind. They liked him in training camp last year as an undrafted rookie. And then they kept him on the roster the entire season when they were doing practice squad roulette with everybody else. I mean, every other rookie, including some draft picks.
Which tells you they were worried about interest
They
in other teams.
absolutely were worried about somebody plucking him off a practice squad onto an active roster. So we noticed, it was very noticeable that he stayed on the active roster without playing a lot. I don't think he played any defensive snaps, played a couple of special team snaps, and wasn't active for very many games, if any. So there is a plan for them longer term. I say this a lot and write this a lot. The draft, Rob knows this more than anybody, the draft is not for this year. The draft is for 2, 3, 4 years down the road, and what your roster projection is, because of the fact that draft picks get 4-year contracts. And a Dante Fowler would be a shorter-term plug-and play, as Rob called it. But they're, to your point, Ian, they still don't have a 2 and 3 year shorter-term solution at edge rusher. They have a choice to make on Derek Hall. If they would, the problem with second contracts is they're very expensive in the NFL for edge rushers. So they do have a decision to make with Derek Hall. They obviously made a decision with Boye Mafe that they didn't want to get into that money. So it was somewhat surprising that they haven't chosen an edge rusher by now, someone in the top 3 rounds that perhaps could be a 4-year option because they don't have a lot of those at edge rusher right now. You can't expect DeMarcus Lawrence to come back for a 3rd season of his contract. It balloons at the end, and he'll be 35 years old next year.
This is where we test him.
Uh-oh.
Can we go back in a year's time? What do you remember from Jared Ivey, who will be his 2nd year undrafted free agent last year from Mississippi?
Yeah, I mean, he's a much better athlete than you would expect for a guy who's 6'6", 275 pounds. I mean, and so if he is going to be playing that edge rusher role rather than a traditional defensive lineman, that is going to be something that's different. But at the same time, again, because he has athleticism, difficult for me to say, then I do think that he can play that role. The other player that maybe wasn't constantly on the roster, as Greg just talked about with Jared Ivey, but was also a player that Mike McDonald talked about is going to have an opportunity here for meaningful snaps is Connor O'Toole from Utah. And he is a player that struggled a little bit with durability at Utah, but my goodness, does he have some twitch to him. He also has some lateral agility, uses his hands well. There's some real traits with him. If he were available in this draft, Ian, he would have been selected by now. But the fact that he was in last year's class, which was much better, at least in my opinion, and had the durability issues, that's the reason why that he wound up being an undrafted free agent, but made this roster in the first place. I mean, he wasn't one of the guys that was just on the practice squad. He made the roster.
Yep.
And so that's a pretty unusual thing for a team that obviously won the Super Bowl a year ago.
Mike McDonald has mentioned Connor O'Toole as someone he's looking forward to taking that next step you talked about. and at a position they need someone to, for sure.
He also mentioned a name. There's a couple names in the safety room that we've talked. We've talked about A.J. Finley a little bit.
Yep.
The other guy, Mike McDonald unprompted brought up Rodney Thomas the second last night, who
said the coaches are very high on him.
Comes over from Indianapolis, right?
Right. Free agent last month from Indianapolis.
Yeah.
Was it starting safety for Indianapolis 2 seasons ago, and then he had penalty troubles, a lot of pass interference troubles, and he benched him. And he was primarily a special teams player last year, which is the reason the Colts let his contract expire.
So they brought him in. Like, those are one of the, every now and then there's that under the radar signing that
That's
you don't
totally under the radar,
right? But a guy that they're looking at as well. And A.J. Finley's got good size, 6'2", and over 200 pounds. I know they're looking for him. He played about 55 snaps last season, I think it was, not a lot. Was banged up a little bit, I think, at the start.
That started training camp and set back.
But that's another guy they like in the safety room. I mean, like Rob just said, and you mentioned it too, like, there's guys that they do find a way to kind of hide, develop, and look forward to.
And Mike McDonald has talked about him publicly, and some of their scouts have also talked about, Rodney Thomas II as a guy that they feel like he is, a little bit of a diamond in the rough kind of a guy because the fact that, he was benched, as Greg mentioned, but at the same time they feel like in their system that he could be an impact player for them. And again, if we're going to have the safety conversation, I got to go back to the selection that they made here, with Bud Clark. I just was shocked when I watched his tape and just how many times he got his hands on footballs. I would like... They talked about that. He had 15 career interceptions. Probably should have had twice as many based on how many times he got his hand on the football. But again, when you consider all the talent that this team has, I just really think that their safety position is one that maybe on paper doesn't look quite as good because, with all due respect to Kobe Bryant, I mean, you lost a good player. But at the same time, I think that they feel pretty darn good. They're going to be just fine at safety.
The point is, it's not... Even though Ty Okada played a lot last year, especially with Julian Love being out for a few months with a hamstring, it's not just Ty Okada's walking into that job. The pick yesterday from Clark, Rodney Thomas, there's going to be competition there to see who wins that job. Rodney Thomas is smart. How smart? He's a quantitative science degree holder from Yale. Yeah. He knows more. He probably knows more about analytics than the analytics staff here at the Seahawks.
Oh, my God.
So, yeah. Mike McDonald knows what he's doing. John Schneider's in player acquisition, but McDonald knows what type of player he wants on his defense.
Well, this is such about the amateur scouts, right? These 3 days, but I think it's probably a good time to kind of toss out some kudos to what they do on the pro personnel side as well. And whether it be, we'll see what Rodney Thomas does along the way. I don't think there's any better example than what Drake Thomas has been to this football team, right? Or Josh Jobe.
Yep.
Like, two guys cast aside by other NFL teams.
Yes.
And now, I mean,
Drake Thomas was cut by the Raiders and is instrumental in a Super Bowl team. That's how they undug him.
Like, you get cut by the Raiders, that's like getting fired from radio in Tri-Cities, man. Trust me, I know. No, like seriously, that's, and all of a sudden, Drake Thomas is looking down and go, "Yeah, man, I'm 5'11", I'm 228. All I know is I started in the Super Bowl and have a ring."
Exactly.
Like, they found a dude there.
If he doesn't intercept that pass off McCaffrey's hands, who knows what Week 18 was like?
Yeah,
it was a 13-10 game in the fourth quarter if he doesn't make that play.
And then Josh Jobe Jail rolls in here. He also got released elsewhere. So,
and is now making $8 million a year. The other thing that the pro player scouts for the Seahawks have a really big hand in this weekend is they have 2 draft boards, as we know. They have their draft board, but the NFL draft board, what they predict the other teams are going to do, the connections that the pro scouts do, they have nailed that NFL board for years. It's told them when guys are going to go, who's going to take, what needs are, trades. It's lined them to make so many trades inside the draft because of their connections around the league. That's a real underrated reason for the success of Seahawks drafts.
Real quick, Rob, I was going to actually mention something as well. That would be Parker Brailsford was just drafted by the Cleveland Browns. If that's a name that sounds familiar, it should. The former Washington center. He goes all the way in the 5th round. I'm assuming you're not surprised. I'm only going to say I'm a little surprised from this standpoint is when he left Washington, the star was rising, right? what happened with this guy? I thought he would be a high draft pick.
Well, frankly, because he stopped growing. I mean, he's 6 foot and he's 300 pounds roughly, and so he's just.
Listen. This is where we just. Why do we try to assume what John Schneider's going to do?
Yeah,
they're on the clock.
Interesting.
All right. Why traded up? Why don't they would have had to tap into next year?
They would have had to tap it. They are on the clock. They will take the 8th pick. Rob, get after it. Give me some names. They are going to take the Commanders' pick is in. They just took Nick Barrett, I do believe, defensive tackle, right?
So the Seahawks have the 148th?
148th pick, 8th in this round, 148th. And Jess, do you have a draft or a trade for us? Do you have the
Don't have the details quite yet, but you are indeed right. It is the 148th overall pick, 8th in this 5th round as we stand right now, and they're on the clock. Obviously, we'll have to wait what the Commanders do with the 7th pick in the 5th round, but that is what we're looking at. I'll get you the details when I got them.
All right, Rob, what are we looking at?
Well, for me personally, my top-rated prospects are a couple of cornerbacks, and Keith Abney the second and Chandler Rivers. I projected both of them to be candidates for Seattle as early as the 3rd round. They're both just sawed-off guys in that 5'9" range, but they just play with the tenacity that I prioritize at the cornerback spot. So to me, they would be interesting prospects. At the same time, I also think that other positions of, kind of interest for the Seahawks might be those edge rushers. Joshua Josephs from Tennessee has that burst that you're looking for. Mason Rager from Wisconsin is a player that I personally am higher on than a lot of people seem to be. And then Keyshawn James Newby, to me, is one of the twitchiest edge rushers of this class. I talked about him before. He's a true sleeper. This is a guy that is at New Mexico, previously at Idaho. But his initial burst is as good of any edge rusher outside of the early 1st round selection. So to me, Joshua Josephs from Tennessee, Keyshawn James Newby are edge rushers that I think are really intriguing. And then as far as cornerbacks, again, Keith Abney and Chandler Rivers are two guys that make an awful lot of sense.
All right. Jess, you have
We do have a couple of details. So what the Seahawks did give up was a 2027 4th-round pick to trade up to number 148 in this year's draft in the 5th round.
A 4th round next year?
A 4th round next year, yep.
So they did tap into next year's haul. So now they're down to 11.
And that is officially from the Seahawks, so it's not just rumors out there. So we've got that on the record.
Jess just got that. So a 4th-round pick next year for a 5th-round pick this year.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, it's
they got something else, right?
They must have got something else.
That is the only detail that we were given so far.
That's a boy. If there's somebody there that we love, trade if that's the case, because that's the value isn't there.
Well, it's not, but it's the fact that you are getting a pick right now. And so you're the team that is probably initiated this move. You called up to make this selection. So like you said, Ian, there's got to be somebody there that they are surprised is still available, and they thought that was probably should have been off the board at least 10, 20, 30 picks earlier.
John Schneider's wandering the halls an hour and a half ago thinking he's going to be bored, and all of a sudden walked in there and said, wait a second, there's
this guy's still available?
That has to be what happened, right? Like, and all of a sudden, then
I think he was amped up.
The alarm bells go off, and you're like, okay, our dude is there. And they're in a commercial break for TV, so we got to wait just a second for the pick to be announced. But the Seahawks, the Commanders' pick will be announced first, and the Seahawks after that. So as it stands right now, unless we get other details, giving up a 4th-rounder. Now, let's go back.
So they traded with the Browns.
Right.
2027.
Joshua Josephs goes to the Commanders with the pick before Seattle. He's the edge rusher from Tennessee.
I just mentioned, yeah.
So you take him off that board that Rob just talked about.
Yep.
So the Seahawks pick will be coming in here in just a second. I don't think it'll be announced on television, so we'll just kind of, as soon as it pops up, we'll let you know who it is. But, guys, I think it goes back to the surplus of draft picks they have next year. You just talked about, Rob. 12 picks next year. Greg, you said this a bunch of times on your show this week. There's not 12 guys on next year's draft making this football team.
Exactly.
Right? Like that's the thing. Like there's the way this team is structured right now, and yes, expiring contracts, free agency happens. but there's no chance all 12 guys next year if you were to have truly 12 draft picks, which I think would equal the most they've ever had, right, under John Schneider?
Yes.
I believe
right?
so.
Yeah, it's 11 or 12. Those guys aren't all making the football team, so you might as well, if you see somebody. I'm fascinated. I can't wait to see who it is and get Rob's thoughts on it, because this is a guy this is obviously something that they decided they have to go get. And he's there, whoever it is. And as you mentioned, Rob, he probably slipped, whoever this is, 20, 30 spots, whatever it might be, and he's sitting there, and they're like, we're going to go get him right now.
Well, and I mentioned, that my personal highest-ranked players. Again, a couple of corners I liked. I mentioned Keith Abney. I mentioned Chandler Rivers. Those are more guys I like, but aren't necessarily the players that the Seattle has kind of prioritized. Jalen Kilgore is a defensive back for South Carolina who has the versatility that the Mike McDonald and the Seahawks have prioritized.
All right, they're going to flash it up right now. The Seahawks selection at 148 overall, 8th pick in the 5th round is... They're typing it into the graphics right now. Maybe one of those guys that's playing in Europe or something. They have no idea who he is. Who knows?
We do know the pick is in.
Indeed, the pick is in, and the selection should be popping up here any second now, waiting to see who indeed the Seahawks get with this selection. And then we'll hear from him, by the way, in just a couple seconds as they'll make that phone call, and we'll get the conference call. So you'll hear from the newest Seahawk. And I've never seen us have to wait so long for a 5th-round pick.
It's going to be Iowa guard
there you go.
Bo Stevens.
Bo Stevens. All right. Rob, fire away. Bo Stevens.
Yeah, Bo Stevens, again, it's kind of that perfect schematic fit that we've been kind of talking about. We mentioned before. I mean, Iowa is a program that churns out prospects, left and right. And it is official now. Bo Stevens, the guard from Iowa, is Seattle selection here. They traded up to get him. Just his agility, the pro readiness. For those Seahawks fans out there that have been looking for somebody to push Anthony Bradford, the right guard position, Hugh Millen, I hope you're listening, buddy. They just got somebody that is going to be pushing Anthony Bradford at that right guard spot in Bo Stevens.
First team All-American last season from Iowa. Rob, why does he slip to 5th round, and where do you think he was projected to go? Because, again, I'll go back. There's just sometimes we use, and I know this is a really weird term in sports media and sports radio, if we use a little bit of common sense, they went and got a guy that they feel like he slipped. Why did he slip, and where do you think he slipped from?
Well, I don't know that he necessarily slipped. I think this is about where he should have gone.
Okay.
Maybe 4th round, but I just think that, again, this is a plug-and-play kind of a candidate here. I mean, this isn't a project. This is a player that can compete immediately and also has athletic potential. This is not a... To me, the offensive line group was starting to thin out pretty good, and I just see a guy who has legitimate size, who has the athletic ability that fits in beautifully in John Benton's system, and it also is, again, coming from a system that churns out NFL prospects all day long. I think that they probably had the 3rd to 4th round grade on him, and the fact that he is here in the top of the 5th round,
that's what
it makes it a great value selection.
Well, Greg, we've heard time and time again from people not named media, fans, or others, mostly Seahawk people, McDonald, Schneider, whoever. Yeah, we like Anthony Bradford. They went and got a guy that can compete with Anthony Bradford.
Well, as I mentioned, Bradford's contract ends after this year, so they would have a decision to make regardless if they loved him or not. The other thing, guys, is this is an indictment on Christian Haynes.
Yeah,
he's had
very much.
3 different chances to win this job in rookie training camp, during the season, and then last year in training camp, and no, they haven't yet. Timmy has been tried at that right guard position. It's an indictment on him. If you're drafting an All-American and traded to get into that round, and you traded a lower round pick next year to get into it, Stevens is going to get a run. Maybe not this year, but I think they probably pencil him as a candidate for the future.
And it gives you some depth at the guard position.
Right.
Because I don't think you really, because you just said it. I mean, like Christian Haynes is one of your depth pieces. He has not, 3rd round pick that has been given every opportunity in the world.
They were using Bryce Cabledew, a tackle from Kansas, as a guard last year in practices by the end of the season as potentially the backup there. So, yeah, they were obviously not satisfied with what they had on shelf at guard.
Yeah, and I just think that, again, one of the things that I am so intrigued by with this selection is just the positional versatility, the left and right guard. his size. I mean, he's 6'5", he's 325 pounds, so this is not, he's
a big man.
Exactly. That's the thing with Anthony Bradford. I think one of the reasons that Seattle felt more comfortable with him than perhaps some fans were is the fact that he is a big man. He's also 6'5", 330 pounds. And, some of the biggest, strongest defensive tackles that Seattle faced this past season. I'm specifically thinking, for example, of Jeffrey Simmons for the Tennessee Titans. And then that was a much closer game than perhaps, the bettors out there and some fans thought it would be when Seattle went and played the Titans. I think a big part of that was because of the fact that Tennessee had a defensive front that could get after the quarterback a little bit and clog up those running lanes. That, to me, is one of the things that Anthony Bradford could do. He could handle the big guys. He struggled with the quicker guys. Bo Stevens has the athleticism to be able to handle those quicker guys, but he also has the power to be able to create some push against the bigger men as well. And then going back to Christian Haynes for a moment, I mean, I was one of those who was very, very high on Christian Haynes. And when he has struggled, I kind of reviewed my notes on him just to kind of, remind myself of why was he available in the third round. And what I saw on tape back at UConn is a guy that could make the splashy block, but it sometimes would struggle with just consistency. And when you have an offensive line coach like John Benton, consistency is really one of the things that you are prioritizing. And so Anthony Bradford, of course, struggled with consistency himself, but at the same time, not the way that Christian Haynes has.
We're waiting for Bo Stevens to call in. We'll take that conference call, the speakerphone here in just a couple of seconds, and hear from the newest Seahawks. So, again, if you're just joining us, the Seahawks have now drafted 4 players this year. Jadarian Price, running back in the first round on Thursday from Notre Dame. Bud Clark, a safety from TCU yesterday in the second round, 32nd pick in the second round. Julian Neil, a cornerback from Arkansas yesterday, also a day 2 pick. That was the 35th pick, the second to last pick of round 3. He's a corner. And then today, Bo Stevens, the Seahawks, again, have made a trade. They have moved up in the draft. They trade a 4th-round pick from next season, 2027, to the Cleveland Browns, and they pick up Bo Stevens, a guard out of Iowa, All-American last season as well, and they pick him up. So now 5 draft picks for Seattle as it stands. How about this? They could end up with 5, 6, 7 picks when it's all said and done. Go ahead, Greg.
Let me ask you this, Rob. Collegians that play left guard, he started 2 years at left guard in 1 year, his 2022 season, as right guard. Is that a big deal for college prospects?
Well, I think typically you want your better athletes on the left side.
Yeah.
And so I think that's one of the reasons that's that much more intriguing about Bo Stevens. Jennings Dunker was the right guard this past season for them, and he went earlier to the Pittsburgh Steelers. And so, again, it's just Iowa, their ability to, project guys to the next level is just unbelievable. And so, again, I think that would be one of the reasons why they're interested.
Bo Stevens calling in. Let's head up to the podium and check in with Bo Stevens right now.
Hey, how's it going? This is Chris Whitehead. I'm with the Seahawks PR staff, man. I got the media here, and they're going to fire for a few questions for you.
Okay.
All right.
Gotcha.
Welcome to Seattle.
What was your initial reaction being picked by the Seahawks? And obviously they made a quick trade to move up and get you.
It's going to be nice to stay a Hawk, I got my boy Mason Richmond up there, and my visit down there was awesome. I loved Coach Benson, and it was just a cool place, and I knew it was going to be a right fit for me.
What makes it the right fit for you? Obviously, the zone blocking is a big part of the offense here, but what makes this the right fit for you coming to the league?
Obviously I think it's the zone blocking, and, just having another guy there as well from Iowa to kind of show me the ropes right away is just going to be awesome. And I couldn't ask for anything more, honestly. So,
how tight are you with Mason Richmond? What's he told you about the Seahawks culture?
So ever since he went to the NFL, it's kind of been off and on. He's busy most of the year, so I haven't been able to hear from him all that often. But when he was back down training in Iowa City, he was just telling me how cool it was and how cool Coach Benson was, and it's just we're gonna be friends for life, So it's just awesome to have a guy that's gonna be there at my wedding this summer, and to have him around, for sure. He's kind of big brother for me in college. So.
What date are you getting married?
July 4th this summer.
All right. Congratulations.
Yep, thank you.
For fans who haven't watched a lot of Iowa football, what kind of player are the Seahawks getting?
You know, you're going to get a mauler in the run game, technical in the pass game. Love going to hit. I'm not one to shy away from contact for sure. But just more of that, more overall, just a professional person. You know, a person that takes things seriously, and a guy that's from Iowa who's always considered an underdog. You know, always has that chip on their shoulder. There's the hay's never in the barn, is what Coach Barrett says. And, that's just the kind of mentality Iowa culture has, and what I've kind of embodied.
What is it about that program that produces so many good offensive linemen?
You know, whenever you have a head coach that is so invested in the offensive line, that's where he coached before as a position coach, and that's what he honestly loves the most doing. There's no other way than going up, you know. Also just having the emphasis on offensive line at Iowa being such a big, crucial part, like most of the times, it was just us trying to put the game on our shoulders, you know, and trying to make it so that we controlled the game, and we didn't have to put it in the hands of somebody else to make a crazy play. It was just us doing the daily things, the daily rituals, the daily drills, and making sure that we're as fundamental as possible, you know.
What did you like about what you heard from John Benton?
You know, he just seems like he's one of those person coaches, you know, one of those guys that doesn't just see a number on your chest, and he actually cares about you and cares about who you are as a person, and he cares about your success, not just on the field but also off the field. So.
Bo, you played left guard the last couple of years, but you played right guard a few years back. Do you have any preference on side?
No, I think it's just preference in blocks, honestly. If I'm on one side, I have a preference for like if I'm on the left side, I have a preference for like backside blocks, and then if I'm on the right side, I have a preference for like front side blocks. And, but otherwise, like overall, it's not too much of a difference because I've been able to play both and rip at both. So wherever they put me, you know, it's just going to take a little bit of time just to be set, and then it's going to be full speed ahead after that.
Have they, John Benton or the Seahawks, mentioned what side they'd start you on?
They have not, no.
Have you watched Jadarian Price play at all in college, and looking forward to maybe create some holes for him?
No, I'm not one to watch football too often outside of just film. So I'm watching this entire draft and hearing a lot of names I've never heard before, never watched before. So I hope we make a good relationship with him, and hopefully he trusts whatever side I'm on, and tries to just run it right behind me, you know.
Bo, what were your thoughts on the city of Seattle? I'm assuming that was your first time that you get to come out here for your official visit.
Yeah, that was the first time. You know, it's just pretty. It was something a place my fiance always wanted to visit to. She even asked to come up on my 30 visit, and I was like, no. This is a business trip. But no, she's happy for sure. She's going to be glad to be able to be around that area, and I just showed her a bunch of pictures that I took around the facility, and yeah, it's absolutely beautiful around there. So. Breaking an opponent's will to play. He doesn't want to stay in his gap. Make the linebackers have to make a play. You know, it's making it so the guy wants to put his eyes down and not really care about where the ball is at. It's just I don't want to get killed by this person across from me. So.
You've talked at Iowa about your ADHD and your journey through that. What did you do what was the key to getting through that? What has it taught you about yourself and a professional?
You know, it's like whenever I was coming out of high school, it was just I had no habits and I had no routines, no rituals. I was just kind of good at football, you know. And it was the process of working through therapy, working with the coaches, working in the program, that kind of structure, an NFL level style structure, and being able to like really sharpen your skills when it came to not just playing the game of football, but everything in between that, you know. And when that sort of clicked, it was when I really seemed to take off for sure.
Who's helped make you the person that you are?
Say that again, sir.
I'm sure you know people want to know who you are as a player, but who's helped make you the person that you are?
You know, I've always kind of had an edge to me, a little crazy aspects about, as you can see in my film, just being able to like try and go hit people as hard as possible. But it was probably Coach Barnett who really like was the biggest mentor of me in college, and me and him really related. We had similar stories, similar ways of thinking about things, and so he was really helpful when it came to like guiding me on my path throughout college football for sure, and just making me into the man I am today, and give me those same kind of values, you know.
Where are you talking to us from, Bo?
I'm in Iowa City right now in my house. I got out here.
What were you doing when the Seahawks called? Where did you expect to get picked, and what were you doing?
You know, I was actually scrolling on my phone because some of the other picks that already happened, they were taking guards, and so I was like, oh, wow, I don't see Seattle, or I don't see anybody that's been really high on me coming soon. So I was honestly not expecting it, and then like I was scrolling on my phone, I was like, why am I getting a call from Washington right now? And then I was like, everyone, radio silence, please. And then, yeah, I took the call, and it was freaking awesome. So,
had you realized that the Seahawks had traded into the 5th round, or you were unaware of that?
I was unaware of that until they told me on the call. I was like, are you serious right now? Like, I didn't know you guys are going to trip up for me right now. They're like, yeah, you were staring at us on the board, so we had to do something.
What does that tell you about the fact? Go ahead, John.
No, same thing.
What did that tell you about the fact that they traded into and used the next year draft pick to get you?
You know, that must mean they believe in me, you know, and that's all I could really ask for is just to believe in me and give me an opportunity to show what I can do and show what kind of person I can be. And I'm going to be forever grateful for that.
What is your fiance's name?
Emily.
E-M-I-L-Y?
E-M-I-L-Y, yeah.
What's her last name?
For right now, it's Kuba, K-U-B-A. It's going to be Stevens pretty soon.
Yeah. Good for you. Where did you meet her?
I met here at Iowa at the university.
Congratulations. You got more than a degree in football out of Iowa, huh?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Congrats. Thank you.
All right, there you go. That's Bo Stevens, the Seahawks pick at number 148 overall, the 8th pick in round number 5. Again, they traded into round 5. They traded a 4th-round pick next year to pick up Bo Stevens, a guard from Iowa as well. You want to chime in here, fella? Sit down. Hey, go ahead and sit down. Just sit down.
Corbin's
all
flashing
giddy. He's all giddy here. He must have
the sign that he chose something right.
And listen, here's the key: is Rob will give us confirmation. Did you pick this one too?
Yes.
Okay.
And I picked a trade up for it. So.
Is that true?
Wow!
Ranger?
I'm sorry.
Ranger?
That's very
Can you confirm
Nostradamus.
Ranger, can you confirm that?
I can't remember. I mean, there were so many mock drafts we talked about. But if Corbin says he did it, I know that he and I talked a lot about Bo Stevens. We talked about it, you know, I mean, if you go back in time 2.5 hours ago, we talked about some of the interior offensive line that would make the most sense. We talked about Bo Stevens specifically. So,
what do you like about him? What do you like about him, Corbin?
The dude is cantankerous. He is a finisher. He loves to drive guys into the turf, and he was a top 3 zone blocking graded guard, and it matches on the tape. The guy, I call him an artist because he is a technician. Didn't test quite as well as I thought he was going to, but he gets to his spots, he gets to his targets, and he finishes guys. I think Anthony Bradford better be ready for competition. Let's just put it that way.
Rob, you're watching some tape on him. What jumps out again at you? I mean, you've watched a zillion players, so kind of refresh your memory a little bit. What jumps out at you?
Well, as Corbin said, I mean, just the cantankerous, ornery. I mean, just physical. I was watching a play just a couple of moments ago against Michigan. Iowa was down 20-0 at that point. and Bo Stevens was taking it out on the Michigan defenders, like maybe his frustration, the fact that the Hawkeyes were getting smoked, and so he was putting basically just pancaking guys at the second level despite being down late in the game. That just shows like the competitive drive that you're looking for. As Corbin mentioned, excellent zone blocking guard. You can see his initial quickness. It didn't translate to the combine testing. He was actually one of the slower players of this class. And, a lot of times when you think about zone blocking, you're thinking about athleticism. But like Jadarian Price, the running back, throw the 40-yard dash numbers out the freaking window. I mean, it's just how fast do they play? And this guy's instincts, his initial quickness, and just understanding where defenders are going, that to me is what we're talking about as far as playing fast, being an instinctive football player, and this guy has that.
He's just a really fun watch. He's one of my favorite guards.
Enjoyable, I think is the term.
Yeah. Brian Fleury would say, I really enjoy this film.
Enjoyable.
I had him at, I believe, 98 on my top 100 big board. So to get him at 148, I think this is probably one of those cases. Seattle was not, it's a little rich to trade into the fourth, but once he was there in the fifth, okay, let's go get this kid.
Makes sense to give up that fourth and for next year to go into the fifth to get a guy that you think, you just said, is going to compete with Anthony Bradford. That's Corbin Smith, Emerald City Spectrum. Rob Rank, we got to take a quick break. We'll come back and wrap up this hour and turn it over to Chuck Powell at noon on 93.3 KJR FM.
back to the 2026 NFL Draft, presented by Frost Brewed Coors Light, cold as the Rockies, and brought to you by Dino's Pub in Renton on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, we got just a couple more minutes here to wrap things up as Chuck Powell will take over at high noon and take you through the afternoon as day 3 of the NFL Draft. Well underway. We're getting close to the 6th round. The Seahawks do have some picks in the 6th round, so Chuck should have some activity. In that 6th round. We didn't think we'd have any activity until the 6th round with Chuck. We thought we'd go 3 hours, Rob, for the first time here. 2021 was different. We were all not in studios and stuff, but we thought for the first time in a while we would have no activity during our Saturday morning tradition of 9 to noon, and lo and behold, the Seahawks trade up and get Bo Stevens, an offensive guard from Iowa, trading a 4th-round pick next year. So now they've had 4 picks, and they have a couple left to go when it's all said and done. Just a quick recap from you on just an overall view, not so much specifically on every guy, but an overall view on how you feel like the Seahawks have added to their roster over the first 2+ days.
I think it's been very impressive, really. I mean, obviously the Seahawks entered the draft with an NFL low 4 draft picks, and I don't think that any team in the entire NFL has done more with less than what the Seahawks have accomplished here. I think that they have read the board beautifully. They got themselves the top running back that was realistically going to be available to them. I think that he is going to walk in, and Jadarian Price, of course, we're talking about, going to walk in and be a starter for them, and it's a high-level starter, in my opinion, immediately. Bud Clark and Julian Neil as defensive backs to basically kind of, maybe upgrade, but at least fill the holes that were left by the free agent departures of Kobe Bryant and of Tariq Woolen on the outside at the cornerback spot, and then to be able to trade a 4th-round selection next year's draft. We talked about how they had so much draft capital in 2027 to use some of that to your advantage to trade back into this year and get a guard that has the flexibility to play left. Obviously, Gray's able as your guy at left guard, but still to provide quality backup possibilities there, and then really be able to push Anthony Bradford at that right guard spot here with Bo Stevens as their selection in the 5th round. I think just makes so much sense for Seattle. So I think that's a job well done for John Schneider and his scouts.
Well, there you go. That is it for me. You're sticking around all afternoon. I'm sure you'll be on and off with Chuck, and also the foxsports.com, Seahawks.com, all the other stuff that you've got going. Rob, I tell you this every year. This is fun because I got to hang out with you in person, not just on a Friday afternoon. Thanks to Forelli's, I got to actually see you, and we got to do radio together for 3 days. Our little 7 to 9 club that we've had for years, you and I, is a ton of fun on Thursdays and Fridays, and our tradition of 9 to noon every Saturday on the draft is always a lot of fun as well, and your insight is second to none. I mean, you're the best there is. Especially this is the day, kind of like John Schneider, that you can certainly shine, and that's why we're damn lucky to have you as a part of the KJR team. So thank you so much for the last few days, my friend.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
You're the best. Chuck Powell's coming up next. Big thanks to Jessamine McIntyre as well.
Yes.
And who's on site today and will be here all day long. Some of us not so much, but she will be here. Chuck Powell is coming up next. Jackson Phelps is here as well. We've got a cast of thousands. They're all here. Stick around. Chuck Powell will take you through the next few hours on 93.3 KJR FM.
Your home for the 12th man proudly presents the 2026 NFL Draft, live from Pittsburgh. Presented by Frost Brewed Coors Light, cold as the Rockies. And brought to you by Dino's Pub in Renton on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Well, good Saturday afternoon. My name is Chuck Powell. Welcome into our draft coverage as it continues on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Day number 3 of the National Football League draft. We are in the midst of the 5th round as we speak, with the Seahawks having a couple of draft picks awaiting us in round number 6. I'm here to I love this segment, this 3-hour block that I have on Saturdays, because it gives me the opportunity not to only to update you on some picks, but we don't have to necessarily be focused on all of the picks at this stage in the draft. It gives us plenty of opportunity, plenty of room for activities here this afternoon to kind of recap all of the activity that has taken place to this point in the draft. So I love it. I embrace it. My boss, PS himself, always asks me every year, which shift do you want? I say Saturday, noon to 3, and so here we are. Jessamine McIntyre is here as well. We'll be updating you with any kind of interviews that we get from the podium as we go. Jackson Feltz is already here for his 3 o'clock shift, so we got you covered. Nice job by Ian and Rob Rang here this morning, along with a collection of guests that we'll probably tap into in our 3 hours together as well. So happy draft day to everyone out there.
I know. Did you get to open your presents?
Oh,
your
yeah.
Draftmas presents.
Oh, of course, yes. I mean, with
was Draftmas Santa
eyes.
good to you?
Well, it's been an interesting draft to this point for the Seahawks. I do think that they have satisfied some needs, and I know a lot of general managers don't acknowledge that we draft for need, but they do. And so we'll certainly discuss that as we go. But yes, as a person that has invented a holiday on our airwaves around this sporting event, yeah, it's been a great draftmas thus far. And there's a strange thing, Jess, about Saturday. I don't know why it is, but it's always the best weather day of the entire year.
Oh, my gosh.
The Saturday
I know.
of the draft.
And the lake just teases us. I know it's a beautiful view, but I just want to be out fishing with those guys right now. I want to be that bald eagle that just flew by. Yeah, I mean, even I can look at the 12 flag that is out there right on the edge of the practice field, and it is just hanging down. There's not even a breeze. It's such perfect weather. So those of you out there, hopefully you're walking around listening on the iHeart app to us.
It's the
and not
strangest
stuck inside.
It's every year. Like
Yep.
the Saturday of the draft is like the best weather day of the entire year. I don't know why that happens, but it does. I think it's just I think it's God's way of saying, nice job, draft.
And
thanks for doing my work.
Chuck, you chose this shift. You get to be right here and look at the beauty that I created.
That's right. That's right.
When it comes to draft myths,
Man created the draft, but I created the weather for the draft.
So the one draft miss present I was going to ask you about was kind of like what I would call an anti-gift, because I come in with the late surprises. How surprised were you when they traded a 4th-round pick for next year to trade up in the 5th round to get a guard?
Well, I'm a little surprised because I did kind of cross paths with John Schneider this morning the moment that I got here, and he was just kind of getting his coffee for the day and probably his 4th cup. I said, don't you have something to do right now? And his reaction was, no, I don't. I don't have anything to do right now because they weren't drafted till the 6th round. And so many people have said that this wasn't going to be some loaded up draft. And so maybe this is the right year to only have 4 picks. But I don't know if he can help himself. I think that if you've ever done a keeper league in any like fantasy, and sometimes you keep more players than you did before the previous year, and then you sit on the draft day and you sit there and like, boy, I really wish I was drafting right now. I mean, I like the guys that I kept, but I kind of wish I was drafting. There are a lot of these players that are going by. So I don't know if it was out of pure boredom that he decided to move into the 5th round and get Bo Stevens, or if he just couldn't resist the player. But yes, he gets Bo Stevens out of Iowa. So I would say a little surprised, not overly surprised.
Yeah, I guess we were all just waiting for the 6th round, right?
Yeah.
Like we were sitting here.
It was a nice little pleasant surprise for you guys.
John
little
came
gift from
through,
the gods.
and it was wonderful. John
Yeah.
came through. I had to hold up a sign. I still have it right here. The Seahawks are on the clock. I held it up for Ian, so I'll let you know the same thing. I figured it would come in handy. But I saw John when I was walking in around 8:15 this morning. He was just getting in, and then he came up here in the 9 o'clock hour, just walking through and saying his hellos to everybody. We're like, oh man, he is too relaxed for there to be anything happening.
Right.
And lo and behold, he
There
is
he
a
is.
good actor.
Next thing you know, you're on the clock and you grab a guard from Iowa. So, yes, we got a lot to do today. I'll tell you this. I was so excited about getting here today that I completely drove to the Virginia Mason Athletic Center and forgot to put on my deodorant. So I had to go to the Mini Mart right before I got here.
The one right next to Dino's?
Yeah, right. The one right next to Dino's.
That place is a godsend.
And I bought an $11 stick of deodorant because I didn't want anybody coming away from this thinking I was ripe during my draft coverage, but it was well worth it. So, what has 2 thumbs and smells like cucumber and cactus water today? This guy. This guy.
At least you got the good scent.
Right here. I picked the best thing that they had, Jess. Yeah.
I like that. That sounds refreshing to me.
Well, I feel refreshed. Light as a feather. So, all right, well, let's get you up to date. If you're just now, got the lawn mowed this morning on a gorgeous day, and now you just cracked open a beer, and you've turned on your favorite radio station in the galaxy, and you want to know what's going on with the NFL draft, let me just give you a quick recap of everything that has happened. First of all, from the Seahawks perspective, this is what they've done since Thursday. 32nd pick in the first round, Jadarian Price, the running back out of Notre Dame. Second round yesterday, 64th overall. There was another stick and pick move by the Seahawks. Bud Clark out of TCU, cornerback / safety, probably safety / cornerback. Safety with cornerback coverage skills is how he's described. 6'1", 188 out of Texas Christian University. Experienced player, was there for 6 years. So a lot of playing time at the college level. 4'4", 140, so it's got some speed to him. Bud Clark, the second-round selection. And then at the tail end of last night's festivities, a little slight trade down to 99 from 96. That allowed the Seahawks to pick up another 6th rounder, 216th overall, which we'll get to later on this afternoon. And then at 99, they take Julian Neil, who apparently won over the Seattle media horde with his first interview with the media.
Sure did. We could take a listen back to that if you want to, because it was phenomenal.
Yeah. Long-armed cornerback out of Arkansas, and feisty character, 6'2", 203 pounds, 4'4", 940 at the combine, 40-inch vertical leap, and a physical presence at the cornerback position out of Arkansas. So that was what happened before today. What's happened today for the Seahawks, no pick in the 4th round, and then that surprise move that Jess mentioned into the 5th round, where they moved a 4th rounder for next year's draft to the Cleveland Browns in exchange for Bo Stevens, 6'5", 315-pound guard out of Iowa. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and try to tell you I know Bo Stevens and everything that makes him tick, but I will say this, and this should give you a little bit of comfort on a cold day in the fall, and that is that Bo Stevens is somebody that is out of Iowa, and they are famous for their development of fundamentally sound offensive linemen, and they actually this past year won the award for best offensive line in the entire country. So he's off of the best offensive line in college football from a year ago, and now he is a member of the Seahawks. Bo Stevens, the selection in the 5th round at 148 to the Hawks, and they still have 2 picks in the 6th round, 188 and 216, which we'll get to a little bit later on this afternoon. So stay with us for that as the picks come off the board. So that's what the Seahawks have done thus far in the 2026 NFL draft. And I guess my analysis of it, my reaction to it, is I realize what Mike McDonald said last night. We aren't just trying to find direct replacements for the guys that we lost in free agency. We weren't just trying to find a body type to replace Kobe Bryant,
and a body type to replace Reek Woolen. That said, that's exactly what you've done.
But it's not just bodies.
Well,
that's the thing.
It's you. Okay. I get it. All right. We're going to believe that you had a board, you followed your board. But the truth of the matter is that you lost a running back in the offseason to free agency. That seemed to be your biggest need. And with your first pick, you got a running back. And then the second best player that you lost was Kobe Bryant via free agency. And what did you do? You got a safety with cover skills, with experience at college, who's really bright and football savvy. That sounds like Kobe Bryant to me.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of similarities you can make when it comes to length, weight, height, and savvy when it comes to football players. But what I heard over the last 2 days from each and every person that has spoken is that they are a bona fide Seahawk. I just think that there's more beyond that they
No, for
also
sure.
when I get what you're saying though.
But they check all those boxes of, what we lost. I mean, maybe it's just total coincidence, or maybe that was part of the fabric of your decision. Was we've lost a running back, we need to replace him, let's get this guy, we really like him. We lost a safety that we really love who has cover skills and can play nickel and plays hard and plays like Kobe Bryant. And it just so happens that all the measurements and all of that stuff sort of coincide. And yes, we lost a really rangy, tall cornerback in free agency to the Philadelphia Eagles and Reek Woolen. And in the third round, what did we get? A really tall, rangy cornerback to replace him. I mean, he's not the athlete that Reek Woolen is, but he's also some of the things that frustrated us about Reek Woolen. This guy seems to have, like a true physical nature about him, a true football's first kind of mentality and not woofing at the opponent seemed to be at times Reek Woolen's primary.
Yeah, that got him in the end there, didn't it?
Mode of operation. And so, look, this isn't Julian Neil is Reek Woolen, but you do in the National Football League have to keep in mind there are tall, rangy wide receivers. Do we have a tall, rangy cornerback to match up against them? And so I get, like, strategically, everybody wants a taller cornerback. It just so happens that our third best player that we lost in the offseason was Reek Woolen, and we've replaced him in the third round with a rangy, tall cornerback.
I mean, yeah, when you put it that way, Chuck, it makes a little bit of sense there. But also, that's meeting the needs, the immediate needs that you have, right? Because their base, the core of their team, is still so solid. They didn't, I mean, losing Kenneth Walker, yeah, that stinks, right? I mean, but were we all surprised? I mean, they just couldn't afford to keep him for what the Chiefs paid for him. So, like, I get it. But filling those immediate needs, I mean, I was sitting right up there when John Schneider came out and spoke after that, and I've never seen him not excited before in a press conference. They wanted him so badly. They wanted that kid at that pick, but they thought they could get him later.
Right.
And nobody played ball. I'll show you my little sheet here.
Yeah.
When it comes to this, when they chose Price, look at all the trades that happened later in that round. Nobody wanted to play ball with them.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it's just arrow, and everything goes around Seattle. And so they definitely wanted Jadarian, but they definitely thought that they could get a little more value in the draft and get him later.
Yeah. Well, yes, it's just and I don't think John's guilty of this. I think a lot of other general managers are guilty of this, and I don't know why. No, we don't draft for need. I think John does acknowledge that yes, of course we draft for need. You have to draft for need on occasion, but it really was a needy draft. There were some needs, and they weren't great. I mean, this is a Super Bowl champion that had the youngest team in the National Football League this past year. I kind of felt like the Seahawks are playing with house money in this year's draft. And next year's draft, you still have, even with the trade today, 10 picks in order to kind of bolster some areas going forward and into the future. But for this particular draft, I mean, of all the teams in the National Football League, the Seahawks kind of felt like they had the fewest needs out there. And yet, what did they do with their first 3 picks? What needs that we did
believed that they had, they did kind of fill, with the exception of edge rusher. They still have not taken an edge rusher to provide depth so far in this draft. And maybe in round 6 at pick 188 and pick 216, you're not going to find a guy that is going to get a lot of playing time, but you might. Still, it might be a matter of trying to add some depth to that position. But it's felt certainly like there were a few holes that were created through free agency, and we did, with our first 3 selections, kind of fill those holes with similar body types that we had prior to the offseason. And so Jadarian Price, Bud Clark, Julian Neil, all on the Seahawks in this draft, plus some offensive line depth with Bo Stevens out of Iowa. Let's talk about some other things that have happened here today. In case you are just joining us here in our draft coverage on this Saturday, some interesting selections that were made here in round number 4. Jermod McCoy, cornerback out of Las Vegas, who at one point was projected as a mid-first rounder. There were a lot of knee concerns for McCoy. And so he started to slide, and I'm not all that surprised that after day number 2, teams had the chance to kind of regroup, not on the clock anymore, and had an overnight to make some phone calls, talk to doctors, talk to people that knew McCoy, talk to Tennessee, and there was somebody out there that decided, hey, we feel good enough about what we learned medically about this young man's knee, so let's move up to the top of the 4th round, and let's go ahead and grab him. And that team happened to be the Las Vegas Raiders. So Jermod McCoy finally came off the board. You know, it's got to be heartbreaking for a guy that spent all that time in college building up his draft status, getting ready for the National Football League, thought he was a mid-first rounder, and then all of a sudden medical reports come out, and now he's just slid out of day 1. He slid out of day 2. And had to be thinking as he put his head on the pillow last night, how far am I going to slide in round number 4 or beyond? Well, it must have been a big relief for him to get finally selected today in round number 4. Also, Cade Klubnik, quarterback out of Clemson, went to the Jets in the 4th round earlier today. This is somebody, I was just having this conversation prior to the show with someone, and this was supposed to be a quarterback draft. At the beginning of last football season, there was a belief that, man, wait till you see the quarterback class for next year. Klubnik and Nussmeier and all of these guys. Well, they ended up going out there and having bad years. And so Cade Klubnik ends up slipping down. Nussmeier, I don't think Nussmeier's still been drafted. If I'm not mistaken.
I have not seen him go.
Yeah, and then a couple of guys stayed in school, like Dante Moore stayed in school, and Denoris Sellers from South Carolina stayed in school. So
people are making money.
Yeah, exactly. And so not a quarterback-rich draft, but here is somebody in Klubnik who at the beginning of last football season people thought was going to be a first-rounder, had a bad year at Clemson, and he ends up going in the 4th round in this draft to the New York Jets. Jonah Coleman went earlier this morning to the Denver Broncos. Strange that he was on the Chuck and Buck radio show last week, and I asked him which teams he had the best feeling about, and he said the Seahawks and the Denver Broncos. Well, he ends up getting drafted by the Denver Broncos.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. So 108 overall. So Jonah Coleman's found a home in Mile High. Elijah Surratt, you remember him? He was the wide receiver for the Indiana Hoosiers. He was taken in round number 4 by the Baltimore Ravens here today. Mike Washington Jr., who is a name that we tossed about for a month, maybe even longer than that at KJR, and certainly in our Draftmas holiday celebration on Chuck and Buck. Mike Washington Jr. finally went today in the middle of the 4th round, and against the Raiders, who take Mike Washington Jr., I mean, I will admit this. I didn't spend any time, even as Father Draftmas, like going through Mike Washington Jr.'s Arkansas tape for every snap.
Draftfamous.
I would imagine that Mike Washington Jr. probably doesn't have real consistent tape as a college running back for all the things that you're looking for a pro running back. But I'll say this, from a highlight reel tape,
I'm not even sure Jeremiah Love's highlights were more impressive than Mike Washington Jr.'s. I mean, he looks like a beast. And I do wonder how good he might become with the Las Vegas Raiders under some better coaching and tutelage, and this being his profession now. So I think that's a heck of a gamble by the Raiders, who've somehow had a really good draft. I mean, I'm going to talk about this a little bit later on in the show, but, I mean, maybe four of the organizations most famous for bumbling drafts, I'm putting near the top of having great drafts this year. The Raiders, the Browns, the Jets, the Cardinals, in my estimation, have had great drafts, and they are historically terrible at this exercise.
But we don't know how it's going to pan out.
Well,
That's the worst part.
Of course. And maybe we're reading it wrong. I certainly open up the door to being wrong about this, but it just kind of feels like all of those teams are getting great value and are using the process wisely, and I normally don't say that at the end of the day about any of those organizations, and yet it feels to me like they have four of the best grades going right now.
I would say you're correct, except I say that growing up, on the Long Island as a Jets aficionado, that I don't trust anything that they do, and I've seen a lot of things that look like good ideas end up not going well through poor management decisions. I'll just put it as a blanket with management decisions. But I agree with you. I don't want to see the Cardinals get better because we already have murderers row in the NFC West. We don't need them to get good.
Yeah. Well, they're still a little ways from being good, I think.
They are, but they're doing a proper rebuild right now, and they have made the right moves in the draft as far as what I've seen so far. You're correct.
Yeah, I'm going to get to some reasons why I feel that a little bit later on in our time together here this afternoon. But in this first segment, let me continue to just recap what's happened here today. Some other names that you might be interested in. The 27th pick in the fourth round, 127 overall, Carver Willis out of UW went to the San Francisco 49ers. And then another UW player, Ephesians Prysock, ended up going to the 49ers as well. At pick number 39 and round number 4. And then to round number 5, a former UW player, Parker Brailsford, the center who went to Alabama, who followed Kalen DeBoer to Alabama and ended up having a sound career with the Crimson Tide. He ends up going in the 5th round, 6th pick of the 5th round to the Cleveland Browns. Emmett Johnson, who I just think, his athleticism, he didn't have a great 40, and he carried the ball a lot at Nebraska, and so maybe people are a little worried at smaller size that durability-wise might not be a great fit in the National Football League. I think that's reflective, and where he ended up being drafted in round 5, for goodness sake, at 161 overall. But let me tell you something. If you're just looking for somebody – if Emmett Johnson's asked about his draft status, he just has to throw out that classic line, go watch the tape. Because you go watch Emmett Johnson play football, and that guy, that's a dog right there. So he goes to the Kansas City Chiefs to back up Ken Walker in round number 5 of this draft today. Another familiar name to college football fans. If you watched more than just your local team, you've surely heard of Nicholas Singleton, the running back out of Penn State. Well, he went in round number 5 as well. He's now a Tennessee Titan. And then Sonny Styles' brother just went, Lorenzo Styles Jr., the speedster out of Ohio State, who may not have a position. It wasn't exactly his brother at the college level, and yet he ended up just going now to the New Orleans Saints with the 172nd pick in this draft. So that's some of the things that happened today, and we still have ways to go. We got 2+ rounds yet remaining, including the Seahawks picking twice in round number 6. I'll keep reiterating that in our afternoon together at 188 and 216. Those are the picks remaining. So that gets you up to speed with where we're at. We certainly have a lot of things to discuss and to analyze. We got plenty of people in this room that know a thing or three about football that will probably float onto our airwaves over the course of the next 2.5 hours together.
But I think that we have set the table for you this afternoon. So we will take a quick break. Our coverage is brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light, cold as the Rockies. Also, Dino's Pub in Renton.
Oh, I'm going to find myself there later.
Yeah, Bob Condotta is famous for his trivia knowledge there. He's treated like a god. He's treated like C-3PO by the Ewoks. When he walks in there, they just put him in a throne and carry him around.
You know what? I would really pay a lot of money to see that. I like a lot.
Let's make it happen. All right, so stick with us. We are live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Our coverage of the NFL Draft continues right here at Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to the 2026 NFL Draft, presented by Frost Brewed Coors Light, cold as the Rockies, and brought to you by Dino's Pub in Renton on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, well, good afternoon. It is Chuck Powell broadcasting live, continuing our draft coverage right here at Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Great to have you with us. I'm going to take it till 3 o'clock today, then hand things over to Jackson Feltz and Company. They'll start at 3 o'clock as we guide you through the rest of these picks, just to get you updated on what might have happened. We got through pick 173 in the draft and round number 3. Round number 5, I should say. Round number 6, well, that's where John Schneider has 2 picks still to make in this draft at 188 and at 216. He has made a pick today. If you are just joining us, he traded into today's draft into round number 5, pick 148 overall, and grabbed Bo Stevens, guard out of Iowa, to add to the offensive line depth, and that cost the Seahawks one of their 4th-rounders for next year, as next year they had 11 picks and now down to 10, but that's still plenty for them to have next season. So that's what's happening here, and so we will certainly keep you up to date. We'll throw Rob Rang back on the airwaves a little bit later on as well to talk about the picks that are still upcoming for the Seahawks. So great to have you with us. We're also in the midst of that round where almost all the picks and television are made to kind of build the game globally. So it's always like fun to see some kite maker from Luxembourg, tell us who the Buccaneers are taking next. So we're in that span of time as well. Talking about some cab driver from Nepal telling you that the Jets just picked a guard and they love him. So that's where we're at in this stage of the NFL draft. So, yes, we'll keep you up to speed as to what's going on in rounds 6. I'll say this. It's been quite the interesting draft for the NFC West to this point. I mean, I think maybe some of the most fascinating storylines are coming out of the division. The Seahawks, by comparison, just look so bland and so solid, and and that's not a bad thing, by the way. I know bland might sound like it's a criticism, but not with the upheaval that's happening around us in the division. I mean, it's just for the Seahawks, it's been like solid pick, kind of like for the most part stick and pick, stay and play. So there's all the picks have made sense from a need standpoint and from a holes standpoint and from a talent standpoint and from a Seahawks standpoint. They've certainly emphasized more in recent years. They seem to really be hitting the character of a player has to be there for them to draft him. I love that I think it's a little bit of a change in that direction here in the last few years. Experience has been something, but also a Seahawk-type player, and so they're kind of drilling home on that. So nothing seems outlandish in this draft, even the trade-up. We've got excess draft picks next year, so let's get into the 5th round, get some offensive line depth, and just get a really fundamentally sound piece in Bo Stevens. I mean, so I don't know of anybody at the end of this process, not that I love the grading system that goes on after the drafts are over. I don't know if anybody's going to give the Seahawks an A or an A+, but if they come away with just a solid B, that's probably what you're going to be seeing from all of the guys that do grade drafts, because it's just like solid. Meanwhile, and the guys around us in this division, man, the Rams continue to get hit hard for the Ty Simpson selection, and Seahawks fans continue to feel great about the Ty Simpson selection. You're our closest competitor for the division, maybe for the Super Bowl next year, and yet you decided to use the 13th overall pick on something that won't play for 3 years, maybe 4 years, in Ty Simpson, and even their subsequent picks after Simpson, they seem a bit odd. And so the Rams have kind of been crushed by a lot of the national analysts for the drafts that they've had. And then you've got the sideshow of what's going on between Snead and McVay. They've tried to explain that they are in lockstep. That's the word that they use to describe that, yes, we were both really excited about Ty Simpson. The only problem is one of them looked like he was pissed about Ty Simpson, and that is head coach Sean McVay. They've tried to explain it. I still don't know if people are buying it. I think he was wearing his emotions on his sleeve. And I'm not saying that Les Snead did something to cold-cock Sean McVay, to blindside Sean McVay with the Ty Simpson selection, but it did at least feel like, I don't really agree with this wholeheartedly. I would like to do something else. And even though we've had a lot of discussions about Simpson and liking him as a quarterback and maybe our quarterback of the future, boy, when you are in a championship window and you're taking a backup quarterback and the Seahawks are filling all their needs, it feels like we're doing ourselves maybe a little bit of a disservice. It feels like we're doing Matt Stafford a little bit of a disservice. So
I love it. I'm here for it. The drama in Los Angeles feels real, and I don't know if we'll ever know the truth behind it, but I and a lot of other people, even after the explanation that was given yesterday, have kind of walked away from it thinking that Sean McVay was not happy about that selection. And then the 49ers have had an odd stretch of picks. I think they've had a fine second day. Romello Height, the edge guy out of Texas Tech, I think is a good value pick in round number 2. I liked Kalen Black out of Indiana, but I didn't think he'd go as high as third round. And then there's been a lot of talk about DeJon Stribling, the wide receiver out of Ole Miss, DeJon Stribling is somebody that I saw in my draft preparation that a lot of people had graded as a mid-day 3 selection. Even though I did like him as a college player, I was a little surprised that people were grading him that low. And then for them to come out of day number 2, the very first pick, all that time to think about it, traded down twice to get there, and for them to come away and say, no, this is the guy we want. This is the guy that's at the top of our board, DeJon Stribling, and there seems to be a little bit of controversy around that maybe Kyle Shanahan wasn't all on board with that pick. But
lest we forget he played for the Cougs as well. I did get to cover him and saw a lot of potential, and I think he got a lot better once he went to – he was there during the COVID years and, went through the Nick Rolovich and the Jake Dickert transition and everything, and I do not blame him for going to Ole Miss. I don't think anyone felt bad, but he got a lot better once he went elsewhere, and I think that at least from me watching his college evolution, they see a lot of potential for continued growth.
Yeah, but I don't know if anybody's I think when this process is over, I don't know if anybody's going to be grading the 49ers so highly. It seemed like an odd pick at the time. It certainly seemed like somebody you could still move down and get later on in the draft.
I was texting with an unnamed source with the Niners the other day who told me he loved his tape. And so there was something about him that they really saw, but I also agree with you when we're looking at them in the division, like I was talking about the murderer's row that we're seeing in the NFC West, that I don't mind seeing them maybe make some questionable picks, if that makes sense.
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, they've been talked about, I know from a national perspective, and I know we've been talking about it locally, but we also have a little bit of bias. Maybe we're looking a little bit for them to screw up.
Hey, I want to see any little cracks in that concrete.
But maybe we're evaluating it with a really close eye, and so because emotionally we'd like to see them screw up, maybe we're reading into it. But that does not sound like that's the case. It sounds like nationally most people think the Rams and 49ers have had some pretty weird drafts to this point. So, and those are the key division rivals. Now, I mentioned in the first segment, I think the Arizona Cardinals have had a great draft. Of course, they seem a long way away from being the Seahawks or the Rams or the 49ers. So they probably need a couple of really strong drafts before they can catch up to the rest of the group. But I think they've had a great draft to this point, and there have been people nationally that have criticized the Jeremiah Love selection and saying, you don't take a third pick, you don't take a running back when they've got so much else to build up around them. I think that's phooey. The Arizona Cardinals need to get in the habit of just, when you got a chance to get a great player, get a great player. You don't start playing the game of, well, wait, maybe we got to build this up first. No. Start making good picks. I mean, that's the best way to heal your organization's woes, is to start having good drafts and not overthinking it and talking yourself out of a player like Jeremiah Love. You're not just getting a running back at the 3rd overall selection. You're getting somebody that's going to be an excellent weapon in the passing game as well. So, to me, I love that pick for them. And then in the 2nd round, they come back and they get one of the best guards in the draft. So they did address what's going to be in front of Jeremiah Love going forward. And so, to me, I think the Arizona Cardinals have had a really interesting draft to this point. I'd even go as far as describing it as good to this point in the process. And we are just not used to saying that about the Cardinals.
No, we're not. But obviously they've had some changes over there, and they're just looking at things as, a true rebuild. But they're actually acting like it throughout the draft. And,
But that's just it. I
it
mean,
is difficult to
if
do.
you're gonna, you're rebuilding. You're kind of acknowledging that you're rebuilding. I mean, you can try to play the game of we got to build this up before we can build this up. No, you got a great player on the board. You think he's the best player. Take the best player. And I think a few teams screwed up with Caleb Downs. Like everybody, if you're trying to hit the home run or trying to, trying to eat dessert before you actually have the meal, then you're making a mistake. You have an opportunity. Go ahead and take the surefire double. Take the stand-up triple. You don't have to always try to swing for the fences and hit the home run. If you think Jeremiah Love looks like a can't-miss running back, take the can't-miss running back, and you can build your offensive line going forward around that. So, I mean, as somebody that's follows a team, covers a team, roots for a team that's in the same division, I would have loved for the Cardinals to take an offensive lineman and not have to think about facing Jeremiah Love for the next few years. Because I'll tell you what, back in that 2023 draft, which we now know was absolutely loaded, that was the Witherspoon JSN draft, the Cardinals got a pretty good offensive lineman in Paris Johnson. Pretty good offensive lineman, Paris Johnson at 6th. But you know who they didn't draft? Bijan Robinson, when they could have. Jahmyr Gibbs, who they could have. JSN, who they could have. I'm sure glad they took an offensive lineman. So everybody that thinks that the Cardinals aren't ready to add weapons like Jeremiah Love, they got to build everything else up first. Phooey. Go ahead and take something that you think is special. You've got the 3rd overall selection. Don't take a guard who you don't even value that highly just because you think you've got to build up the interior before you add weaponry on the outside.
I would completely agree. And also I find that when it comes to the weaponry that you're talking about on the outside, whatever base that you want, I feel like it is easier to build that up rather than those true weapons, the missiles that you can get in a draft.
Yeah.
You can build those up within your system more easily than obtaining a missile such as Jeremiah Love.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I get the argument running backs are a dime a dozen. I kind of subscribe to that. But that's after... That doesn't include Jeremiah Loves. That doesn't include Adrian
He's a
Petersons.
yeah.
Those guys are special. Bijan Robinson you could have taken with the 1st overall pick and not had to apologize for it. They're special ones. And so to me, this doesn't fall in that category. Why would you try to get something? Why would you pass on something special just because you think that you can build up your offensive line with 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th round picks over time. You absolutely can do that. To me, the chance to get a weapon like Love, a weapon like Robinson, that's when you take them in the top 10 of a draft. So I think they made an excellent pick there at number 3, and I think that they've had a pretty good draft to this point. We'll talk more about that coming up a little bit later on. It is our NFL draft coverage. Again, we are at pick number 178 of the 5th round of the NFL draft. And then in the 6th round of the draft, we are going to have 2 picks for the Seahawks that will be made at that point. We might be that's right. We are 178 of round number 5. Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock. So we'll talk more about what the Seahawks have done to this stage in the process and what they still have to do before it's all over with. Our draft coverage brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light, cold as the Rockies, and by Dino's Pub in Renton. Chuck Powell, Jessamine McIntyre with you. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
back to the 2026 NFL Draft, presented by Frost Brewed Coors Light, cold as the Rockies, and brought to you by Dino's Pub in Renton on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Our 2026 NFL Draft coverage continues. My name is Chuck Powell, Jessamine McIntyre with you, as well as we are toward the end of round number 5 of the NFL Draft and less than 10 picks away from the Seahawks' next selection, which would be the 188th overall in round number 6. So we'll get to that in a moment. Certainly great to be here at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Appreciate the Seahawks hosting us. Dave Pearson, John Schneider met me outside, hugged me as Father Draftmas, just like thanked me for all the good I've been doing in the world.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Did you have a sack of gifts for them?
No, they had them for me. They got me some cologne and some dress socks.
Oh, they should have given you deodorant.
Right. Well, had I known, it probably is at the bottom of the bag. I should have known. I should have probably held off on that.
Compression socks always work, though.
But also nice to be around all of these dignitaries here. I mean, Matt Calkins with his fresh haircut here on Draft Coverage Day.
He does have a fresh cut.
Well, and he got a Bowflex a couple of years ago, so he's, one of the few that works here in the Seattle media.
Is that the one that goes back and forth?
Chuck Norris had a Bowflex, and so Calkins has always wanted to be the next Chuck Norris.
Oh well, there is a filling, so there we go. R.I.P.
Dave Bowling is here, the legendary Dave Bowling.
Love me some Dave.
Great to see him. Surrounded by all sorts of celebrities here today, and our day number 3 draft coverage, and we are just a few picks away from the Seahawks making another selection. So what do they possibly consider here? It's very interesting. I just pulled up just one. I'm not going to mention whose board it is, but just a random board of best available. It's very interesting. Xavier Harris is the top of this list. He's a 6'8", 330-pound defensive lineman out of Ole Miss, and they kind of used him as Howie Long. They put him at 5 technique, 3 technique, 1 technique as a nose tackle. He blocked like 5 field goals while he was in the National Football League and stuff like that Mike McDonald could possibly play with, that kind of clay that he could mold with his genius hands on the defensive side of the ball. I would certainly think from a player's perspective there'd be a lot of intrigue there. But on the other end, there's another aspect to this, and that's the character. And this is why this talented monster of a football player is falling. He was arrested 3 times while he was in college at Ole Miss.
Those are some red flags.
Yeah, some red flags there, but certainly somebody worth entertaining. Speaking of red flags, Harold Perkins Jr. out of LSU is a linebacker who, before he had a really devastating injury at LSU, I mean, he started at LSU as a true freshman and was one of their best defensive players. The guy could flat fly before his knee injury. He played this past season, didn't have near the numbers in this past season as he had as a freshman and a sophomore at LSU. So is that he's never going to recover from that knee injury? He keeps falling in this draft. Or did he need a year plus in order to recover from it? He'd be an interesting gamble, but of course he's got some medical red flags right there. But he's an interesting name that is still on the board. Jamari Taylor, wide receiver out of Virginia, visited the Seahawks. Are they completely out of the running back market because they got Jadarian Price in round number 1? Or is that running back room without Ken Walker and without Zach Charbonnet for a while? I mean, is it out of the question to take a running back? Le'Veon Moss of Texas A&M, Katron Allen, who is a very productive running back at Penn State. I mean, are you completely out of the running back game just because you've drafted one? You did add a couple of extra picks. You didn't have at the beginning of this process, Jess. So I do wonder if maybe they would add a little extra competition at running back.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really add too much to a room, right, when it comes to especially an area of need, especially with Zach being out for, an indeterminate amount of time. We never know how those injuries will end up healing. Obviously, we're hopeful to see him maybe October-ish is I don't know. Having seen the injury before, that is a hope for me. I'm not a doctor, but
Dr. Jessamine
just
McIntyre.
yeah, that's what my dad wishes. But anyway, no, I don't see, because then you're looking at Helani. You're looking at just a
Emmanuel
big,
Wilson.
Yes,
Yeah.
just a drop off when it comes to, and that's no offense to anybody, but a drop off when it comes to talent. So when you have Price in there, you have your RB1. I don't see the problem in that, as long as you don't waste capital on, when it could be used on another position. I do like that they drafted guard too. I think that was an excellent choice in Bo.
Well, yeah, I don't think that I would add a running back, but I don't think it's out of a question.
I wouldn't go crazy if they did.
I don't think it's out of the question to possibly, especially if there's value there. And then, of course, there's the edge rusher position, which we all on our radio station certainly believe that they would at some point add edge rusher depth. Now, maybe at this stage in the process, we're talking about 6th round. I don't know, maybe you felt that in the first couple of days you add an edge rusher that can compete and provide depth and participate right away. Maybe you don't feel in the 6th round you can find that guy. So would you maybe try to address some other area of depth, somebody that can play special teams, which has become such a hallmark for this current Seattle Seahawks team? I mean, they were excellent at special teams this past year, and certainly when you're having such success, you're going to double down in those areas that have led to your success. But if I were to throw somebody out, just looking at this board that's in front of me, Caden Curry from Ohio State is still on the board, and he's not exactly your R. Mason Thomas lean, linear, speed around the edge kind of defensive end. He's more of the bulky, push back into the tackle face, throw the lineman aside, make the play type of defensive end. But he is an animal, and anybody that is a fan of the Washington Huskies knows he's an animal, because he destroyed the Huskies, single-handedly destroyed the Huskies past year. So, I mean, Caden Curry's added to this.
The fact he's still on the board is questionable, actually.
I mean, from an athletic standpoint, he's not the most athletic dude in the world, so there might be a concern about whether or not those athletic traits do transition.
That's a position I would like to see them first address, to be honest.
Yeah, but maybe the athletic traits don't transition to the National Football League, but there's no doubt that's a football player right there. And he had a tremendous career at Ohio State, and Husky fans saw him up close and personal just kind of blow up the entire offense this past season. Now, it turns out he had a lot of great guys around him that probably contributed mightily to that, and Curry just ended up with the statistics, but he was a fantastic college football player, and he's still on the board, so maybe somebody that they consider as they get ready to pick here at 188, and then again at 216. So we'll keep you updated. Should be getting that pick in our next segment. So we'll go ahead and take this break here from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Make sure that we are live on the air for you to hear the next Seahawk pick at 188 in the draft. And so back with more from the NFL draft coverage on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM in a moment.
to the 2026 NFL Draft, presented by Frost Brewed Coors Light, cold as the Rockies, and brought to you by Dino's Pub in Renton on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Love drums when it comes to talking football. Love talking football over drums.
And some horns, a little brass.
A little bit of brass, a little bit of brass. But boy, those drums, they really come through, don't they? Make you want to talk about football all day long. Somebody could just stand behind me 24/7, just play drums.
Don't tempt me for your birthday. You know, Ashley and I will scheme something up.
Oh, yeah. I don't put it past the two of you,
All
that's
right.
for sure.
Drumline.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. This is Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM, Day 3 NFL Draft Coverage 2026. We've been providing it for you since the Mahler-Millen mock draft on Wednesday afternoon, and here we sit with 2 rounds to go in the 2026 NFL Draft and still bringing it to you pick by pick right here on the radio program. And so welcome aboard. My name is Chuck Powell. I've got you till 3 o'clock. Then Jackson Feltz takes over. Feltz and Company take over at 3 o'clock. We got Travis Moger running things back at the studio. Man, he's smooth. He's smooth operator. That
Dude, Travis
Moger
is the backbone of everything that's happening today.
Oh, thanks, you guys.
I am dead serious.
Jessamine's here. This is like her 38th hour of draft coverage.
Yeah,
Have you been a part of the entire process?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
Look at you.
You know what? Don't look at me because it wears on my face. I'm just kidding. I love the draft, and I like being here for it. I like supporting every one of you who are, I mean, you do the morning show. You're here today. It's a Saturday. Jackson's here already. He's hosting at 3. Everybody chips in. Everybody contributes.
I love that
during this week, and I'm all for it.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to be here for it.
Yeah, I love it. I love events like this as a radio station. And, of course, as Father Draftmas, the inventor of the Draftmas holiday. Of course, I'm excited to be here and play some sort of role during our actual NFL draft coverage.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
You don't have like the bowl full of jelly thing going on because you're a little too slim for that.
It's a little different role.
Yeah.
Like, just to explain it a little bit to you, Jessamine, like, I don't consider myself the Jesus of draft coverage. Okay?
Well, I wasn't referencing Jesus. I was referencing Santa.
No. Hear me out.
Okay,
Hear me out. So it's not that, okay?
Okay.
Not the reason that the draft exists, okay?
Oh, I see,
Okay?
I see.
Nor am I the Draftmas clause of the holiday either. No, that's Rob Ring. That's Jolly St. Pickles right there. Rob Ring, who's there to, keep our lives filled with joy.
Oh,
this
he's
time
definitely
of
good
the
at
year.
that.
Exactly.
And
So-
at least knowledge.
I'm not that. I'm not Mel Kiper. Mel Kiper Jr. kind of is the godfather of the draft. He's the one that made us realize how cool this event could be. So I'm not putting myself in that category. I'm more of the Charles Dickens.
I think you were the master of ceremonies.
The Charles Dickens
Charles
of the
Dickens.
NFL draft.
Okay.
Because they say that Charles Dickens is the person that really did invent the holiday that is Christmas. All the stuff that leads up to the actual meaningful things that Jesus provided. And all of the wonderful, miraculous things that Santa provided. So he invented the holiday. Many people give him credit. So all I've done, Ashley, in a very humble way, is be the Charles Dickens of the draft.
Okay. I accept that. I am not sure if you said actually or you called me Ashley.
I don't think I called you Ashley.
What did he say, Travis? Did he say actually or did he say Ashley?
I think he said actually.
Okay, because I was debating.
Okay. All right.
Either way, I do think that is an appropriate metaphor or, or likeness.
Thank you,
to
Ashley.
it. Now I'll accept that one. See, I could see that happening because if Ashley was working on Ian's show, I could see him calling her Jess as well. But no, either way, I just like it because you guys bring more fun to it. I know that
we try.
By this time in our years of covering what we cover, the draft has become automatic. You know, it is already a big thing. You guys just put a very special, fun spin on it.
Well, thank you.
And you bring joy to
idea.
it because everybody gets so into the internet and so overly analytical, and they read all these different things, and they think that they know more than this person, and it becomes a YouTube fight and all this stuff. You guys make it fun.
We try.
And I love it.
That's the idea behind it.
I am here, and that's why I am here for all 11,000 hours that I'm going to be.
All right, so here we go into our 1 o'clock hour and also into the 6th round. So the 5th round has just ended. The first pick in the 6th round has just been made. The Cleveland Browns have drafted a quarterback named Talon Green, who's a bit of a freakish athlete. I mean, his combine numbers were fantastic, and everyone was expecting them to be fantastic. And then he still blew people's minds at 6'6" and 220-ish pounds, running a 4.35 40, for goodness sake. So Talon Green comes off the board. A lot of people believe that even if he doesn't make it as a quarterback, he's that candidate that, well, he's such an athlete and he's so long that maybe he develops into a wide receiver if he doesn't become a quarterback. So another interesting pick from the Cleveland Browns, who, believe it or not, have had, by many people's estimation, a great draft to this point. This is the Cleveland Browns. They've bumbled more drafts than just about anybody in NFL history, and yet they've had a very interesting draft to this point. So he just came off the board. So at 182, that means the Seahawks at 188 are just 6 picks away from their selection, their 5th selection in this process.
And then the Cardinals, another one we were talking about who has not been extremely successful of late. They're on the clock right now at 183. So it'll be interesting to see what they do after you had admitted they have had a pretty successful draft so far.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the best one in the division to this point. Like I said, I think the Seahawks draft has been very sound. Where Arizona, just by where they were, had a chance to have a spectacular shiny object pick that the Seahawks were never going to be able to get to in Jeremiah Love. So, I mean, Seahawks really didn't have a chance to kind of create that kind of electricity with their draft this year. They just had a really sound draft at this point. And the Cardinals have just made their pick, a linebacker out of Iowa named Carson Sherrar. So we are 5 selections away from the Seahawks, and so we'll get there very quickly. And then once we hear the pick, Rob Rang will be here to evaluate it for us, because this is Rob's opportunity to shine. And when I say shine, he'll be able to provide information I can't. So we'll
Dude, you
do
could
that.
ask him, what was the name of the flea on the quarterback from North Dakota State in 1970? The flea on that guy's dog, what was its name? He'd be
Elmer.
able to tell
Everybody
you.
knows that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you don't
Sorry.
even
I
have
didn't
to
know that
Google
was common
search that.
knowledge.
Yeah.
He is unbelievable. Even Hugh tried to test him yesterday and was like, I'm going to try. I'm going to test him. And he goes, he didn't look down at his notes. He was all mad at it.
All right, so yeah, we'll have Rob to evaluate it for us immediately coming up here in a little bit. So let me tell you, because part of this afternoon role of covering the draft for you is to keep you up to date with everything that's going on while you've got your headsets on and you're mowing in your front lawn. The 32nd pick in round number 1, of course, Jadarian Price, going all the way back to Thursday out of Notre Dame. The backup to Jeremiah Love, and yet the consensus, if not unanimous, second best running back, according to analysts in this draft. And the Seahawks just did an old stick and pick. They were trying to move down, but they just sat there at 32 and decided, hey, let's get the running back we like. Let's not get cute about this. And Jadarian Price is now a Seahawk. Yesterday, they had 2 picks in rounds 2 and 3, 1 in each round. 64th overall, another stay and play. And they grabbed Bud Clark, a safety out of TCU, 6 years' worth of experience at the college level, Bud Clark. So a lot of games under his belt at the college level, developed into quite a very good college football player. But he's got the athleticism as well, 4'4", 140, 6 foot 1 inches tall, 188 pounds, believed to sort of, I mean, if you're thinking, is he a Kobe Bryant type? My answer to that is yes. I mean, this is somebody that Kobe played cornerback in college and then showed safety abilities. Clark played safety at TCU, who's shown cornerback abilities. But I think at the National Football League level, their scouting reports sort of read the same way. Experienced, smart, fiercely avid about the sport of football, good teammates, and a Seahawk-type guy, the way that Mike and John have been drafting here the last 3 years. He definitely reads like a Seahawk-type player. So that was the selection yesterday at the end of round number 2. Then in round number 3, a slight little trade was made in which they added a pick from the Pittsburgh Steelers, which we'll have a little bit later on this hour, and they moved down from 96th to 99th in the draft and grabbed Arkansas cornerback Julian Neil. So for those that were worried about, hey, Reek Woolen leaves, where's that long, rangy corner that we might need in the future to match up with long, rangy wide receivers that we're going to have to face? Well, I suppose that's the theory behind adding Julian Neal. 6 foot 2 inches tall, 203 pounds, with near 33-inch arms. Ran a 4.49 40. If he ran a 4.9 40, we got a really slow corner. 4.49 40 with a 40-inch vertical leap. He won over the Seattle media horde with his interview Friday, and very charismatic character, and apparently went out earlier that day, Jess, and bought a Seahawk hat, because when they sent him the shipment of hats, the Seahawks weren't in it, and he said, well, I think the Seahawks
His auntie went out and bought it.
Yeah, go get me a Seahawk hat, so I have a Seahawk hat to put on. And so Ant goes out, gets the Seahawk hat, brings it in, and he's got it, and he felt that it was he had a premonition about it.
Yeah.
And so now he's a Seahawk, and again, reads like a Seahawk.
What I like about it is you get 31 hats, right? He was specifically looking to make sure. Like, would you notice of any of the teams?
You'd have to look.
Right, you'd have to be looking for it. And he noticed that Seattle was missing, and it's like,
yeah,
I need that hat. Yeah, which I just loved. And hopefully later on we'll get to listen to a little bit more from yesterday for those who might have missed his entire draft call here with the media, not the one that you can watch online, but actually the one that we heard. It's about 7+ minutes, and it is phenomenal.
Personality, and Mike and John laughed last night about, we picked a really confident guy. In
that was
Julian
the best
Neal.
way of putting it.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that was the 3rd round selection yesterday, and then an overnight to think about the fact that we're not picking again until the 6th round, as Ian pointed out. Ian's been doing the shift before me on Saturdays for a number of years, and they've never not had a pick to break down. When he arrived, there was no pick. Not in the 4th round, not in the 5th round, not until the 6th round, which we're closing in on. And then, sure enough, John just got bored doing activities around the Virginia Mason Athletic Center,
Let's get this going.
Or Bo Stevens was somebody that he had his eye on and felt was worth getting into the draft in round number 5 and grabbing, because a little surprise move earlier today. They took a 4th round pick from next year, where they have 11 picks, so they're now down to 10. Traded it to Cleveland for their 5th selection, 148th overall, and grabbed Bo Stevens, a guard out of Iowa. I don't know a ton about Bo Stevens, 6'5", 315, I can tell you that. But what you really do need to know is this is an Iowa guard, and they're always well coached. They're always fundamentally sound. And last year, they were recognized as the best offensive line in college football. They were awarded as such, and he was a part of that group.
Yeah, you know what? The one thing that I always say when offensive linemen speak like offensive linemen, I know they're going to be good. And I say that with all the respect in the world for them. But Ian's son, offensive lineman, right? So I held up this note to him. I think I have it still here, but I said, speaks like an offensive lineman, and I love it. And that's what you want, right?
Yeah.
Because I think that we all know that if you're an offensive lineman, if you're being talked about, it's never good, right? For the most part. They're, seen, not heard kind of situation. But if anybody in the media is talking about them, that's bad. They only talk about them if you go 14 games without a sack or something, right? That then you're like, oh, that's when you're talked about in a good way. But he talked about he has a fiance, and they're getting married on July 4th, and
I'm sorry.
He opened up a little bit about that. Met at Iowa, like he is just like a home like Iowa guy, and just only he did not want to divulge any sort of details. about his style of game. Just I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. And yeah, he was great. He was great, but he just sounded exactly like every single offensive lineman I've ever talked to.
Yeah. Well, we just had a trade. So Greg Bell's notifying me that the Seahawks are trading down from 188. So here I was building you up. Perfect timing to pick 188, and then they make a move. So they're going to move down to 199. No details as to what else they got for doing that. Probably a 7th rounder. Okay. Thank you, Greg. It is for pick 242. So they get 199 and 242. So just like that, we're now 11 picks away, 12 picks away from the Seahawks instead of 2 picks away, as they've made a trade with the New York Jets. And now the Jets are going on the clock. And now the Commanders have just taken Katron Allen out of Penn State, which is a name that I mentioned about 20 minutes ago as a really accomplished collegiate running back that had not been taken yet in this process, so he's now with the Washington Commanders. So instead of the Seahawks being on the clock here at 188, it's the New York Jets, a trade made in which the Hawks take their 6th rounder, move down 11 spots to 199, and add a 7th rounder at 242, as John just cannot help himself. He's just like, I need more picks. I know it's a down year for picks, but I just need more of them because I'm bored.
I think it's exactly what
I'm back in the
they
war room.
wanted to.
I'm whittling. I whittled a flute.
They want a chance.
Out of a one piece of wood for Mike McDonald to play a song for us. And he's already mastered it because he's a genius, and now I need something else to do. Let's make a trade with the Jets.
Well, they're the ones to make a trade with because they typically make awful moves. And that is coming from a fan's perspective. What I like about this, though, is because I think the more players that they have, the more new players that they have, the more they have to work with. Because I personally think that it is not exactly what happens in the draft. It's what happens on those fields that we're overlooking right here, those practice fields. That's when they truly find out what kind of competitors they have, what kind of teammates they're going to have, and who is going to work the best in what positions. And they find gold, but I don't think I think, yes, it obviously comes from the draft, but the more chances you have at that gold, the better.
Again, they should be on the clock right now, but the trade puts the Jets on the clock. So it gives us a little bit of time, and we were talking about Bo Stevens before this move was made, the 5th round selection out of Iowa. And, Jessamine was talking about how he sounds like an offensive lineman. And I just want to point out that how refreshing it has been. I mean, I've been here this is my 11th year here in the Seattle market, and I think for 10 straight years, Seahawks fans have been angry that offensive line was not more aggressively addressed in the draft for 10 straight years. And then maybe the Gray Zabel, not just the pick of Gray Zabel, but the success that Gray had last year.
Oh, my gosh.
Just hitting the ground running and then winning a Super Bowl. I mean, we've hardly heard we've got to get an offensive lineman. I also want to use the opportunity to talk about Anthony Bradford, because for the first half of last season at right guard, Corbin Smith and I were talking about this before I popped on the airwaves. The first half of last season was spent Anthony Bradford just got clowned by everybody in town. And there was video evidence of him appearing lost at times. But I don't know if I don't necessarily humiliate it when I don't spend hours watching the all 22 and trying to figure out exactly, all the nitty-gritty details. I'm not sure I would recognize them if I saw them about being a great offensive lineman or whatever the position might be. I'll base it off of this. When I watch a game, if I haven't started yelling at an offensive lineman, odds are they played a pretty good game that day.
Yeah.
They didn't do anything like a penalty that cost a drive.
False start, yeah.
Or they didn't get whooped by some defensive tackle. And I don't know if we acknowledged it enough at the tail end of the second half of last season that we weren't bashing Anthony Bradford hardly at all in the second half of last year. And by the time the playoffs rolled around and you're steamrolling your way
past opponent after opponent, Anthony Bradford's name just was not coming up. And obviously he didn't stand out as, the key to that game was Anthony Bradford. But him not standing out as somebody that cost you on a play or two was certainly a shift in how Anthony Bradford was being evaluated and on obviously how he was actually performing. So to go into this draft process and really not have felt this feeling of not having any need to draft offensive linemen. Sure, if you want to add a Bo Stevens and give you some depth and that maybe he develops into a starter eventually, but that's not why you're drafting him here. This was just an opportunity to get a really smart, really sound offensive lineman from a really sound program known for developing offensive linemen. And if nothing else, he's going to profile as a backup. Probably he's going to toy around with playing a little bit of center when he gets here. Probably
He's versatile, yeah.
Yeah, probably going to play some right guard. And so to me, what that pick suggests, Jess, is that Bo Stevens gives you one of those. This is a nice off-the-bench player to have on your offensive line here. And it's nice to be in a situation, if you're a Seahawks fan, to feel like we don't have to draft an offensive lineman to fill some big, giant crater on our offense this year.
Yeah, I know.
First time in 11 years.
I was just going to say, I think I had like a PTSD blind spot about that because I remember that always being the issue. Always being the issue. And I mean,
the year we drafted Jermaine Ifedi, and by the way, Jackson Phelps predicted that. The year we drafted Jermaine Ifedi, it was still like, yeah, but we still need an offensive lineman.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Wow. That's going back. But I mean, you look at Christian Haynes. They went there, and then you look at Abe Lucas, Mike Hoog, who we have, and now that he's completely healthy and everything, we're seeing the most of his potential. But that need, I haven't. Like, we were kind of like, yeah, okay, tackles. We got tackles. All right, let's go. And then it was like, well, what are we going to do at guard? And enter Gray Zabel. But that hasn't – I can't remember the last time that –
And it hasn't happened since I've been here. It's been over a decade that we haven't gone into a draft with Seahawks fans. I'm not saying all.
Were we doing it last year?
Yeah, for sure.
It was guard, right? We were looking at interior.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, the relief, it was like a person climbing across the desert, a Seahawks fan climbing across the desert looking for water.
Oasis.
Let's
go.
Gray Zabel's name got announced, and it was like a Sparklets truck just drove right up. It's like some oasis in the desert appeared before Seahawks fans, and they drank. They drank from the bountiful supply of water that spilled from the truck. But this, again, 11th draft that I've covered, and this is the first year where Seahawks fans have not been banging the table. We have to get an offensive lineman, and I am so relieved not to be having that conversation. It's because we got a fine, young, still very young offensive line right now.
That's not a bad thing.
It's a great thing.
Yeah.
And to me, I've always believed that great offensive linemen aren't born necessarily out of the draft, but out of finding the right guys and then letting them establish continuity. A fist. I mean, you're going to have 5 fingers up front or you're going to have a fist. And a lot of the times if you keep mixing and matching, now you're trying to get all the fingers to form into a fist. We have a fist up front. We already have a fist up front, and we are ready to punch people in the mouth going forward. And we did it all last year. So it's a not just a good to great position to be in if you're the Seahawks, but it is such a relief because we didn't spend a lot of our draftmas holiday talking about offensive line needs for the first time in over a decade.
I know. And also there wasn't, I know that we were talking about corner with the absence of Reek Woolen, and obviously they addressed that. And Kenneth Walker, that one was just obvious, so I don't feel like people were screaming from the rooftops about it because it was so obvious that you want to replace the position of your Super Bowl MVP. Yeah. And I just don't feel like people were screeching for anything in particular this year. It's like calm. And I'm like, yeah, you guys are basking. Can you continue to bask in a Super Bowl glory? Like, it just happened 2 months ago. Can we just chill out? And everybody is, so I didn't even have to. I got defensive before I had to because everybody's just like, all right, let's see what happens.
The pick 188 was made by the Jets, and Ez Cooper. So, damn, we could have had an Ez Cooper, an offensive guard out of Miami, and we've had a couple of other picks get ticked off as well. So they are sitting on the draft board at pick number 191. The Jaguars are on the clock at 191, and so now the Seahawks sit at 199, 8 picks away from their next selection as John continues to juke and jive his way through another National Football League draft. So we got time to entertain a few other subjects before that selection is made, including where some UW players have gone here today and over the last couple of days. And so we will come back on the other side with more draft coverage for you. Jessamine McIntyre, Chuck Powell with you here from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Our coverage brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light, cold as the Rockies, also by Dino's Pub in Renton. How many people from this group do you think will end up at Dino's Pub when it's over with?
Oh, my gosh. I would go with 45 to 55%.
40? Are you, seriously?
Yeah.
Because I've never gone over there afterwards because I usually leave before the last pick is made.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, you've missed out.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
So there is like a gathering?
Not formal or anything. It's just that's the closest bar, and everybody's wiped, so we all go. Well, so I
haven't had a beer since noon.
Well, I went over. They have that little mini mart where you bought your deodorant, and I was like, I need a 6-pack for when I get home. And then I see a couple people that were standing outside walking in. They were like, "Hey, come on over." There's all sorts of fun mishmash of the Seattle.
By the way, what bits of the aroma are you getting more of? Is it the cucumber or the cactus water?
I think I'm smelling lunch, so I don't really have What
a terrible deodorant scent.
I have lunch over here that I haven't eaten yet, so I would just say it is neither cucumber nor mint or whatever the cactus lime
to
thing
maybe
is.
Sniff your armpit for the YouTube viewers.
Yeah, Jackson, can you be the sniff test over here?
Speed Stick.
I have lunch. Is Speed Stick?
I can't wait till Speed Stick comes out with a line of like, that smells like lavender. What's that one smell like? Lunch.
Oh my gosh. Hey, I'm going to be Kramer with the beach episode on Seinfeld. I just made up a whole new deodorant scent, okay? It's called Lunch. Get your woman hungry with lunch. I'm a genius. All right, that's trademarked. Nobody do it.
I
will sue you if you take it.
Anyway. 6 picks away, so we'll get to it next. It is our coverage of the NFL Draft on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
back to the 2026 NFL Draft, presented by Frost Brewed Coors Light, cold as the Rockies, and brought to you by Dino's Pub in Renton on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Feel very much like Batman for some reason here right now. Hey, good afternoon to you. NFL Draft coverage continues here on your favorite radio station of your life, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. My name is Chuck Powell. Great to have you with us in our draft coverage. And when I say us, I mean the whole damn crew. Ian Furness was here earlier. Rob Rang's right there in the other room. I'm going to bug him as soon as the Seahawks make their next pick. We got Jessamine McIntyre, who's been here for all 1,000 hours of coverage here on KJR.
I demand overtime.
Jackson Feltz is going to, I hear for the first time, is going to be hosting draft coverage at
I'm so
3
excited.
o'clock. He's usually got like a Sounders match or something.
He's doing that too.
Today. You got that today too?
He's going straight from here to there.
Oh my gosh.
The I-90 speed route.
Okay. Very good. So, yes, he's a jack of all trades, a Jackson of all trades right here. At KJR. So we have, let's see where we are. We are at pick number 194 in round number 6, the 13th pick of the 6th round. The Seahawks were supposed to have already picked this round, but they moved down from 188 to 199. They picked up an extra 7th rounder for this year. So certainly going to give Jackson something to count down. Pick number 242 once we're past 3 o'clock. So that's still coming. So the Seahawks still have 3 picks to make, 119, 216, and 242. Yes, they've made a few trades here during the course of the 3 days of the NFL draft to add some extra picks. No surprise there. So we'll get you set. Pat Coogan just came off the board, the center from Indiana, who won the Rose Bowl MVP, if you can believe that, as a center. Well, he's now a Tennessee Titan. He went 194 there to the Titans. So we are now just 4 picks away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 picks away from the
Radio
Seahawks.
math is my favorite
Yeah,
math.
5 picks away from the Seahawks. Well, my screen just kind of like jumped.
When a pick comes in, it refreshes, yes.
Yeah, it just kind of jumped on me.
Yeah.
So I thought I had the math done, and then all of a sudden I'm like, wait a minute, my eyes just played a trick on me. So we're 5 picks away from the Seahawks selection, so certainly we'll get you prepared for that. Again, we still have not drafted an edge rusher at this point. Maybe that's on the docket. Maybe it's no longer on the docket. Maybe if John and Mike were entertaining an edge rusher, that had to come in the first couple of days that could, they know, can contribute to the depth of the edge rusher position. We shall see. But 3 more selections to add some roster pieces at this stage in the game. You're looking for guys that could certainly help you in special teams as well, which the Seahawks certainly give a nod toward. They may have the best special teams, everything, in the National Football League as world champs. But I do want to take some time at some point in our 3 hours, and this feels like the best time to do it, to acknowledge some of the UW picks that have been made, because it's been a busy day on that front. 3 players for the Huskies have been selected here today. But I want to go back to yesterday first, because the second-round selection, 39th overall, was Denzel Boston, and he went to the Cleveland Browns, who, again, part of that Cleveland Browns draft, which I think has been fantastic. I mean, these guys usually don't know anything. And yet they've had an outstanding draft, in my estimation. Boston, for pretty much his entire final season at Washington, because, believe me, mock drafts were already out at that time. People were projecting him to be a first-round selection all the way up till Thursday. They were projecting him as a first-round selection. He ends up going early in day number 2, which could end up being a disappointment for some. If they've been prepared for a year or more to be a first-round selection and to end up number 2, that could look as a crushing disappointment. I was so relieved, because this is, you know, as a fan of the draft, one of my favorite things about the draft is seeing the reaction from the players when their dream comes true, their families. I love that about the National Football League draft. It's one of the reasons why it's one of my favorite sporting events of the entire year. And Denzel and his family couldn't have looked more appreciative in the moment. Dad was so excited. Mom was just so proud. And Denzel was just happy as could be.
I've seen way too many players who slipped 2 spots lower than they were projected to pick be angry about it. And so, I think that's nonsense. I mean, I wish in other trades we had the opportunity to get drafted and and see our dreams come true. That doesn't happen for anybody else. It only happens for football players. So I love to see them just appreciate that the dream has come true, whether it's a few picks later or not. And Denzel Boston did that for me yesterday, and I wanted to acknowledge it. I loved it.
Yeah, and I like how many that's my favorite thing. I go home, I obviously get like 3 hours of sleep a night during the NFL draft, and I watch all the draft calls because it's my favorite thing. And how many people are at home these days instead of red carpeting it? I like that too. I think that there are
I do too.
There are so many more.
I like that they're I like those that are there, and I also like the home ones.
Yes, yeah. I have no problem with people being there, but I just feel like a lot more first rounders are staying home these days with their family. And I love, the players walking their significant others, moms, dads, families down that red carpet. It's amazing as well. But seeing them in their home space and having such huge amount of people around them, and you hear it on the draft calls that we get to listen to when the Seahawks have the draft picks calling. You just hear the ruckus in the background and everything, and I love that it's not quiet. Everyone is it's a huge celebration, and this is what all that hard work, time, and effort that not only that young man put in, but the people around him put in too, because that is a huge undertaking to get to this point.
And you get to invite more people that way. You can't take 35, 50 people with you to Pittsburgh and sit in the green room. And so you get to celebrate with everybody, all your friends that you grew up with, and your aunts and your uncles and your cousins and everybody else that you want there to be a part of that. And so I love the home celebrations as well. I like the red carpet celebrations. Well, no, not necessarily the red carpet. I think that's a little overdone. But the walkway and the stage, I love all of that. But I also love seeing the guys surrounded by all of their loved ones, and that's what Denzel Boston did. And he obviously threw 2 parties because you knew that they were there in case he was a first-round draft pick the night before. But to see the smile on his face, it was great, and he ends up going to the Cleveland Browns. Tacario Davis went 72nd yesterday, 3rd round to the Cincinnati Bengals. He was somebody that I had mocked to the Seahawks. And yet he came off the board before they could pick at 99, came way early off the board before they could pick at 99. And then today, Jonah Coleman, he told us on Chuck and Buck that he had the best feeling that he had from where he might end up were from 2 organizations, the Seahawks being one of them, the Broncos being the other, and lo and behold, who took him today, 4th round, 108th pick. It was the Denver Broncos. They have Jonah Coleman. And then Carver Willis to the San Francisco 49ers and Ephesians Prysock to the San Francisco 49ers in the span of 12 picks. Carver went 4th round, 127th. Ephesians went 4th round, 139th, both to the San Francisco 49ers. So nice job. Husky fans loved rooting for you, and now they hate you.
Well, there's always some love. I mean, I have
a little bit, but not as much.
I have some Cougs in the system. Luckily, Abe Lucas is here, but there's some others that are elsewhere. I mean, Jalen Watson, who was with the Chiefs, now all of a sudden he is with the Rams. And then, obviously, we have a couple of local products that are now within the division. And you can love hate. I think you can sports hate, but it's almost like I always say it's like a Wes Mantooth, Ron Burgundy thing where it's like I hate, respect you.
Yeah.
So I say like love, hate, respect kind of thing. It's a whole quarry of things.
We'll just hate him twice a year. That's fine.
That's it. You're allowed sports hate.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's take a quick break here and get back so we make sure that we're here for the Seahawks pick at 199. It is now just 4 away as the Raiders just took Oregon wide receiver Malik Benson. So we'll get back in plenty of time for the pick, and we have Rob Ring already here at our set ready to evaluate it for you. So just keep it right here. NFL draft coverage on day number 3 continues on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
to the 2026 NFL Draft, presented by Frost Brewed Coors Light, cold as the Rockies, and brought to you by Dino's Pub in Renton on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Doesn't that make you just want to hear people talk about football? Right? Not just me. That's the type of music. That's the type of music that you are...
right there with you.
You're right there with me, Rob?
I am.
All right, very good. It's our NFL Draft coverage day number 3 here live from the Virginia Mason Athletics Center. And we are 2 picks away from a Seahawks selection here at 199. If you follow the draft closely and yet you got pulled away at some point today, I don't know, maybe you had to move a shiffer robe for the wife, then maybe you're like, wait a minute, Chuck, you liar. We had the 188th pick. What are you talking about? Nope. We now have the 199th pick, a trade down that allowed the Seahawks to add a 7th-round draft selection. And so the Seahawks are now on the clock. The latest player coming off the board, Damon Claiborne, a running back out of Wake Forest. Rob Rang will be able to tell us in a moment whether Claiborne is a roller or a flicker. And yet the Seahawks are on the board, and our NFL draft expert is with us. So before they make the pick, before we know the pick, who you got in mind right now, Rob?
A couple of different guys. I think if you want to look at some of the edge rushers, the Mason Reiger from Wisconsin, Keyshawn James Newby, I've been talking about him for a while, from New Mexico, Nadeem Tucker from Western Michigan. The last two, James Newby and Tucker from Western Michigan, are 2 of the just twitchiest edge rushers that are still available. Let's say you want to go to the defensive tackle. Then Brendan Cleveland and Ontario Thompson. We talked about Ontario Thompson, another University of Washington product, would make some sense. And then a big wide receiver that might be able to play that Derek Young role. Jeff Caldwell from Cincinnati is another one that makes some sense.
All right. Well, let's see. I think we now know the selection for the Seahawks, and it is Rob Emmanuel Henderson Jr., senior wide receiver out of Kansas. What do we know about this Jayhawk turned Seahawk?
Yeah, what I do remember is that he has speed and that he was physical as well. And so he was an interesting guy that, you just looked at as a player that has some raw potential to him that you're looking to develop. An interesting player. I mean, he is, doesn't have the big frame. If I remember correctly, I want to say that he was 185, 190 pounds. But at the same time, he is quick. He does have good hands. And again, when any player playing at Kansas, they run the ball a lot there. And so you're going to have to be a run blocker. You're going to have to be, productive in that regard. It's not just about catching the football. It's about being truly committed to the team. So in a lot of ways, it kind of strikes you as a Seahawks type of pick.
6'1", 185 is the listing that I'm seeing. That might not be official. 4.44 40 time, which is good. And at this stage, I mean, I don't know if any of us expected the Seahawks to take a wide receiver. So it adds to the depth of one of your deepest positions. And yet, as I mentioned earlier, you're looking for guys that help in special teams. And I think the Seahawks are doubling down on that now that they've had such success. I mean, I'm talking about all around kicker, punter, kick returner, punt returner, kick coverage, punt coverage. I don't think anybody did it better than the Seahawks did this past year. So if they use these last 3 picks that they have today on guys that if they just profile as special teams guys, I think they're going to be happy with that.
Well, exactly. And that's the thing is, obviously, with the selections that they've made so far, they are filling some of the holes left from free agency. We talked about, the role that Bud Clark might have as the Kobe Bryant replacement, et cetera, et cetera. The one position the one player that they haven't replaced that left in free agency, Derek Young, at the wide receiver position. Again, his ability as a receiver, as a vertical threat, we've talked about that before, but also as a gunner on special teams, to your point, Chuck. And that's where I think that this young man might be able to provide some of that. He was a special teams performer at Kansas, does have, again, that 6'1", 185-pound frame. It's kind of a classic type of a frame. so as far as being a receiver that, again, has agility and also plays the physicality necessary to not only be a run blocker, but also be a guy that can help on special teams.
A little surprised, though, wide receiver of all the things. I mean, at this stage in the game, I know we want them to get edge depth, but are you realistically in the 6th or 7th round getting an edge rusher that's going to help this team win this year?
You're not. I think that you can still find a guy who has some burst up field, and that's why I mentioned, James Newby and Nadeem Tucker again as guys that are potentially intriguing. But I think more what you're looking for is best player available. And wide receiver is probably the deepest positional group in this draft class. I would say corner is also a consideration for that. But Seattle, already checked that box at corner with their 3rd round selection. So I think that at this point, again, you're going BPA and with a wide receiver that probably should have been selected a round earlier. At this point, it makes an awful lot of sense.
What about Caden Curry? I mentioned him a few minutes ago. I watched Ohio State play probably 7 football games, and it felt like now he's surrounded by ridiculous talent, so maybe that made him look even better than he is. I realize there are a few athletic elements of him that probably don't suggest that he's going to be a monster at the next level. And yet, as a football player, I saw him destroy the Huskies. Yep. Just absolutely destroy the Huskies. And I've seen him do that to a few other teams during the course of the year, and he's still out there. Why not Caden Curry here? What shortcomings are there that John and Mike would not be interested in him over an Emmanuel Henderson Jr. here in the 6th round?
No, I agree with you. Caden Curry is a quality player. I think that he is not necessarily the twitchiest of athletes, as you kind of acknowledged here. But I used to do an article every year that I called Rang's Gang, basically just talking about guys that I really like. I like more than the scouts do necessarily, as far as just that they just play their hearts out. They're productive. And Caden Curry, of course, he had to kind of wait in line at Ohio State before he got his opportunity. When he did get that opportunity, he flourished. And to your point, though, he's just surrounded by so much talent. Yeah. It's a little bit easier to get sacks when you have Arvell Reese and Slaying Styles and Caleb Downs and all these other guys behind you that are forcing rival quarterbacks to hold the ball that much longer. But Caden Curry, to me, he used his hands well. He's got enough burst of field to be able to at least challenge NFL tackles. I don't know if he can actually beat them around the edge, but he counters back inside. He holds up the point of attack. He just doesn't have that elite burst. He doesn't have the elite length. He's just a quality all-around guy. And it was interesting to me when Mike McDonald was talking about some of the things that they're looking for. He wanted to make sure that they don't get a player who is one of those jack of all trades, master of none type. I think that he is a little bit of a jack of all trades, but master of none type. McDonald wants guys who are a master of several different roles, and that's the thing. Is Caden Curry, to me, is kind of that base defensive end. I don't know that he is athletic enough to be able to be kind of that drop in space kind of a linebacker, and so he would be playing just one role. And I think the Seahawks already have some guys on their practice squad or their active roster from a year ago that they feel can already check that box.
Along that topic line, and I don't know, probably have a lot of things to discuss here today with you, but since we're talking about it, Ohio State, like Arvell Reese ended up going 5th instead of 2nd, and they went with David Bailey. We always hear about quarterbacks being products of the system at the college level, and buyer beware that once he's not surrounded with the most talent, he's not going to have that advantage at the National Football League. He's not going to man for man have a 9 of my guys are better than 9 of your guys kind of thing. But we don't talk about that defensively much. It's why I thought that they should go with David Bailey at number 2 over Arvell Reese at number 5, because how do we know, like individually, if they aren't on a defense man for man that's better than every single guy on the offensive side of the ball, how do we know that they're as exceptional as they look on college tape, where I saw David Bailey as just a pure pass rusher keep Texas Tech in the game against Oregon by himself? Yeah. And I'm thinking to myself, I'd go with David Bailey because I know he's not dependent upon the guys around him to be successful. And I think those Ohio State players are outstanding, don't get me wrong,
But, man, it's, to me, a little bit hard to evaluate. We'll get back to that topic later. Maybe that was just an opportunity for me to vent. But apparently we do have Emmanuel Henderson Jr. on the line.
Time is valuable, so we'll be back with you in just a minute.
All right, so yes, Emmanuel Henderson Jr., the most recent selection by the Seahawks at 199. We're going to hear from him here in a moment. 6'1", 185-pound wide receiver out of Kansas. And so we're just waiting to hear from him on the line. The Seattle media horde is gathered about. John Boyle is yawning. I don't know why. This is an exciting time. An exciting time. We get to meet Emmanuel Henderson here for the first time, so they're going to pepper him with questions. That's a very nosy group up there. They're always trying to ask invasive questions, and so we wait to hear from Emmanuel Henderson Jr., and here he comes. Well, that's loud.
Man, are you there?
All right, still waiting for him. Dead air's terrible for
Might
radio.
be some connectivity issues.
Well, you know what? He's probably celebrating.
I'm just hoping he is at a family backyard with no service.
Exactly.
That is.
Maybe when he got the news, he wouldn't jumped in the pool. Now he's drying off.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, just throw that thing in a bowl of rice and call us back.
Yeah.
It's always touchy in these moments, especially when it comes to this point. These kids have been waiting for 3 days, and you don't know if your name is going to get called. And he's clearly trying to call, but maybe he's getting mobbed by happy people around him, and that's the world I choose to live in.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. Oh.
Yep. Sorry for those listening right
Yeah,
now.
that's a really loud
that is a little
noise.
jarring of noise, but it does give the media quite a heads up that the call is coming in.
Staff, I have the media here. They're going to fire off a
Here
few
we
questions.
go.
Oh, perfect. All right.
Emmanuel, where are you calling us from?
I'm in Gulf Shores right now, Alabama.
Who are you celebrating with?
I'm with all my family, my little cousins, my brothers and sisters, family, friends.
Emmanuel, did you have contact with the Seahawks in the pre-draft process?
Oh, yes, sir. I met with them and talked with them a couple of times throughout this process, and I felt like they had a very interest in me.
Did they talk to you about special teams or any possible role?
Almost definitely, special team, a big part of my game, but besides, with my wide receiver abilities, so that's a great combo for them to have.
You have some background as a running back as well. Has the Seahawks talked to you at all about that part of the role?
Oh, yes, sir. Most definitely. Running back, I done played multiple positions. I done this past season at Kansas. I play in the backfield some, so, wherever I get the ball in my hands, I feel like, they'll do a good job doing.
Did the Seahawks talk to you about a running back potential role?
Not really.
Emmanuel, how would you kind of describe your game as a player?
Definitely fast.
You started your career at Alabama and ended up at Kansas. Kind of what went into that decision?
There's more opportunities. I took advantage of the opportunities I got at Alabama, but getting to Kansas, I felt like it was an open door, and, just gave me an opportunity to showcase what I can do.
Have you been to Seattle before?
I haven't, but I have an uncle that lives out there.
What kind of teammate are you?
I'm a great teammate, somebody you will want to have in your room, I'm a brighten up each and every day, even on them down days.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Appreciate it.
All right, there you go. Emmanuel Henderson Jr., your first taste of him, the sixth-round selection for the Seahawks, 199th overall. The day started with them having the 188th pick, but they got to the sixth round, decided let's pick up a seventh-rounder by moving down 11 spots, and with that selection, Emmanuel Henderson Jr. Is your pick.
Jayhawk turned Seahawk right before our eyes.
I love it, and I also know exactly what I predicted. He is celebrating with family, and enjoying that time. What I like is his versatility, and even though the Seahawks haven't talked about him in a running back role, I always love a wide receiver who can move like a running back when tossed. Like if you're just talking about lateral, like in the toss to the flat in the slot, someone who can move upfield like a running back. I think that can add a lot of value, and especially that versatility adds a lot to special teams.
766 receiving yards this past year, 5 touchdowns for Kansas. All right, so that selection's in the books. We're not out of the 6th round, and the Seahawks still have another pick in the 6th round, but it's still going to be 11 picks away. It's the last pick of the 6th round. Of course, there's some comp picks thrown in there as well. And then they now have a 7th rounder as well, which Jackson Phelps will celebrate with unbridled enthusiasm in the next couple of hours. So our draft coverage will continue on the other side. Just keep it here. We are live from the Virginia Mason Athletics Center. Our coverage brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light, cold as the Rockies, also by Dino's Pub in Renton, which apparently 45% of the people present will end up at before the day has come to a close. Look, Hawk Bloggers here, breaking it down for you as well. It's our coverage of the draft, this blessed time of the year.
Oh, we need some Masters music for that kind.
On Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
back to the 2026 NFL Draft, presented by Frost Brewed Coors Light, cold as the Rockies, and brought to you by Dino's Pub in Renton on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Good afternoon to you. My final hour of draft coverage coming your way. My name is Chuck Powell. Welcome aboard. Of course, it's been 3 fantastic days of NFL draft coverage right here at Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. And we still have some ways to go. We got another round and a half to get to here, including 2 more Seahawks selections. If you are just joining us, I promise I do a lot of recapping during this 3-hour show on Saturday that I do every year. And so it's good to have you aboard. If you've been busy, maybe you were playing some volleyball in the backyard with family members, and now
that sounds like fun.
You just decided to get yourself a cool drink, sit down in your lawn chair, click on the radio, your favorite radio station in the world, and find out what the Seahawks have done today in the NFL draft. Well, we are here for you and will be throughout the course of the rest of the afternoon, as Jackson Feltz will take the baton from me at 3 o'clock and take you the rest of the way. So great to have you aboard, and there has been some activity here today. Let's go ahead and get you up to date where we are. First and foremost, in the draft, we are at pick 207, so in the middle of the 6th round right now. We just had an Oregon product, Alex Harkey, who Rob Rang actually had mocked to the Seahawks in his Seahawk mock. Well, he's now a Charger. He was taken at 206 in the 6th round, the offensive lineman out of Oregon. So the Eagles are on the clock at 207. The Seahawks will again be on the clock at 216. So we're 9 selections away from the Seahawks making their next pick. They have made 2 picks today. There have been a couple of trades made by John Schneider here today to kind of move up and down the board. And so let's start our recap by just telling you what happened from Thursday on. Jadarian Price, running back out of Notre Dame. He was never more than a backup at Notre Dame, but looks like he'll be the RB1 for the Seattle Seahawks here at the professional level. Of course, he was backing up arguably the best football player in America at Notre Dame, and Marcus Freeman, his head coach, has said he's just looking for the opportunity to show everything that he can do. So Jadarian Price, the consensus, if not unanimous, number 2 ranked running back in this process, ends up being a Seahawk at the end of day 1, a day that John Schneider was trying, according to him, to move out of the first round and maybe pick up a couple of extra picks. There was a flurry of trades that happened before that, 6 of them, as a matter of fact, in the span of 6 picks. 2 teams traded twice to maneuver around. I mean, the beehive was buzzing, and John Schneider just thought it was going to be safe to just stick and pick at 32, and so he grabs Jadarian Price, the running back out of Notre Dame. Then on day number 2, Friday, with the last selection of the 2nd round, again, stick and pick. 64th overall, TCU safety Bud Clark is now a Seahawk. 6 years of experience as a Horned Frog, 6 foot 1 inches tall, 188 pounds, had plenty of starts there, 4'4", 140. Kind of reads like a Kobe Bryant, not necessarily replacement. He'll have to earn that, certainly, but kind of brings that same skill set and maybe also personal set of skills to a football team. Certainly has some experience, certainly has some tenacity, certainly has some love for the football game, has safety experience, has coverage skills of a cornerback, so reads very much like a Kobe Bryant prototype there, and maybe he will fill that valuable role since Kobe's left us for the Chicago Bears. In the 3rd round, Seahawks manipulated the draft a little bit, added an extra 6th rounder, which is the one that's coming up for them next, to move down just 3 spots. Pittsburgh Steelers came up to 96. Seahawks dropped to 99. They took Julian Neil out of Arkansas. Nothing new here for the Seahawks to get a longer cornerback. That hasn't changed, even though Pete's no longer here. They still, you still have to have that cornerback that can match up against the longer receivers that you're going to have to be facing during the year.
Julian Neil has already made an impression on the Seattle media horde here by showing off his personality in an interview in the immediate aftermath of his being selected, and also has that length, 6'2", 203 pounds, 33-inch arms, 4'9", 40-inch vertical leap, and no shortage of confidence either, as he expressed yesterday, and as Mike McDonald and John Schneider both acknowledged last night as well. This guy really believes in himself, Jess.
Yeah, and he had an amazing exchange with our own Humo yesterday. And he was asking him specifically, if you're in fourth quarter, what kind of coverage do you want to be in an important situation? And he answered one thing. I think he misunderstood the question, and he goes, "Wait, we're in the fourth quarter? Oh, I'm impressed. I'm gonna be up there." And he talked about everything, and then said, If I see that ball, I'm going to get it. I'm going to go get that.
Yeah.
And
there's some punching in the face kind of commentary.
Yeah, like right off the bat. And I think there were a lot of, strings tied to Richard Sherman, but Richard didn't show that right away.
Yeah.
And Neil did.
Yeah.
He went right for it. And I just think he was also, we're getting the amped up draft call version of someone, and so I don't think we're going to see an amped down version, though.
Yeah, he probably just had a Mountain Dew to celebrate, so it might have been a little jacked up.
Oh my gosh,
yeah, who knows?
Hope not. Mountain Dew is not good for you. No, I just
We're worried about Mountain Dew.
He was just so amped up, but I don't think that usually when I hear these calls, the person comes across exactly the way that they are. When you see them in person, maybe they're a little more tamped down in the media because obviously they have to learn to control themselves in front of a mic and everything, but it's not like he did anything wrong.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. I mean, you kind of want your cornerbacks and your wide receivers to have an attitude about them. They have to play with confidence. They have to kind of carry a swagger with them, and Neil kind of showed that off last night. So that was the end of day number 2. And then today, an interesting day of moving up and moving down. We did not have a 5th-round selection coming into the day, but John Schneider rectified that. He moved a 4th-round piece from next year to get into the 5th round, 148 overall, to grab Bo Stevens, a guard out of Iowa, 6'5" tall, 315 pounds. Can't tell you a lot about Bo Stevens. We'll tell you that Iowa is known for their development of offensive linemen, so we're probably getting a really sound tactician at guard, probably could even move to center, and certainly somebody that was part of what was considered the best offensive line in college football 1 year ago. So he is now a Seahawk. And then we were supposed to have the 188th pick, but John decided to trade down from that spot just moments ago. From 188 to 199, he picked up a 7th rounder, the 242nd overall pick. So we still have 2 picks to go. And then with that 199th selection, Emmanuel Henderson Jr., a 6'1", 185-pound receiver out of Kansas, ran a 4.4 40 at Kansas. Also admitted in his first experience with our media force here that he is perfectly willing and able to play some special teams, and so Emmanuel Henderson Jr. goes from Jayhawk to Seahawk in an instant right here in front of our eyes. So 2 picks remaining as long as John Schneider doesn't do anything more to manipulate the draft board. The 216th selection, which will come up in 7 picks from now, and then the 242nd selection, which will happen in round number 7. We just had another Husky come off the board at 208. Antario Thompson, defensive tackle, is now a member of the Atlanta Falcons, who've had a really interesting draft themselves. So Antario Thompson is now with the Washington Huskies at 208. And so another Husky. That's the 4th Husky that has been drafted today, and the 6th overall in the NFL draft to this point, was still 1 round and change to go in this process. So we just sit 7 picks away, and the Seahawks will look to add something more here in the next 2 more picks before we're said and done. I don't even know, Jess, if at this stage, I mean, I think needs kind of fly out the window at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, if you end up hitting here, if you strike lightning here with a 6th and 7th round selections, I mean, we've seen undrafted guys become Hall of Famers, for goodness sake. But I don't know if you're even thinking need here at this position. You're pretty much just getting a guy that you like, maybe probably like more than anybody else, and you probably are leaning a little bit toward, do they look like they can perform in special teams? That's kind of what you're evaluating at this process. If you're thinking edge rusher, because that was something that was discussed a lot in the months leading up to the NFL draft, I don't rule it out, but I don't know if you drafting an edge at this point is somebody that's you can count on that is going to contribute to the upcoming season.
No, we never find out if those guys are going to be something until like halfway to the end of the season, right? We never find out if these guys are going to be those guys. So at this point, I would be looking for depth at the positions where you need it. Just here, and the versatility of certain players, obviously, like we see in Emmanuel Henderson, right? He's versatile. He can play on several different levels, and he was very open to being on special teams, like we heard from his draft call, his conference call with the media here. But I'd be looking for depth.
Yeah.
But that... I think that at this point it's not like huge judgment. Yeah, sure, you could strike lightning, and you don't know that at this point. So whoever they pick, we are just going to hope for the best.
Yeah, you could throw a couple grenades here. You never know. Like, somebody that you see with upside that if they get under the tutelage of Mike McDonald or of John Benton, and maybe you strike it rich here. I mean, pretty much here, this is really where it just comes down to what flavors do you like at Baskin-Robbins. You know what?
Or are you a good locker room guy?
I got the bubble gum and mutton. I like that combination of flavors.
That is really weird, Chuck.
Whatever it is, you're right. I got the peppermint and haggis. I wanted to try it.
Oh, that reminds me of my grandpa, actually.
So you just go with what flavors that you like.
Just like your deodorant.
In the process. Exactly. You want to go with cucumber and cactus water in a pinch? You go with cucumber and cactus water.
I think that we will find some good characters at this point in the draft, too. I think that they will look for guys that fit their tenor, like what their mantra is, and this is the time to get it. But I that does not discount where they can play.
Yeah, well, I mean, Chris Carson. This is where you're getting Chris Carson.
Exactly.
So it's not out of the question that you get a really significant piece here, but it's probably not what you are counting on. So 7 picks away from 216, and we'll certainly lead you up to that. Probably a good time in the proceedings to kind of just talk about the draft class to this point. I thought going into this, you're playing with house money, in my estimation. If you're the Seahawks, you had the 3rd youngest team in the National Football League. You probably, maybe not by your view, maybe you did think going into last year that this is a Super Bowl year. But for most of us, the expectation was a significant leap forward, a division title contention, a deep run in the playoffs, but maybe not a Super Bowl team. And believe me, here in Seattle, we had a lot better view and a lot bigger view of what Mike McDonald and John Schneider were building than the national guys who were giving them 8.5 wins at the beginning of the year.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
So we saw what was special coming together at KJR, a lot of our hosts, if not all of them. But I don't know if any of us were predicting a Super Bowl championship. So to have won it this year with your youngest roster in the National Football League
and youngest coach
puts you in a position to kind of play with house money in this draft. And so I think that the idea, and maybe it wasn't even the plan, that you kind of were in a stick and pick mode at the beginning of it, I don't think's the worst idea. And look, you get a running back. That seemed to be a need. Kobe Bryant left, okay? That was a really good player, and you really liked what he did for your football team.
A guy that was a corner that you turned to a safety that still had cornerback cover skills, and Bud Clark kind of feels like he fits that description out of TCU. So stick and pick your guy. And then you lost Reek Woolen, and what did you do? You went and got a guy of length and Julian Neil. It doesn't mean that you were trying to replace necessarily Reek Woolen, the football player, but you do need, because teams are going to come at you with some long receivers, it's not a bad idea to, even if you don't replace Reek Woolen's athleticism, to replace his length so you're a little better prepared to face those teams that can throw a long wide receiver at you, and maybe a Julian Neal is a good matchup. So I don't know if they're not going to get A+. They're not going to get A's from the draft graders out there.
Well, all the bad teams are because they filled more holes.
Well, and they had more picks.
Yes, exactly.
So you're not going to get B+, but if people do sort of acknowledge this is a team that didn't have a lot of needs, they pretty much filled what little needs that they had, and they are more than well equipped to make another run at the Super Bowl. If you come away with this when you started the process with 4 draft picks and you're going to finish with 7 draft picks, and you've filled the holes, what little holes that you had on the roster, then I think most people are going to acknowledge that was just a really solid draft. Maybe nothing spectacular out of Seattle, but we didn't need to do anything spectacular.
Exactly.
Maybe next year you do something spectacular. You know, when you think about guys that might be leaving this team after this year, when you think about DeMarcus Lawrence, who's already was kicking around retirement, he may be gone next year. Cooper Kupp probably is going to be gone after next season. You probably are going to have to replace some stalwarts on this roster next year, and you're going to be able to do that aggressively with 10 picks in next year's draft that you still hold on to. So for them to come away with having filled holes and gotten Seahawk-type guys, it's not going to be viewed as some spectacular draft out of Seattle, but as I said, we didn't need to do anything spectacular. We needed to do something solid, and I think that we're well equipped to make another run at the Super Bowl this year.
Yeah, and I'm glad that they didn't go crazy when it came to trading up, trading down. It wasn't, clearly they wanted to trade out of number 32. We were all expecting that, but they didn't sacrifice in the places where they could have. John is a mastermind when it comes to playing chess in this draft process. He has great relationships with, and I'm talking about John Schneider, the GM. He has great relationships across the league. And I said this to Ian the other day, is that you kind of go from being the hunter to being the hunted, and nobody wants to play with your toys anymore. I'm sorry, but you're the big kid, you're the king of the castle right now. So I do understand that, and also that's just the way it works. I mean, I have it written here on my draft sheet. If you look at the trades that happened right before there, they were all trading with each other, and
it muddied the waters.
It muddied the waters, but also they got the guy they wanted. They had him on their board. He was the guy that they wanted, and they wanted him later.
Yeah, and they might have been able to manipulate the board down and got an extra pick out of it.
But they stuck with it.
But then you run the risk of not getting your guy.
Exactly.
And, San Francisco had moved down twice and was behind you now in the draft. And, what if all of a sudden you start getting cute with the process, you move down, and suddenly the guy that you wanted is now a 49er.
Right.
Because they ended up taking him. So I'm fine with sticking and picking. I'm fine with satisfying the need. And so I think this has just been a solid draft by the Seattle Seahawks. Well, we are 3 picks away from the selection at 2:16. So let's take our quick little break. We have mastered the quick little break here today during our draft
welcome,
coverage.
Listeners.
Yeah, and then we will come back on the other side. We'll have the selection. Rob Ring will be back to evaluate it for us, and we will add to this heap of prospects that the Seahawks are accumulating here on day number 3 of the draft. So keep it here. It is Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
back to the 2026 NFL Draft, presented by Frost Brewed Coors Light, cold as the Rockies, and brought to you by Dino's Pub in Renton on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Oh, we're operating this thing smoothly here today. I tell you what, we are just a couple of picks away. I mean, we got this operation down pat right now.
That is due to Travis Moger back at the studio.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's a team effort. Don't sell yourself short there, Jessamine.
We are all in it together.
Yeah, exactly. But this thing is down pat. It's smoother than Curtis Crabtree's tee shot. That's how.
I'm so glad you said tee shot.
Yeah, that's. That's how smooth this operation is. It's smoother than Usher's dance moves. That's how we got this down. Tell you something.
That's a high bar.
Yeah. And Caden Curry, by the way, just came off the clock. So the Seahawks will not be taking Caden Curry at 216 overall because he just went as the 214th overall selection. The defensive end out of Ohio State, Caden Curry, is your selection. He goes to the Indianapolis Colts. I brought him up a couple of times. I don't know if the Seahawks are going to take him, but we are 2 picks away from their selection. With the Atlanta Falcons having just made their selection, so that means that the Seahawks are on the clock as we speak. See what I'm talking about? As smooth as it gets.
Yeah, I mean, we couldn't have timed that better.
Yeah.
Caden Curry, though, that was an interesting one for being a later round pick. I mean, edge rusher out of Ohio State always looks attractive, but, yep, we'll see what they do. Oh, wait. Hold on. We have a trade.
Oh, we have a trade.
And once again, they're not picking, folks. It looks as though the Seahawks have traded with the Packers, who are now on the clock right now at the 216th pick. We'll get the details for you in a moment.
Well, now you're just being difficult, Schneider.
He's doing it to mess with us because obviously we're the most important people.
What is the point of that? So, all right. The Green Bay Packers at 216 are like, we have to have this guy. So they move up with the Seahawks. We'll get the details on that. I really thought that we were going to have a pick to evaluate with Rob Ring here in this segment. So we smoothly operated to put ourselves in the perfect position to get this pick, evaluate this pick, and John Schneider decided, nope, I want to make another trade.
He heard things were doing really, really well here.
I just can't help myself. He's like Chris Farley in the restaurant with the roll.
Pretty little pet.
Yeah, I'm just going to pet my pick, and I'm going to take my pick, and then
I kill it. I kill myself. Don't make me recite that movie. I know it by heart. Anyway, so let's see if we can find.
So that one hurt because I was there. Not so much here or here, but right across
in this
here.
region
That hurt.
here.
Yeah.
So they're picking at 236.
Oh, that's a big
now,
drop.
But that's all the information I can find out due to.
Let me guess. They picked up next year's.
And 255. Which is that what they already had? So 236 and 255 is now where they're scheduled to pick. Oh, and then they're at 242 as well.
That's right.
So
Very
those are the 2 new picks we're looking at.
All right, so from 216 to 236 with the Green Bay Packers, and then they added 255. Well, it's interesting from this standpoint because, and this does give me a little chance to talk about this as well, everybody was talking about throughout the entire industry that this was a year where the draft talent was down. And pretty much the narrative was it's not as strong up front, and then after rounds 5, it really, really falls apart. Like, you don't even want picks in the 6th and 7th rounds. And here's John Schneider now has manipulated the board in order to get 4 of them now. So one man's trash, I suppose, is another man's treasure. John obviously feels like there's more talent here at the end of the draft than what all of the experts have been saying throughout the entire process. Otherwise, you're not trying to manipulate the board to end up with 4 guys from the 6th round on.
Well, guess what Green Bay just did with that pick? They picked a kicker out of Florida, Trace Mack. That's a great name. Trace Mack is now where the Seahawks would have been picking, and I would say if that was the pick that we were going to get, we would not be exactly excited about that. So Green Bay apparently wanted to trade up for a kicker.
Yeah, apparently. We didn't need a kicker. 236, 242, and 255. So those are the picks that are remaining, and who knows, maybe John will manipulate it a little bit further.
He's pretty good at it. We're officially in the 7th round.
Yeah, we are in the 7th round as well, but maybe we get back in. Maybe he recoups. Who knows? He might even end up recouping that pick that he gave up earlier in the day to get the 11th selection back for next year. But that's that. And also, I wanted to say this. This is the thing that I was trying to lead to was, look, I don't really care. As somebody that loves the NFL draft, it doesn't matter to me if people say that it's weak, it's a down year, it's not strong at the top, it's not strong it's not strong at the bottom. I don't really care. It's still the same process. It's the process that I like. It's 260 young men having the dream of all that hard work. 257 young men having the dream of all that hard work coming true in the span of one weekend. That opportunity, certainly on day number 1, to watch 32 guys, whether they're celebrating at home with family or they've put on the best suit that they could imagine in their brains, and their favorite 2 to 10 people that they wanted to take with them to Pittsburgh to celebrate this moment. We still get that every single year, whether it's a down year for talent or not. We still get those general managers who are constantly making it interesting for us by trading up or trading down. We still get those surprises in round number 1, whether it's somebody being overdrafted in our minds or underdrafted that continues to slip down the board. It doesn't really matter. The draft just always comes through. It's always interesting. So whether this year was loaded with talent or it was a down year in talent, doesn't matter. It was a fun ride through the last 3 days. Once again, the NFL draft always delivers.
You know, our good buddy Corbin Smith, who just walked by Emerald City Spectrum, just kind of, I know he's super busy, so he couldn't sit down, but in his opinion, the Seahawks probably have a lot of priority free agents that they don't think that they would be able to sign after the fact, undrafted free agents, so they're trading back to gather them up in the 7th round. So that makes a lot of sense, and he's super smart. I'm not as smart as him.
Yeah, I think he called something earlier in the process as well. We got that. If you want to jump on, you can, Greg, if you got nothing to do.
We got room for Greg Bell all the time.
Yeah, jump on board. Our Seahawks insider, Greg Bell, is with us. I think you're 5, if I know. Okay. Well, you're not 4. I know you're not 4. Maybe it's 2.
Hello.
There we go.
There we go.
All right, we can mute those out. Hi, Greg.
Hi. So they made their 3rd trade already today.
Well, what's going on?
It surprised me because this is a weaker draft, and it didn't look like he would stockpile this draft. But now he's going to have 8 total picks. He's got 2 in the 7th round, traded out of the 6th with Green Bay. Green Bay just took that spot at 216. They traded to get that one. So they'll end up with, as of now, a total of 8 picks after starting with a league low of 4. It's obvious that at the back end, you're looking for niche roles like Emmanuel Henderson of Kansas, a wide receiver by name, but he's a special teams prospect and someone you could put in a gunner role that Derek Young just signed with the Las Vegas Raiders, was their gunner last year. Specified roles like that is what these kind of picks are for. The other thing it does is it protects them from signing who they thought were going to be undrafted free agents that they may have inklings that other teams might outbid them for. And the way you ensure that the undrafted free agent, rookie free agent guys you were about to get, the way you ensure you get them is to draft them.
Right.
But they didn't have a lot of draft picks at the beginning of the day, the late 7th round. Now they've just added 2. That tells me they were 2 priority undrafted free agents that they thought maybe another team might end up getting.
Well, for a guy that started the day looking bored and had nothing to do,
yeah, I know.
John
he's wandering
Schneider
around in here like a lost dog.
Yeah. Hey, does anybody want to chat? Hey, does anybody need their car washed? Yeah. I got a little idle time right now. He ended up, once he left us and got back into the draft room, he ended up going to work, did he not?
He did, and it's, of course, it's a matter of other teams wanting to deal with you. He could want all he wants to trade back, but it takes another team to return his calls or get the offer that he wants, and that's what he was running into on Thursday night. He wanted to trade back from 32. We've talked about this a couple times. They wanted to draft Jadarian Price in the second round while adding a fourth-round pick by trading back, and they just didn't have any suitors because of the 6 trades right in front of them. So fewer trades and more teams with more picks late in rounds that are willing to give him up. There's a lot fewer teams willing to give up second-round picks as there are 6th and 7th-round picks, so he's having success today. Of course, you don't get the value of player or the quality of player that you do, but, hey, they found Chris Carson with multiple 7th-round picks a few years ago. That worked out pretty well for him. These are specialized things. You would say, well, they haven't taken an edge rusher yet, for instance. If you take an edge rusher in the 7th round, it's unlikely, if he's still on the board, that he's going to be able to have an immediate impact in your defense. He would be a special teams type player that perhaps could roll in to an edge rushing role.
And maybe you strike lightning, and he does, but that's probably not likely.
Probably not the guy. So that would suggest that they will continue to look in free agency and in cuts in the summer and training camp for veteran free agents that might be cheaper than they would be otherwise.
Right. Yeah, there's another whole – I mean, a lot of the offseason remains.
The process
not to mention you got training camp, and there will be cuts made then, and then you can add to your edge rusher, stockpile at that point.
And here's the other thing, Chuck. All the money, everyone says, why don't you go and get this guy, or why don't you spend on this guy? They have $32 million in cap space. Snyder purposely reserves some money so he can make the Leonard Williams, Carlos Dunlap, Rashid Shaheed type trade in the middle of the season. He assesses what the Seahawks look like through the first 7-8 games, right up to the deadline, the end of October. If you don't have any cap space, you can't add players of impact. A Leonard Williams, Pro Bowl type player, but when you save that money, you can, and I think that's part of what's going on too.
Yeah, and so. And then, why reach then? So what do you think out of this group is left that didn't get done? Let's put it that way. If that's the way we feel.
Yeah, edge rusher primarily.
Okay.
They got the depth guard to potentially compete with Anthony Bradford today. The reason they traded in the 5th round is they did not expect an Iowa All-American guard to be available. He was in the 5th round. A lot of people thought he'd go in the 3rd round last night. So when he was available in the 5th, that's the time they tapped in, which I didn't think they do. They tapped into their reserve of up to 12 picks, counting a comp pick next year, in the stronger draft of 2027. But that's how much they thought of getting the Iowa All-American Bo Stevens. Stevens said that he's played right and left guard, most recently left guard. Right guard, of course, is of the interest of Seahawks fans with Anthony Bradford and Anthony Bradford's contract ending this year. But he said the Seahawks did not specify, at least to yet, what side he'll play on. That's one of my first questions when Snyder and McDonald walk in here is what side of the line?
My guess is because he's so well-schooled at Iowa that he can play either one of them off the bench if you need him. I wouldn't even be surprised if he has center skills because they're so well-coached at Iowa.
Yeah, Kirk Ferentz, the former offensive line coach, makes sure Iowa Hawkeyes block and have NFL quality blue-collar offensive linemen. The Seahawks got Mason Richmond last year from Iowa. You can bet that he is able to play both sides. It will be interesting to see where they start him out at. They've tried Christian Haynes there. They tried Oluwatimi there. They had Bryce Cable do at times at right guard in practices last year. It's obvious by drafting an Iowa All-American and trading into the 5th round to do it that they're not satisfied with anyone else they've had behind Bradford.
Yeah, it's not going to be viewed as anything spectacular, this draft, but probably where they are, world champs, with going into this process just 4 picks. I think this is just solid. I think it has just taken care of business.
Well, it was a very turnkey draft in that their Super Bowl MVP lead running back left, they drafted a running back. Their starting safety left, they drafted safety. Their cornerback, rotational 3rd corner left, they've drafted a top corner. Not a top corner, but they drafted one that they think could play soon. So, and now you have competition at guard because your starting right guard's contract ends after this year. So it was a very turnkey need pick. They haven't always done that. A lot of times they don't do that. But when you're a Super Bowl champion with 21 of 22 starters coming back, this is what you do.
Let the Rams have all the drama. Let the 49ers have all the drama.
Yeah, that was a 13th hour PR spin by the coach yesterday. Sean McVay down in LA.
Yeah, what did you think of that What do you think of the reaction he had and then the explanation that followed?
The reaction was more authentic than the explanation, I will tell you that.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, of course he was.
I mean, but Greg, it seems to me that insane that Les Snead at this part in the process is not consulting on the exact lockstep, as they said.
Oh,
It seemed crazy to all of us, and yet it really felt like Sean McVay was like, no way am I on board with this.
Well, he obviously consulted. He didn't lock him out of the building before they drafted him, but he just didn't listen to him. He just said, no, we're going to take our quarterback here. If you're the thing about it that probably made McVay upset is I'm never drafting 13th. The Rams, the NFC title game participant. I'm drafting 13th. That's really high for a winning team.
Yeah.
Let's reload with one of these top wide receivers or a stud offensive lineman to protect Stafford's last year or two, and let's go win the Super Bowl while Stafford's still here. And they get a layaway quarterback for down the road. You don't do that at 13th. You do that 31st or second, third round. But that's what if you really got McVay to tell the truth, yeah, he's friends with Stafford, but that's probably the bigger reason he's upset.
San Francisco media did ask Lynch and Shanahan what they thought of that pick, and, of course, they answered it with words, but there was even – Lynch almost started laughing. Did you guys ask the question of John and Mike last night what they thought of that pick?
No, we knew better. They would have not even – they would have been smart enough to not even have an expression on their faces because they knew we would have read into that and written about it. So, no, we didn't ask that, but – yeah, they were probably smiling about that.
Yeah.
But what they did do, it made it harder for Schneider to trade down because Simpson, the quarterback, was now gone at 13 instead of being on the board at 32 when the Seahawks were picking. And it was at 32, perhaps a team would have jumped up in Arizona or someone else and made it easier for the Seahawks to drive down. But because so many trades happened right before Seattle, that's really why they didn't move down.
Do you think, though, do you think that they interior right? Oh, yeah, we're happy that we don't have the trade-down possibility versus the Rams didn't add anything at 13 to help beat us this year.
Yeah,
we'll take that trade all day long.
It's absolutely the latter. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. They were like, they could have had Tyson, the wide receiver from Arizona State, or they could have had a few dudes. They could have had Lemon in his own backyard.
Yeah.
Makai Lemon from USC.
Tyson's already gone, but yes, they could have had Lemon.
They could have had Lemon. They could have had a few others.
They could have had the guard out of Penn State.
That would have absolutely helped protect the bad back Matthew Stafford. So
they could have had Reuben Bain.
Right. When the Seahawks do their NFL draft board, they didn't have Ty Simpson 13 to the Rams. They had the Rams picking some stud that would help them right away.
All right. You having a fun day?
Until I look out behind you and see this beautiful picture. This is uncanny that every time.
Just keep your head pointed that way.
Correct. I'd rather look in the white wall. This is uncanny, Chuck. You've been out here with me a lot third days. Every third day of a draft, I've been doing 21 drafts, 18 of them here and 19 of them, or 17 of them here in Seattle. Every best day of the spring is the third day of the draft. It's 65 and no clouds.
It's
not
gorgeous.
Even wind. Chuck was saying that earlier. He's like, I don't know what it is.
I don't know either.
The boats are out on Lake Washington like it's June or July or something.
Since this morning, I've been looking at fishermen
and
bald eagles.
Why can't we have a...
there's one right there.
There's another bald eagle one. Yeah, why can't we have a ceiling of about 50 feet and rain so hard you can't see across the lake?
Right.
Never. It's never. It's always the way.
And an osprey.
Teasing you.
Exactly.
Just teasing you.
Only the real ones are here on a day like this. Hats off to all of you.
I'm going to go jump in the lake, actually. I'm out.
Well, thanks for stopping by. I would imagine Jackson and Kidd are going to bug you as well a little bit later on.
We had Chris Kidd coming in?
Yeah, how about that? It's a team effort today, Greg.
Tuesday at 10 o'clock.
Team effort.
Team effort.
All right. Well, thanks for stopping by for a few minutes.
Yes,
I
sir.
appreciate it. All right.
Happy day to everybody. Thank you.
There he is, our Seahawks insider, Greg Bell, here covering day number 3 and all 3 days of the NFL draft from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. He's picturing himself out on a pontoon boat with his lovely wife, enjoying some rays and a nice float.
Sounds like my kind of Saturday.
Along the lake, and instead he's waiting for John to stop tinkering with the draft order.
How quickly? This is my question to you. How quickly do you think that they will actually come out after this draft? The draft. It's a whole draft is ending. So That'd probably be
going to be a
minute.
long time today.
Yeah.
Because you're talking about figuring out 3 more picks.
Well, and then you got the undrafted.
And then you have the undrafted guys as well. So it might be here for a little while. And by the time Greg Bell leaves, the most beautiful sunset of the year will be occurring.
Oh, my gosh. These poor guys. I mean, we only have until 5 p.m. on the air. So hopefully, we will be able to bring you John Schneider and Mike McDonald by that point, because there's only 4 minutes between 4-minute clock between picks, I should say. Sometimes they pick faster than that. And we are at 2:24 out of 2:57. I think we will probably be able to bring you that press conference as soon as they come out, and we'll get a full recap from them.
All right, we're 12 picks away from a Seahawks pick as well, which I don't know if we're going to get to before 3 o'clock, which is when I sign off. So we'll just come back with some final thoughts, some of my final thoughts, before handing things over to Jackson and Christopher Kidd to take you the rest of the way. So keep it here. Our coverage of the NFL Draft brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light, cold as the Rockies, also by Dino's Pub in Renton, which is right down the street from us. So go have a pint.
Oh, and you never know who you'll run into there. So always definitely check it out.
But I'll be back with my final segment here on the other side. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
back to the 2026 NFL Draft, presented by Frost Brewed Coors Light, cold as the Rockies, and brought to you by Dino's Pub in Renton on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, draft coverage rolls on right here at Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. And yes, we are in the last round of the draft, seventh round here. We are at pick 225, so the Tennessee Titans are on the clock, and the Seahawks, have they traded out again? No, there they are, 236. All right, 236, 242, and 255. So they still have three more picks to make before our broadcast day comes to a close, before the draft comes to a close. And so we'll carry it for you right here at Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. But this is my final segment of our draft coverage. So three things that I kind of wanted to hit on just to kind of wrap up my feelings about this entire process, which I invest a lot of time and effort and heart and love into. To me, the NFC West was like, did you ever see the movie Summer Rental with John Candy?
No, but now I want to.
Where they end up, he ends up in a sailboat contest at the end of it, and that's sort of the gist of it. That's kind of how I feel like the NFC West was. It's just some sort of like sailboat race that took place. And to me, the Rams are sitting there bailing water and pitching and trying to figure out what little extra advantage that they needed to try to catch up with the smooth sailing Seahawks ship. And they're just making their tiny little adjustments. Meanwhile, the Rams might be throwing things overboard they might need later. And the 49ers kind of feel like they're doing the same right now. And the Seahawks this draft, they're just kind of like, no, we're just going to keep it right here and just – we've got the wind right now. Slow and steady. We're in the lead. And even though you're close to us, we're just going to trust we don't need major repairs on this thing, and we're just going to keep on going. And the Cardinals, even though they're doing good things to fix their boat, they're so far behind that it's going to take a while for them to catch up. So I think it was that kind of draft for the NFC West where we got the best ship right now, and our guys just decided, just a little patchwork here, just a little bit of, maybe
just like buff out a few scrapes.
Take off a few barnacles here and there. But we got the wind right now. We got a good ship, and we're just going to keep on sailing it, and we're going to make you make the adjustments. And you looked like you might have screwed a couple of things up. You might have made a slower ship this year. So that's kind of the way I feel in the NFC West. As far as, like, who's going to end up with the best grades in this draft, I don't think the Seahawks are going to get a great grade out of this draft. If you want to open up your newspaper or read your favorite website tomorrow, I think you're going to see a lot of B's. I think you're going to see a lot of B's from the Seahawks. They didn't do anything spectacular.
They didn't do anything bad, though. They didn't mess up. There's no, like, what the heck was that? Because, I mean, we look at their grades, going back to the Bobby Wagner's draft, and they were terrible, right? And it's like you just don't know. Now, because there isn't that, they filled the most obvious need in their replacing a running back, RB1, they did that. They got it. So where's the criticism? Because what glaring needs, they didn't take an edge rusher, but let's see what they do in the 7th round, and let's see what they do in undrafted free agency.
I think they'll end up with solid grades, nothing spectacular, and I think what's going to be weird,
I think B is a good call.
For all of us is when we look at those grades that people make tomorrow. I think that the teams that are going to be at the top are the ones that usually blow this thing year in and year out. I think you're going to get the best grades for the Cleveland Browns, the Las Vegas Raiders, the New York Jets. I think those are the teams, the New York Giants, that are going to end up getting the best grades out of this process.
The Cardinals, too, you mentioned.
I think the Arizona Cardinals should get, I'm not so sure that they will, but I think that because so many people are criticizing them taking a running back with a 3rd overall pick.
Oh, come on, but it's that running back.
I think it was a great pick for the Arizona Cardinals. Cleveland, Vegas, the Jets, I mean, just to give you an idea, Vegas earlier today, as part of their draft, traded away Tyree Wilson to the New Orleans Saints. Now, in 2023, which is going to go down as one of the great drafts in NFL history, at least one of the great first rounds,
The Raiders took Tyree Wilson ahead of Jalen Carter, Bijan Robinson, Jahmyr Gibbs, JSN, Christian Gonzalez, like some of the best players in the National Football League. So if this doesn't indicate, then maybe the Raiders are figuring things out, that they have bungled this thing so many times in the past. And this year, I kind of feel like they're having one of the best drafts out there. So kind of strange to be saying positive things about those organizations' drafts, but I don't think there's any doubt about it.
I think the most intriguing thing to me about this entire draft is the Ty Simpson. That one, I hope haunts the Rams. Like, I just want it to happen. But, I mean, just because that's like hate respect, right? I hate respect you. But I don't root against Ty Simpson, but whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll just see how that works out. And, I mean, Matt Stafford's a stand-up guy. I don't think he's going to be some, Aaron Rodgers about it. I think he'll welcome him in and usher him in. He's 38 years old. I mean, he kind of gets the deal. But I just remember when Jordan Love got drafted to the Packers, Aaron Rodgers obviously did not handle that well. I don't see Matt Stafford doing the same exact thing with Simpson. I think he'll be a wonderful mentor for him, but it also takes the pressure off of them. Them seeing him as the next quarterback for LA, an experiment to be watched.
And then finally, the last thing I want to talk about, because I really do, I've always loved the NFL draft process. I love the puzzle make. It's the ultimate puzzle making aspect of sports, which is my favorite thing about sports. But the reason why the NFL draft is to me special is being able to see all of these young men's dreams come true and the way that they react to it, their family, their loved ones, their coaches all react to it. And I had three of my favorite moments of the entire draft had nothing to do with the Seattle Seahawks. The Peter Woods family, the first-round draft pick out of the Kansas City Chiefs from Clemson, seeing his family go so far as we're going to have our party at home. We're not going to go to the draft. And we're really going to turn it into a party. The entire family was dressed in either white tuxedos or white dresses. All the female was wearing white dresses or pantsuits or something like that.
It was a white
they
party,
looked spectacular. And then Peter was in this emerald green, awesome suit. And so he stood out out from everything. But it was amazing. Their celebration was amazing. I loved seeing it. Seeing reactions like that to see how much the families are getting into it was awesome.
Yes.
Secondly, Caden McDonald out of Ohio State. He was the guy that was in the green room that did not get chosen on Thursday, so that's hard. You've dressed up, you've brought your favorite people to Pittsburgh, you're ready to hear your name announced, and you had to go the entire night without hearing your name. You had to go to bed knowing that you didn't get picked. And there were a couple of others that went through the exact same process. Roger Goodell invited them all to come back for day number 2. He was the only one that accepted that invitation, and yet he had one of the most heartfelt, outstanding responses to getting drafted. He welled up with tears. He only had his mom and dad still there. He got to be able to share that with them. He walked across that stage, cried in the commissioner's arms. It was awesome to see how moved he was, where he had every reason to be Brady Quinn and pouty about it and angry about it.
Sure.
And instead he was, Caden McDonald was so appreciative and grateful that he didn't care that he didn't get it happening on Thursday. And then the third thing, and maybe the best thing, was the Terrell brothers, who A.J. Terrell of the Atlanta Falcons, who was at the party with his brother Avion at home, and Avion got drafted to A.J.'s team, the Atlanta Falcons, and to see those brothers and to see their love and to see that exchange, I thought was the best thing. So things like that, that's why I love the NFL draft. That's why I make such a big deal out of it on our airwaves every year, because it's an event like nothing else, and not just in the sports world, but in our lives. I would have loved to have had a draft coming out of college and been told where I was going to go start my broadcasting career. That would have been awesome.
but nobody else gets this. And so to be able to see this take place.
We have a little bit of choice, so let's give us. We can say that.
Yeah. So, I just love it, and it was another successful year. So it was great to be a part of it, and great to be a part of this Saturday. I want to thank Travis back in the studios. I want to thank Jessamine for making it easy here, and all of our experts from Rob Rang to Greg Bell and so on for jumping on board with us. Our coverage is not over. Just my part in it is over. I'm going to hand it off to Jackson Feltz and to Christopher Kidd. They'll take you the rest of the way. We got 3 more Seahawk picks to come. Keep it here. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Your home for the 12th man proudly presents the 2026 NFL Draft, live from Pittsburgh. Presented by Frost Brewed Coors Light, cold as the Rockies. And brought to you by Dino's Pub in Renton on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Welcome back to the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Jackson Feltz, Christopher Kidd taking over for Chuck Powell here as we wrap up the 2026 NFL Draft here from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Our 12th man draft coverage presented by Frost Brewed Coors Light, cold as the Rockies, and brought to you by Dino's Pub in Renton. We are currently 5 picks away from the Seahawks being on the clock. Currently on the clock is the Falcons at number 231 in the 7th round. The Seahawks have 3 picks, which we anticipate we're going to get all 3, Chris, in the next half hour. First up is a pick they just got in a trade. It's number 236, 20th overall in the 7th round. Then we have number 242 overall. And then we also have number 255 overall. 255 is 2 picks before Mr. Irrelevant, third to last pick of this entire draft. Chris, this next 30 minutes, we're going to get 3 new Seahawks at least. I mean, who knows what John Schneider's going to do, but we have a busy start of our draft wrap show here at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center.
And we thought we just got to come in here and react to all the picks that they've made. No, we didn't. We got a few picks coming in, 3 as you mentioned, seeing what John Schneider can add to this roster. Just looking for depth, I would imagine, and filling some pieces in that could fit with the Seahawks and our, I guess, Seahawky in that term.
I think that's interesting, right? Because we talk about, needs versus best player available versus, all those sorts of different words we've been hearing, the buzzwords we've been hearing for the last 3 days. And we also have Jessamine McIntyre here. She's been here for every single second of this entire draft. Jess, are you tired?
No, it's weird. Yesterday I was. By like 9:30ish, I was really tired. I think we got off the air at like 9:10.
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh, I got to drive home. So I didn't get to do the fun little offensive line drill that Hugh and Ian did over at Dino's the other night.
Oh,
I
boy.
was like, I have it like an hour
I don't even
drive
want to
home.
ask what that offensive line drill is. I imagine.
So Kiefer came over and
Ian's son.
And yes, Ian's son, who was an offensive lineman in college. And so he and Hugh were trying to explain to Ian why arm length is extremely important when it comes to the offensive lineman in the draft. And so it was a lot of pushing and shoving. Well, it basically looked like a bar fight between three gigantic people.
Yeah, I don't know how much you need to be on
I was
that,
really
but-
glad that I only heard about it the next day because I probably would have tried to fix something.
Well, again, we're here and we are. That's me, Chris. You're turning down me, I think. All right. Yeah, I'm on 6. You're on 3. Chris is new to the technology here, but we are live here on the shores of Lake Washington as we are anticipating 3 Seahawks picks here in the second round coming to you in the next half hour. We're going to hear each of them on the phone, their conference calls with the media. We're also going to hear from Mike McDonald and John Schneider. They will speak to the large group of media here as they have their post-draft press conference. We're coming at you here for the next couple hours, and we're going to kind of hear these last picks and wrap this thing up and kind of go over what the entire Seahawks draft has been. And Chris, that's kind of where I wanted to go, as we're, again, just about 4 picks away from the Seahawks making their first selection of these 3 seventh-round picks. You talk about these buzzwords of best player available and of needs and all these things. So what the Seahawks just did, if you're just joining us, just recently, they had a number 216th overall pick. They traded number 216 for numbers 236 in the 7th round and also number 255 in the 7th round. So you basically drop 20 spots from the 6th round to the 7th round. You drop 20 spots to add another dart that you can throw at the dartboard to try to find a hit. Chris, what this says to me, and Greg Bell, your partner from 10 to 12 on a few minutes ago with Chuck, and I fully agree with what Greg said, which is that this feels like John Schneider setting it up for, hey, there's a large number of guys that we want to sign as undrafted free agents, and 3 shots at them in the 7th round to be able to get these guys. So we aren't competing to sign them after the draft. We know we have them locked in our building if we draft them in the 7th round. That's what this says to me, like Greg said.
That makes a lot of sense. I'm also curious to see if they end up getting an edge rusher, because that's one thing they haven't gotten, right? They got a running back, got a safety, got a corner, so a couple of DBs, and they brought some competition in now at guard. I know everyone's favorite, Anthony Bradford. Yay! He's going to get some competition. So with that being said, I think it makes sense in that regard that they're going to get as many bites at the apple that they can.
Yeah, that edge rusher point is a good one, because I think coming into this draft, we all talked about what are they going to use number 32 on. And I think the conversation really centered around 3 positions. It was running back, it was cornerback, and it was obviously defensive line. You lose Boye Mafe in free agency, and the question is, all right, where are the Seahawks going to go? I mean, John Schneider said it, I believe it was on the first night, or maybe it was on the second, last night on draft night. They're all blurring together with so many press conferences. But he said, we don't look towards replacing guys in like a one-for-one. He was actually, this was last night because he was talking about the draft pick of Bud Clark, and this isn't a one-for-one to Kobe Bryant. But, Chris, you look at this draft for the Seahawks so far, and it's Jadarian Price, number 32 overall. That's your replacement for Kenneth Walker, obviously. Bud Clark, safety out of TCU at number 64 overall. That's your one replacement for Kobe Bryant. You have Julian Neil, Arkansas cornerback in the 3rd round, number 99 overall. 6'2", that's your replacement for Reek Woolen. I mean, in the early part of this draft, Chris, it has been straight-up replacements, so we haven't had that Boye Mafe replacement yet.
I don't even know if I want to call it replacement, because I understand in this context you don't have a running back in that scenario, so who can you bring in to – well, you have a a litany of running backs, but you don't have a number one guy. You have multiple running backs that could be a starter. I think now with Jadarian, actually, I'm just going to say J.D. Price because
that's what they're saying. Yeah,
that's what all the cool kids say. J.D. Price, he is coming in as the number one guy, guaranteed. Right, he's going to be your starter. But Clark has an opportunity to find his way into the defensive room, especially with his skill set. The guy finds his way to get interceptions. I think he's going to continue to do that at the next level. He's really talented. So I'm looking at it from a standpoint that, sure, they're coming in with a void, obviously, and losing Kenneth Walker, Kobe Bryant, Reek Woolen, but it's also an opportunity for other guys that are on the roster. Nehemiah Pritchett, right?
Yeah.
A guy that's going to his third or fourth season.
They really like Pritchett.
So he has an opportunity now as well to get in there and compete. And as I mentioned with the guard situation, the Seahawks went and drafted one. And Bo, that's the perfect name for a guy that probably throws hay and men at the same time.
Well, I mean, he is from Iowa. He went to Iowa.
There you go.
What I loved about his interview, Jess, you mentioned this, I think, right after the conference call, was the fact that you just hear him on that call with the media. He sounds like a guard, an offensive guard from Iowa. And he even said, like, I have this edge to me. And I love guys where you hear them and you go, yeah, okay, that's the. I mean, if you heard, and I hope by now people have maybe we'll have time for it later, but have heard the Julian Neil conference.
Oh,
call,
we're gonna
right?
play it all week long too.
I mean, the whole thing, not only the back and forth he had with Hugh Millen, but the whole thing, he sounds like Richard Sherman light. The bravado, the confidence, the physicality. It's like I want that to be a cornerback.
So a Devin Witherspoon part 3.
Yeah, right. Because remember the first conference call was Spoon, and that was like, okay, you can see why Mike McDonald loved this guy so much. This is an intense defender, a leader in the making, and a couple of years later now, I mean, there is a very good case to make that he just should have been Super Bowl MVP.
You could never have enough guys that talk smack and bring energy and that physicality and the run game and the pass game. It doesn't matter. You need players like that. To add another one, I think it's only going to make this defense that much more entertaining and that much more competitive. And one thing that this defense loves to do is compete. They're not afraid of nobody. They step up to the challenge, and you're bringing a guy that has that same mindset, that same mind frame. I think it's just a recipe for this team to do good things, especially on the defensive side.
We're in the 7th round of the 2026 NFL Draft. The Seahawks are 3 picks away from their first of 3.
What position are they going with, Jackson?
Yeah, and this kind of goes back to that conversation, which is what do you do with these 3 picks? All this tells me is that there is a large group of guys that they want to sign when this thing is over. And they want to make sure that they draft the guys who are going to be the most difficult to try to bring in, because you're competing against other teams with money and positioning and whatever. Guys wants to stay close to home. So I think that it's almost impossible to guess certain positioning. Like, you look at their last pick, right? And it's a wide receiver out of Kansas. And this kind of goes to my replacement theory, right? You lose Dariq Young to the Raiders. Dariq Young obviously never had that much of an impact on this Seahawks offense. But I tell you what Dariq Young was a master at. He was a master gunner and on special teams, and he was awesome in that punt coverage unit. Well, I'm reading a bunch on Emmanuel Henderson Jr., the number 199 pick in this NFL draft, 6th-round pick to the Seahawks. He is a master gunner. He can play multiple positions, both in special teams and on the offense. He even talked about in the past how he's lined up at running back. The Seahawks haven't talked to him about doing that, but it's so versatile. But he is a special teams ace. So there's your 1-for-1 for Dariq Young. Here is your player who's going to come in and be that gunner. So we talk about, like, okay, you want to check off all these boxes, right? All right, you have your young replacement. Bo Stevens, you needed to not only I was going to say not only trade up, they traded into this draft. They traded a 2027 4th-round pick to come in and take Bo Stevens. So there's your Bradford competition. And then we talked about Neil, we talked about Clark, and we talked about Price, all 1-for-1 replacements to guys you left out. Other than the Mafe, I don't have another. So if you're saying what position, well, in one of these 3, there's going to be an edge rusher. There's going to be probably a D end. I think that's almost guaranteed.
I thought it was guaranteed earlier.
I'd be floored if one of these 3 picks wasn't, just based on what we've seen this happen. But in terms of those other 2 7th-round picks, honestly, Chris, for me, it could be absolutely anything, because this just comes down to guys that they need in this building that they say we want, but we need to make sure that we aren't competing against other teams to sign.
Yeah, and you guys all day have talked about with the NFC West has looked like and some of the drafts from the Rams to the Niners to the Arizona Cardinals taking a running back.
Ooh, let me cut you off.
What you got?
Zach Durfee,
Husky.
the edge from the Washington Huskies, just went to the Jacksonville Jaguars. That is the last pick. He goes number 233 overall from UW to Jacksonville. I wanted to pass that forward. Go ahead, Chris.
No, I get it. Local talent, got to show love there. Congratulations to him and his family. That's a great opportunity. But in terms of for the Seahawks and what they are going to do here to wrap things up, I think you got to go with whatever works. You see a player you like him, you take him. It's really simple. And I was mentioning that in the NFC West, it got interesting because everyone thinks that the Rams might have made a mistake at 13 with their situation and drafting a quarterback. It's entertaining. I'm curious to see how this unfolds. 3 years from now, could he become something, or is he going to be on the back end of the bench and not be playing at all? And then you look at what the Seahawks are doing 3 years from now. Could J.D. Price be a Pro Bowl type running back, right?
Yeah.
Could Bud Clark be a Pro Bowl type safety? Like, you're looking at what the Seahawks have done in the past and looking forward to it in the next 3-4 years for these guys that are on this roster. And then looking beyond, like, could John Schneider find someone in the 7th round that could be a starter?
Chris, I can tell you that the Seahawks are now on the clock at number 236 overall. Currently, they have 3 selections left in this NFL draft, all in the 7th round. We've made 5 so far. They started this draft with 4 picks, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 6th. They have now created that into 8 selections. Now, we'll also say that one of these 8 that are right now on the board, that is coming from the 2027 draft, where they traded a 4th rounder to get into this draft. So currently we're looking at it, but I mean, next year right now they were slated to have about 12 selections. So absolutely worth it. Let's see, the pick just before Seattle, Gavin Gerhardt, a center from Cincinnati, just went to Minnesota. So the Seahawks right now, we are moments away from learning their next pick, as now the pick is in, and we will wait to see here when this pops up on the screen in just the next few seconds where the Seahawks go. Chris,
Edge.
I mean, edge makes the most sense, right? Because your next 2 picks, you're up at here at 236, and then you're up at 242 and 255. So really, there's not that much to, but if there's, you just want to make sure that nobody in front of you happens to take the guy of those maybe 3 that you want the most of those undrafted players, as we are about to get this name here at 236 overall. As we're on this tracker, just updating, we will see if they've already drafted a safety, a cornerback, a running back, a wide receiver, and a guard. And here is the pick. It is Andre Fuller, a cornerback from Toledo, a senior. He stands at 6'1", 200 pounds, has about 31-inch arms, so just under that 32 number we used to obsess over with the Pete Carroll secondary. We kind of read here the info from Lance Zerline, who used to join Dave Softy Mahler and Dick Fain on a weekly basis. He said, Fuller is a long press corner with NFL caliber size and strength. He's capable of delaying and redirecting the release, but a lack of makeup speed creates problems when he gets out of the gate poorly against speed in man coverage. Chris, it is not an edge. It is another cornerback, 6'1" cornerback here with their first of 3 7th-round picks.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the beast for Dane's takeaway, and it's similar to what you mentioned, but he also plays with grabby tendencies, good-sized athlete, smooth transition, confidence and coverage to make plays on the football. With the right fine-tuning, it could be a great fit, but I'm curious I guess I need to go look at the books for the Seahawks D-line and figure out, okay, who's going to be in and out. We all know that Byron Murphy, he locked in for a while. DeMarcus Lawrence, he probably has 1 year maybe. Who knows, right? And you can look at each individual player. Uchenna Nwosu, I think his contract is coming up at the end of this season, if not the next. So they might have a little bit of room. Derek Hall, he'll be up for an extension. I'm sure they might want to try and retain him. So I'm curious to see, I need to look at the books to see what's the end goal. How long is it going to be before they need to get some guys in the building on that D-line?
Andre Fuller, the pick for Seattle, a cornerback out of Toledo, a 6'1" cornerback with a 20th pick here in the 7th round to Seattle. He ran a 4.49 40-yard dash, and in a moment. We're going to be getting Andre Fuller here on the phone here at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. We look at this overall. In 2025, he was first-team All-MAC there with Toledo. He tied for the team lead with 11 pass breakups, started all 13 games, 49 tackles, and had 1 interception in 2025. He formerly was a player at Arkansas Pine Bluff, and then he transferred to Toledo.
Look at those stats.
Where he is he really kind of developed into a mainstay starter, and he is now an NFL draft pick here in the 7th round. And now, Chris, with 2 picks left, now the question is, I mean, I told you that I think I would be stunned if the Seahawks don't take an edge rusher of these
at
three.
this point. I don't think they will.
But now you have now do you just do it for the bit? If you're Schneider and if you're the crew here at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, do you just say, do we not take a defensive lineman at all, just for the fun of it?
I'm looking up contracts now. At this point, you might as well. At this point, do you need to? I think they're confident in what they got. They can make some moves in the offseason. They can also draft because, as you mentioned, next year they got like 11 picks still. So if need be, guess what you can do? You can go back to the draft, get some guys on the edge, because the whole discussion about this draft class was what? It's not that strong. It's decent, and now you're in the 7th round. Okay, do we really need to draft a guy here? Probably not. You can make do without. You can go get a corner, get some more depth there, and I think that's what they're doing at this point in time. They're just saying, you know what? We'll add another corner to this group, a guy that's physical. Well, not physical, he's grabby, but I think he can learn a thing under Mike McDonald on this defense, because you have Witherspoon who's grabby. These guys make plays. They make mistakes often, so I think bringing him in, he can maybe learn a thing or two, perhaps get an opportunity to be and make the 53-man roster.
And I think that's the thing, Chris, is that let's just look at this from how we looked at Sean McVay after the first night of this draft, where he gets that's the Los Angeles Rams coach, everybody. And what happened was after they pick a quarterback at number 13 overall, which obviously does not help them win a Super Bowl this year, he is obviously furious. And after night 1 here, the McDonald-Schneider press conference, you could kind of see like they were, I would say probably disappointed not to trade out of number 32, but there was so much trading going on ahead of number 32 that they didn't have too much of a choice. It was just, all right, we have to take Price here. Let's take Price here. And there was, I think, some just body language disappointment. Like McVay was obviously very frustrated. But I think there was disappointment that they couldn't trade out and get more picks from 32. Then you look at their body language after day 2, after they take Bud Clark and Julian Neil, and it's entirely different. They are thrilled. And I think, Chris, they're not only thrilled because they were able to make a trade there from 96 to 99. They're able to add a pick in the 7th round. Not only that, but I think because they're defensive players, and McDonald really wants to get his hands on, I think, maybe raw is not the right word, but just some talented guys who, with the right coaching, can become stars. And when I see a 6'1" cornerback who's, a senior from Toledo in Andre Fuller, by the way, the Seahawks are 2 picks away from being on the clock again. When I see that, I think McDonald sees, all right, that's a large cornerback, and I can develop that into a very good player here in Seattle.
Well, you can use Reek Woolen as an example, right?
Yeah.
A raw talent that just needed some fine-tuning here and there, and he becomes dang near a Pro Bowler, and he shows a lot of promise. Obviously, he has his mistakes, but that's the same thing with Mike McDonald. Yeah, he sees the vision. You can use raw. There's raw talent there. You just got to form it to Mike McDonald's vision to put him out on the field to make plays, right? That's what it comes down to. So I don't mind raw. I think that's a fair word to use regarding a young talent that could use some growth and the ability to learn under a defense that has already proven to be the best, and now they're adding you to the group.
Yeah, absolutely. As I believe we are getting a call here from the newest Seahawk, Andre Fuller. We'll get him on here in just a moment. The Seahawks are 1 pick away from being on the clock, so after we get this phone call here with Andre Fuller, we will have the next Seattle Seahawks draft selection. So stay with us as we get the phone call, and then we get the next pick. It's coming fast and furious here at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Let's head up there for the call with Andre Fuller.
What they liked in you, and what were your impressions of what you saw out here?
I mean, they like my physicality, my size, the type of ball player I am. Going into the defense, just love the scheme that they run. Talking to the coach, him giving me the install, teaching me plays, I feel like it would be a great fit for me.
Andre, Toledo's had a pretty good run here of developing NFL prospects in the secondary. What have you seen from that program that has allowed guys to be ready to make this jump to play in the pros?
Honestly, just like the coaches we had there, the coaching staff, and like the standard we set up, like being a Rocket. The standard there is excellence. We have excellence come out of our program. So going there and just the preparation and the week by week transition to the game just leads us to play at a high level.
When you were out here, was it Coach Carl Scott that you talked to with the Seahawks? Do you remember who it was?
I think it was, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Andre, Seahawks fans getting to know you. What do you bring into the Seahawks team?
You're getting a hard worker, somebody that's willing to do whatever it takes to win. Whatever I need to do for the team to win, great teammate, great brother.
Andre, what positions have you played cornerback-wise? Have you played in the slot, outside? Kind of what's kind of your background?
Yes, sir. When I first got to Toledo, I played nickel, then I moved to corner, and then I moved to safety, and then back to corner. So I played every position in our secondary.
Andre, the Seahawks.
Yes, sir.
Did the Seahawks? What did they mention with in regard to position? Are you planning to play a corner? Or did they talk about safety at all with you potentially?
They didn't get into specifics that much, but whatever it takes to win, like I said before.
And how familiar are you with the Seahawks, Mike McDonald, and their defense?
Not really too familiar about the defense. Other than what the coach had taught me on the inside. I have a current teammate that plays there, Maxon Hook.
And has he said anything to you? Talk to him. What's been the intel from him at all, if anything?
I haven't spoken to him.
Okay.
How do you approach, going to a Super Bowl team and trying to make that roster?
I can just tell the standard there is very high. I mean, you don't make the Super Bowl just by accident. It takes a lot of hard work and preparation. And I feel like the team I'm going to, I'm willing to make that happen again. I'm trying to go back this year again.
What special teams did you play at Toledo or Pine Bluff?
I play all special teams, mostly kickoff, though.
Where are you talking to us from?
Port St. Lucie, Florida.
You had a little draft gathering or people waiting for the call?
Yes, sir. This is at my house.
Okay, family and whatnot. Were you thinking perhaps the Seahawks might get you as an undrafted free agent, or did you know how that was taken down? Did it surprise you, the call, or you expected it?
I had no clue.
Congratulations, sir.
Good. Thanks, Andre.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hey, Andre.
That is Andre Fuller, the Seattle Seahawks' most recent selection here. Their first of 3 picks in the 7th round. A senior cornerback out of Toledo, a 6'1" cornerback for the Hawks that they are getting here in this draft. And currently the pick is in at number 242 for the Seahawks, their second of those 3 picks, as we are just moments away from finding out the next Seahawks selection. We will tell you what that is. We will go over that player, and we'll tell you everything there is to know about the Seahawks number 242 selection. We'll get that here in just a moment after a quick 2-minute break here on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
back to the 2026 NFL Draft, presented by Frost Brewed Coors Light, cold as the Rockies, and brought to you by Dino's Pub in Renton on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Welcome back to the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. 2026 NFL Draft here. Our 12-man coverage presented by Frost Brewed Coors Light, cold as the Rockies, and brought to you by Dino's Pub in Renton. Jackson Feltz, Christopher Kidd on our draft wrap show as we are ongoing here in the 7th round of the draft. The Seahawks just made a selection here just a few moments ago. We heard from him on the phone. Toledo cornerback Andre Fuller, and number 242 for the Seahawks just taken as well. That is Devin Eastern, a defensive tackle out of Minnesota. Chris, once again, not an edge. They have yet to take an edge with their first 7 picks in the NFL draft, so no Boye Mafe replacement yet, at least. They have 1 pick left in this draft. But Devin Eastern, a 6'5 defensive tackle. He's a senior from Minnesota, 315 pounds. What do you think, my friend?
Well, plug and play, right? No, I don't know. I would say they're adding depth here. A depth piece. That's a big guy. You said what?
That's 6'5", 315. That's a large human being.
Yeah. Run fit. Go ahead, fella. Just clog a hole. That's all you need to do. That's your job. So, interesting decision here. I'm looking up on the Beast, and there's nothing. Do you have any insight?
Yep. Let's give us some Lance Zierlein stuff here. Lance Zierlein says he's a priority free agent, and that's kind of what we talked about there about 10, 15 minutes ago. Free agent. There you go. So we talked about these guys where you have 3 7th-round picks, and you traded the end of the 6th round to get 2 7th-round picks. Do you do that to just make sure you have more bites of the apple, more darts to throw at the dartboard to get guys that you don't want to have to compete for signing in the undrafted free agency? And this may be one of those guys. Here's what Lance Zierlein says. Lance Zierlein from the NFL Network has joined our station many times, used to be on a weekly basis. He says, this is about the Seahawks' 242nd pick, Devin Eastern, a defensive tackle from Minnesota. Lance Zierlein says, he's a 3-year starter with a long wingspan, but inconsistencies in his game and a lack of standout production. Eastern plays with loose upper body movement that helps him slip blocks and find gaps. He uses his length effectively to disengage when he times it right. However, his high-cut frame and below-average pad level create persistent issues anchoring and maintaining gap integrity, especially against zone blocks. He also says Eastern ends up on the ground too often and hasn't proven he can create consistent pressure as a rusher. Eastern's size and length might be utilized in a wider alignment as an odd front end. And Chris, we've seen in the NFL, so many large body defensive tackles where you rush, you stick a hand up, and you knock passes down. And when I see a 6'5 defensive tackle, this is one of those guys that you can put in that odd spot, as Lance said there, and you can basically just say, all right, if it's, maybe he develops into this. We'll certainly see in preseason as he gets more time. One of those guys where put a hand up, and if a quarterback's trying to go over the middle, if it's 1 time out of 10 that a 20-yard completion turns into a swat down, then I'll be happy with that. But this is one of those kind of darts at the dartboard that you just hope with a 7th-round pick.
It reminded me of Brandon Peely. A lot of folks are probably like, who's that guy? Well, you might have seen him on kickoff a few times. He's made some plays. So maybe this guy finds a role in kickoff. It could be crazy, but I've seen
where you put a 315-pound guy on a kickoff.
Hey, you know what? Let me see how much Brandon Peely is, because Brandon Peely, he forced a fumble, if I'm not mistaken, this past season. And it's crazy because you're just like, dude, how is he? Why is he playing?
Right.
Okay, yeah. So Brandon Peely, 6'3", 334.
That's a. And so basically, he just comes in and says, I don't have a lot of speed, but I can hit you because of my size, basically.
Exactly. So maybe you just figure out where you can put a guy. Right, this is a 7th round pick here in this scenario, and you got to find ways, whether it's obviously special teams contributions, development depth, scheme fits, role, injury insurance, roster competition, you name it. Maybe he's a hidden gem. For all we know, I think all those things go into this pick here, and perhaps you might see him out there on kick coverage and making plays. it's a development piece for sure. As you mentioned, the things they need to work on, but what better place than to go than Seattle where they can really help you with that and develop you as a player.
Exactly, and that kind of goes to the thing we just mentioned, which is McDonald loves to just get these defensive players that he sees something in, and we've done it throughout this entire draft. I would also love to know, as maybe when Devin Eastern here, the most recent Seahawks pick, calls in, if he has flexibility along the defensive line. Let's see what positions he's played along the line, because one of the other things, Chris, in this draft is the versatility. That's one thing that I think has really, really stood out. In addition, I mean, I kind of mentioned the narrative over, filling the replacements and filling the holes. But the other big narrative for me in this draft is versatility. You have Jadarian Price, who, of course, is a running back, but he's also a kick returner. I mean, this is a guy who's returned 3 kicks for touchdowns. He's a longtime kick returner for Notre Dame. You have Bud Clark. He has versatility. I mean, Bud Clark has talked about how he says that he patterns his game after Cam Chancellor. He always brought the pop. I feel like he was the hammer, not the nail. That's what I'll try to do. But Clark has a little bit of versatility in the Kobe Bryant spectrum there. You have Julian Neal. He's very much a cornerback, but he talked about his versatility. You have Bo Stevens, has played at both right guard and left guard, the versatility. Emmanuel Henderson, the 6th-round pick from Kansas, the wide receiver. He not only special teams as the gunner and wide receiver, he's said that he's lined up in the backfield before. He mentioned how he's versatile. So we get this pick here, and I want to see if he can play along the defensive line, because it's one of those things where Mike McDonald just wants, I think, players who can do multiple things, and if he can play different kinds of defensive line positions, that's only going to go for what Mike's trying to build here with these kind of molds of clay into a repeat Super Bowl champion.
It's a good relationship that John Schneider and Mike McDonald have. John Schneider gets the players. Mike McDonald builds out these players into what he sees fit that matches what the defense does and how effective it can be. So there could be, I think there's a role for him. They didn't draft him just because they think there's a possibility he can do something special with his defense. So what better place to be, because there's 31 other organizations that aren't the Seahawks. And you could see the Seahawks have a way of doing things. Character, all of these intangibles really play hand in hand in what makes the Seahawks so unique. So with that being said, I think this kid has a great opportunity. Now you just got to go out there and show it, and we'll see what they do here with a few more picks, because they're not done.
Well, yeah, currently right now we're at number 246 here in the 7th round, 257 total picks in this NFL draft. Seattle has one more selection at 255, so we got one more pick, just about 8 picks away right now here before this draft ends. We're going to hear from Devin Eastern, the defensive tackle from Minnesota, here in just a few minutes. As we continue this draft coverage, we're going to hear from that final pick. We're going to hear from Mike McDonald and John Schneider here before we wrap up here our NFL draft coverage for the day. Chris, really quick, I want to kind of just view from 35,000 feet on this draft for the Seahawks, because we talked about the filling of needs. We talked about, the idea of getting guys who can do multiple things. I'm wondering if you look at their position out of this draft compared to other teams, not only in the NFC West, but in the NFC, and I view this as, did the Seahawks do enough to maintain the gap that they had over the other teams in the NFC? And when I look at a team like what the Rams did, when I look at what, say, the Cardinals did, when I look at the Niners, who just kept trading down, didn't necessarily add any impact guys, I'm pretty happy with where we ended up in a situation where I'm saying I don't see anybody who took an enormous step above Seattle coming out of this draft.
I don't think the draft might have helped either of those teams you mentioned, but I will say the Rams got better defensively in the offseason with the transactions they made, getting corners.
The McDuffie, yeah.
Yeah, they got some corners that can help. We'll see how that all plays out, but from the draft standpoint, I have to go back and look and see, okay, is this guy going to be an impact player? Because I'm sure the Rams are. Go ahead, Jackson. I see that.
Yeah, no, we're still a minute away. Finish your thought.
Okay, so yeah, I just think in that scenario, I'm sure a Rams radio show is saying they did really well, and you know what?
I don't know if they are.
Okay, outside of their 13th pick, Ty Simpson. I don't know after that. Maybe it gets a little fishy, but maybe they're saying, we had a really decent draft outside of that pick.
It is certainly possible. All right, let's go up to the front of the room here. Devin Eastern, defensive tackle from Minnesota, here meeting with the media.
I wanted to be a Seahawk.
And yeah, you know, I'm super proud to get picked by them. But I had a little bit of an idea, but at this point, you kind of don't know. You kind of just watch the draft and sit down and pray. But I had somewhat of an idea.
Devin, did you have an official visit out here to Seattle?
Yes.
How did that process go for you, getting to meet with the coaches and getting to see the city for the first time?
You know, it went great. You know, such a great staff. A lot of people that are willing to pour into me and develop me as a player, and they saw what I could do and what I could bring to the team. So,
just what are your thoughts of joining a defensive front that was one of the best in the NFL last year?
Sorry, what was that?
Just your thoughts on joining this Seahawks defensive front that was one of the best in the league.
I mean, it's amazing being able to watch those guys go to work and learn from them, especially as a rookie coming in. You know, it means the world to me. And yeah, like I said, you know, that great players and great staff, and I can't wait to just get in there and learn from those guys, watch how they do things, watch how their process is and whatnot.
Devin, where have you played on the line? Nose and three. Kind of what are some of the? What else have you kind of gotten to?
Yeah, I see myself as a versatile defensive tackle. I could play shade, I could play two, I could play three, I could play Big E. Any of those spots I feel comfortable with playing, and I'm willing to play.
Tell us about your game. Just what style of player are you?
Yeah, I'd say the first thing that comes to mind when you think of a defensive tackle is violent, and that's what I am. You know, I like to bring the energy. I like to be violent. I like to be in the backfield and just ultimately being a disruptive player.
What did it feel like when the phone rang and you saw Seattle on the other side?
It was a dream come true. You know, it's you know, just to even get a call was a dream, but to be able to get a call from such a great team and such a great staff and organization was everything.
Devin, who would you say that you model your game after? Are there certain players that you've taken a liking to the way they play, their skill sets?
There's a lot of D tackles. I like to watch how those big guys get on the field. You know, those guys that play a lot of shade, but they're able to affect the game in all types of ways. You know, whether that's stopping the run and getting to the QB.
Devin, go back to your dream come true. Who are some of the people that helped you create and make this dream come to fruition?
First off, I had a lot of great coaches at Minnesota that just constantly poured into me and developed me as a player. I owe everything to that staff for getting me to where I am now. And then I just got a lot of mentors that helped me get to the point where I am now. My high school coach, my D-line coach, Coach Debo, my fiance, my inner circle. A lot of people poured into me and are with me throughout this process.
Devin, coming from Minnesota, did you get to know Boye Mafe at all during your time there at college? Did you get to know him? And if so, what did he tell you about Seattle?
Sorry, what was that?
And if so, what did he tell you about Seattle for the years?
Yeah, I mean, you know, Boye is a hell of a player, you know, and just to be able to kind of talk to him and hear about his experience. And, I mean, he told me all great things, how good of a program they are, you know, the type of people they have on the staff. And then to be able to go there and see it myself was everything.
How do you guard against coming out here as a rookie on a Super Bowl champion team and not be in awe of the surroundings, the roster, the guys you watched on television in the Super Bowl 3 months ago?
Yeah, just kind of understand that, you know, I have a job to do and these are my teammates. And, yeah, just being able to give everything I got to help this team do it again. You know, that's my goal. I want to help this team be as impactful as possible, and I want to do my best to help them do that.
There it is, the new Seahawks defensive tackle, Devin Eastern, a 6'5" defensive tackle from Minnesota. You know, Chris, it was funny because we were talking about the replacements there, and we haven't seen the replacement yet from Boye Mafe. And it's funny to bring up that not only he's not a replacement, but he sure knows Boye Mafe, and Mafe's told him great things here about the Seahawks, where he now joins. What did you take away there?
a guy that's ready for an opportunity that he can go out here and do something and provide something. One note that I found is that scouts say he learned to love program structure. And the structure that's in Seattle, I think he's going to – you talk about – I don't know what word's better than love, but I can only imagine he's going to embrace that and be excited to be here with the Seahawks and a chance to win a Super Bowl. And not to mention, this guy's played through a lot of injuries. Did you know he finished his career with 39 straight starts? Wow. At that position, by the way. He's not playing I mean, if you're on the D-line or O-line, you're playing, you're healthy. That's not easy to do. So you've played through some things. So his toughness, I think, really stands out. Because Mike McDonald, when he gets up on that podium sometimes, he'll talk about a guy's toughness. And I think this is the epitome of toughness, a guy that's had 39 straight starts at his position. And he's a physical dude. So I think this is just a really good opportunity, a good match.
39 straight starts, Chris, with consistency. He started all 13 games in 2023 with 28 tackles. Started all 13 games in 2024 with 27 tackles. Oh, one less. And then 2025, he started all 13 games, 38 tackles. He took that next step. And Devin Eastern, the defensive tackle from Minnesota, becomes the Seahawks' 7th-round pick. Their second of 3 7th-round picks. And they are only 4 picks away from making their final selection here in the 2026 NFL Draft at number 255 overall. Let's take another quick break. We'll come back. We'll react to this 7th round so far. We will get the next and the final Seahawks pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. We are live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Christopher Kidd, Jackson Feltz. We are wrapping up Draft Day here on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
to the 2026 NFL Draft, presented by Frost Brewed Coors Light, cold as the Rockies, and brought to you by Dino's Pub in Renton on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Welcome back to the Virginia Mason Athletic Center 2026 NFL Draft, Day 3. Just wrapping up the 7th round. Our 12th man draft coverage is presented by Frostbrewed Coors Light, cold as the Rockies, and brought to you by Dino's Pub in Renton. Jackson Feltz, Christopher Kidd, Jessamine McIntyre coming at you for the very end of this draft. We're going to hear from Mike McDonald and John Schneider coming up to wrap this whole thing up. The Seahawks have made 2 selections in the 7th round so far. First, at number 236 overall, it was cornerback Andre Fuller out of Toledo, a 6'1" cornerback who has good length that we talked about. Devin Eastern, a defensive tackle out of Minnesota, a 6'5", 315-pound defensive tackle. That was the Seahawks pick at number 242. The Seahawks will be on the clock again in 3 selections. Currently, the Eagles are on the clock at 252. Seattle is up again at 255 for what should be, we think, their final selection here of the 2026 NFL Draft. Chris, I want to go back to Devin Eastern, their most recent selection from him. We just heard him on that conference call with the media. And before the call, I talked to you about how versatility in this entire draft has been one of the narratives that I've seen, with a bunch of different guys being able to play not only their position, but on special teams too. You get it from the Kansas wide receiver Emmanuel Henderson. You get it from Jadarian Price, obviously. And this is a guy here in Eastern that Curtis Crabtree asked him the different positions he played along the line, and he's listing all of these various, special names for defensive line positions. One of them was Biggie. I didn't know if he was naming his favorite music artist, because I'm with him on that, but he's naming all these spots, and it once again reiterates that this is a kid who can be versatile along that line.
Absolutely. When you look at whether he plays 1, 2, 4, 6, and that's we're talking on the D line here. So think of it as even numbers are going to be your 2-gap players, where they read and react and they control blockers, allowing your linebackers to come through and make tackles in the backfield, whatever the case may be. Your odd numbers 1, 3, 5, 7, all the way up to 9. They attack a specific gap. So you get in there, you make a play, and if you look at the Seahawks D line, you have Leonard Williams. He can do all of that. He can control blockers, and he can also just fly in and get gaps. And their D-line is interchangeable because guess what? They all can do that at some point. They all have a job to do, but sometimes they get put in different positions to do other things. So that's what makes this so unique for a guy like that. That's like, yeah, you put me anywhere, I'm down to go and do my job, whatever you need.
Interesting note here, the Eagles with the 35th 7th round pick, which is 251 overall. I don't know if you guys know the story of U.R. Bernard.
No.
He's a Nigerian athlete, I would say, but he's never actually played football. He learned it on YouTube. He just got picked by the Eagles in the NFL draft, and he's 21 years old. He's from Nigeria. He's 6'4", 306 pounds. He's an aspiring defensive tackle, and
he's never played football.
Nope, he learned it on YouTube.
So his highlights are just YouTube of.
Whoa,
that's really cool.
It's very, very.
Yeah, look at this.
So yeah, he's on TV right now.
So he went to, looks like
several camps. He's been to a bunch of camps, and
6'3", 40. I mean, for an aspiring defensive lineman, 6'3", 40 ain't bad. I mean, that's an interesting talent. If it were, again, one of those kind of projects where
you just go shoot in the dark.
End of the 7th round. Why not, right?
Yeah.
I think it's interesting. I thought you guys would be interested in it.
I am
6'4", 306. We're watching video of him right here, and that is a large human who can move pretty fast.
He's fast.
I mean, it's one of those things for the Philadelphia Eagles that it just feels like Howie Roseman always comes through with some amazing draft moment, and I mean, who knows? This could be another one. So,
wow,
Jess, what was the pronunciation?
You are Bernard.
You are Bernard.
That's fire. You are Bernard. You get what I did there? That's cool. Congratulations to him. That's an opportunity of a lifetime.
He was rumored. There was interest rumored with the 49ers, Vikings, and Eagles, according to reports that are out there. But, man, he did not. He wanted to be a real estate agent, and he played basketball. He's obviously an athlete, but the fact that he just learned football on his own and is getting a shot in the NFL.
And look at that. He's
awesome.
at the draft, too. Look at that.
With this flag, too.
That's pretty darn cool. UR Bernard, taken by the Eagles at number 251, as the Seahawks now are one pick away from being on the clock with their final selection. Chris, I want to go back to Devin Eastern because I want to pick back up on that, where you talk about all of the different spots he can play, and he lists all of these different positions.
Yeah.
And you mentioned Leonard Williams, and this kind of feels like the perfect landing spot for Eastern to come learn from a guy like Leonard.
Albeit, we know Leonard's an all-pro. I'm not comparing the two. I'm just saying.
Learn from him.
Yeah, no, but I don't want people to think like I'm thinking this guy can come in and do that.
Newsflash,
No.
everybody. Christopher Kidd just said that Eastern is going to be the next Leo Williams.
So, to your point, learning from a guy like that does do a bunch of different things. Hell, he got an interception from dropping into coverage 2 seasons ago against the Jets on the road because he's able to do multiple different things. And Mike McDonald is a wizard at bringing pressure and sending different type of guys. And the O-line is like, oh, my goodness, I didn't know this was coming at me. And it's a linebacker or a corner. And then you have a 300-pound Eastern dropping back into coverage for a thick 6. That's what you would like to see. And that's going to allow him to maybe get some opportunities on the field. So if a guy's willing to learn and do all the right things and get an opportunity at one technique, 4 technique, you name it, you got to go out there and compete and show Mike McDonald and this defense that you're going to fit in and you're going to have fun doing it and you're going to compete.
The other thing that Devin Eastern said that stood out to me was he was asked, what kind of player are you? And he says, I'm violent. I bring the energy. I'm violent.
Glad you brought that up.
When he says the word violent twice, as a Seahawks fan, Chris, I love to hear the word violent multiple times when a person's describing himself.
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that tight end A.J. Barner, when he got drafted, I think he mentioned he's violent.
That checks out, yeah.
He doesn't care about catching touchdowns, albeit he caught a few of them. He caught one in the Super Bowl for all I know, but this is same thing. Seahawks have a way of doing things. Violent, physical football players the right way, okay? Not doing things, cheap shots. They play physical football the right way. And that's class act. That's all you can ask. And they're bringing in another guy that's similar to that, that's violent, and he has something to prove. He has something like, hey, you line up against me, it's going to be a long day for you. I know his name sounds very nice, though. Eastern.
Devin Eastern.
That's such a nice name, but he's a violent player, and that's what you ask.
Yeah.
That's what you want.
You certainly do want your defensive linemen to be violent, and frankly, your entire defense to be violent. And I think that's one of the things where any defender who's, whether you get drafted or you sign as an undrafted free agent into this building, you know that you have to epitomize and embody that value of violence and intensity and versatility too. I mean, Chris, remember before the Super Bowl, we were massively freaking out because of the status of Nicky Manwari, because of how the versatility of Nicky Manwari allows his team to play nickel and still defend the run. And you think about them leaning on that versatility to have top picks. That is essentially to have top success. That's essentially what this defense rides on. So you want out of that. But right now we are one pick away from the Seahawks making their final selection.
Did they take a kicker?
See, and they are on the clock right now. I can tell the Seahawks are on the clock with their final pick at number 255 in the 2026 NFL Draft. We will get the pick. We'll take a break and then we will react to it and tell you everything you know about this selection as we are moments away from getting this pick here, Chris. So once again, to go over it, we have selected a running back there in Jadarian Price in the first round, a safety in Bud Clark in the second round from TCU, a cornerback, Arkansas's Julian Neil in the third round, a guard, Bo Stevens from Iowa in the fifth round, a wide receiver, Emmanuel Henderson from Kansas in the sixth round, and here in the seventh round, a cornerback from Toledo, and also now a defensive tackle from Minnesota. Is this the edge rusher, Chris?
No,
or are we going full bit?
I think they're good with the edge. I think they're happy with what they got. If they add an edge, cool. But I don't think it's my thought process of them going after it earlier in the draft has now passed. So I'm moving on. If they take a kicker, yay. If they take a punter, probably won't happen because they just gave Michael Dixon an extension. So we'll see what they do.
Well, I'm going to start looking up here in the break the last time the Seahawks went through a draft and didn't pick an edge, if this is not an edge, because I can't remember the last time a Seahawks team didn't select an edge rusher or even linebacker. Let's combine the two. Edge rusher or linebacker, as we are moments away. The pick is in for Seattle at number 255. We will see what this turns into. This is quite something if they go this entire draft and don't select a line. I mean, linebacker's not that big of a need, obviously.
Nah, you got Drake Thomas, Ernest Jones, and you still have a second-year kid. Oh my gosh, I'm drawing a blank on his name, but they got some talent there.
They're pretty well set at linebacker here.
Tyrese Knight.
Thank you. Tyrese Knight, who's we've seen good speed out of him, but it's the edge where you can never have enough edge rushers. We will see if that's what they go to, but this is the final chance for John Schneider to draft somebody before the feverish job of signing undrafted players. As here comes the selection, the final Seahawks selection in the 2026 NFL Draft. It is another cornerback, Michael Dansby, cornerback from Arizona. Chris, they have completed the bit. It is done. No edge rushers drafted in the 2026 NFL Draft for your Seattle Seahawks. Cornerback Michael Dansby from Arizona. And we will kind of get a lot of info here on Michael Dansby. We will take a quick break and tell you everything you need to know about not only Michael Dansby, but the entire Seattle Seahawks 2026 draft. It is now complete, and three Pierce cornerbacks taken. We will come back and we will analyze both Dansby and this whole draft here coming up on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to the 2026 NFL Draft, presented by Frost Brewed Coors Light, cold as the Rockies, and brought to you by Dino's Pub in Renton on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Welcome back to the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Jackson Feltz, Christopher Kidd, here with you. Our 12th man draft coverage presented by Frost Brewed Coors Light, cold as the Rockies, and brought to you by Dino's Pub in Renton. The Seattle Seahawks 2026 NFL Draft is complete. The number 255 and final selection for Seattle in this draft in the 7th round, Michael Dansby, a 5'11 cornerback from the University of Arizona. He played 1 year at Arizona. He was his senior year. He started 12 games for them. He played 12 games for them, had 15 total tackles and 2 interceptions. That came after 3 years at San Jose State, or in those years at San Jose State, he played a total of 30 games games. In all of his college career, he had 7 picks. So, Chris, this is a 5'11 cornerback, 4 years in college, and perhaps, I mean, we will see what they end up using him as we'll see if he calls in here and we get some talk with the media. Also, of course, John Schneider, Mike McDonald scheduled to speak to the media here very soon. But this could be one of those nickels. We haven't seen a nickel specialist, kind of a slot corner taken by the Seahawks yet. This could be one of those guys.
It'll be interesting to see. Could he potentially be one of those guys? Could he fill out a role on special teams as a gunner? The opportunity is there for Michael to make an impact, get known with the Seahawks, and if not, across the league, because there's film on you now. So the opportunity is there. I'm just as curious as you are to hear this phone call to see what he's all about. And with some of those answers, I think we'll learn a little bit more about Michael and his style of play and what he thinks that he can bring to the Seahawks.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the 2026 NFL Draft is complete for your Seattle Seahawks. Let's go over this. With the first round at number 32 overall selection, the Seahawks took Notre Dame running back Jadarian Price. With their second round pick at number 64 overall, they took TCU safety Bud Clark. In the third round at number 99 overall, they took Arkansas cornerback Julian Neil. Then, no fourth round pick. In the fifth round, they traded a 2027 fourth-round pick to come back into this draft, into the fifth round, and they drafted Iowa guard Bo Stevens. Then we moved on all the way to the sixth round, where they selected Emmanuel Henderson, a wide receiver from Kansas, and then 3 seventh-round selections here in this last hour. Andre Fuller, a cornerback out of Toledo. You had a defensive tackle out of Minnesota, Devin Eastern, and then this last selection here, Arizona DB, they're listing a DB here, Michael Dansby. We'll see exactly how and where they want to play him. So, Chris, no edge rushers, no linebackers, but this is the first look at the entirety of the Seahawks draft. 8 players selected. What do you think, my friend?
They doubled what they were supposed to get.
Yeah.
And should we be surprised? I don't think so. This is what John Schneider does. He has more bites at the apple. He has a ton of talent that's coming in. And it's all about the future, right? You're looking at this 3 to 4 years from now. How many players will be getting that next contract, right? So I think this is a great opportunity. It's a solid class. I like it. They went out and got needs. It wasn't a panic mode like, what can we do? They just won a Super Bowl. So where can we get better at in some areas? And they went heavy at corner. Or I should just say the DB
Heavy
room.
at DB.
So
Yeah.
they making sure that coming into this season, DB will have 0 question marks, right? Because that was the thing. Like, okay, we know Josh Jobe is talented. He's good. But what about the loss of Reek Woolen? How will that work out? And they said, we got some guys that we're bringing in that are going to fill that role just fine. We can't wait to see what that looks like come Sunday.
Yeah, I wanted to go back and see the last time the Seahawks did not select an edge rusher in a draft. I also want to go back and see when was the last time the Seahawks have had a draft where half of the entire draft was at one area of the field. And not only defense, one area of the field in the secondary, where you had 4 secondary players taken in the form of Bud Clark, the safety, we had Julian Neil, the cornerback, you have Michael Dansby, the cornerback, and you have Andre Fuller, the cornerback. I mean, 4, and 3 of them are cornerbacks, but 4 secondary players of 8 overall selections. It tells you everything I think you need to know about where the priorities were for John Schneider and Mike McDonald, Chris.
Yeah, 1,000%. So you can see that it was building up that defense, making sure it's back to where it was from last year, elite, right? And the offense, hey, you got one of the best receivers in the game, if not the best in JSN. Build around him. You're bringing in a young receiver that can learn a thing or two. You're hoping that Torrey Horton comes back from his mysterious injury and he finds a good rollback. Cooper Kupp doing his thing. So this was just an opportunity to just add some pieces to an already good roster, great roster, dare I say. And you just want to fill out some areas of maybe concern that you just want to be a little bit more like, yeah, this is solidified now, and this is the moves we're making. So I like this draft class. I think it's fine.
Yeah, I think that's what we're talking about here is the ability for the Seahawks to kind of just understand what happened here in this recent offseason and figure out what do we need to do to get us back and win another Super Bowl. Is we're hearing the phone ring right now, and we are going to get here comments from the latest and the last Seahawks selection in this draft, Michael Dansby, the cornerback from Arizona. Let's head up there and hear from Michael right now.
We're interested in you. Can I talk to you or contact you before the draft?
I mean, yeah, they were interested in me, but I didn't know draftable interest stuff.
What kind of contact did you have with them before the draft?
I had a Zoom and a couple of I mainly just had the Zoom, and my agent got a couple of phone calls from a couple of scouts, but that was pretty much it.
Do you remember who you met with on Zoom from Seahawks?
The assistant's corner coach and the corners coach.
Michael, what was your thoughts as the draft was kind of going on there? Did you think you were going to get picked,
Mm-hmm.
or do you think you were headed towards undrafted at this stage? How did your kind of day progress and everything?
Yeah, honestly, I was expecting to go undrafted, but the Seahawks obviously came and got me late round, which is a blessing. But the whole day I was just chilling on the couch with my fam, just praying and hoping that somebody take a shot on me. And the Seahawks took the shot, man, which was a great shot.
Tell us about your game. What kind of player are you?
I'm a man coverage player for sure. You're gonna see the effort on the film. You're gonna see the effort on the practice film. But you get in the high explosive speedster that can really cover and play man for a press man and exact.
How did you end up going to Arizona after deciding to leave San Jose State?
So Coach Brennan, he was the coach at San Jose, and then he eventually he went over to Arizona my junior year. I was going to go my junior year, but I wanted to do one more year at San Jose State, so I went over to Arizona my last year.
How much of the Seahawks defense did you watch last year, and how excited are you to be joining defense of this quality that just won a Super Bowl?
Honestly, the Seahawks defense was the most defense I've watched all year, literally, and I'm beyond excited, beyond blessed. It's like words cannot imagine or just come out of how blessed I am right now to be a part of the Seattle Seahawks, man.
Well, given that you've watched them a lot, how would you describe the defense, and what do you like about them?
First of all, it's what relates to me is just the effort and the resilience to just get to the ball. I see not just the linebackers, but just everybody, the DBs, really running into the ball 100% of the time, all the time, and just the ability for the DBs to cover, and especially with that front line with Murphy up there, that D line is for sure what's causing mayhem to release the stress off the DBs and stuff for sure. But the D line is most definitely what I'm most definitely excited to play with, and
Positionally, what have you kind of played in college? Have you just kind of been on the outside, or have you kind of moved around to the slot or other places?
I was mainly outside, but I could for sure learn the nickel 100%. But mainly I played 90% outside.
What kind of special teams did you?
No, you good. Gunner. Gunner is my main thing. Gunner is where I'm gonna make my money at for sure this upcoming season, especially on special teams. But Gunner, jammer, and running down on kickoff. But it wasn't too much running down on kickoff because our kicker is just kicking out the end zone every time. Though. But Gunner was my thing.
You weren't at the combine, is that correct, or were you?
Yeah, I was not at the combine.
And was it a 4.37 that you ran at your pro day?
No, I didn't. I wasn't able to do pro day either. But my training, I was running 4.2s though. My fast was a 4.25.
And where'd you run that? Just training or?
Training. When I was training for pro day in Minnesota.
Michael, you went to McClymonds. Were you a Raiders or 49ers fan?
Oh, I was a Raiders fan, man.
All right, just checking you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Hey, Michael, we are going to send you over a Zoom.
So there you have. They're the Seahawks' final selection, Michael Dansby. Chris, it was almost exactly what you said right after the selection, which was gunner in the special teams squad. And he said, quote, "I'm going to make my money as a gunner and jammer there on special teams."
with an opportunity like that, you just got to get in it and do whatever is asked of you. And the good thing is he knows where his game's at compared to everyone else, and he knows the opportunity that presents itself. And you come in and you're the best gunner, you will find yourself getting reps. And that's all you can ask. And he ran a 4.25. Good God,
Wow.
that's blazing. So with that being said, he's going to get a lot of opportunities to get out there on the field if he can make that speed and transition that speed into making plays for the defense.
Amazing.
Or special teams.
All right, the Seahawks 2026 draft is complete. We'll take a quick break. We will come back and we will hear from Mike McDonald and John Schneider at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Our 12th man draft coverage continues next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to the 2026 NFL Draft, presented by Frost Brewed Coors Light, cold as the Rockies, and brought to you by Dino's Pub in Renton on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Welcome back. The 2026 NFL Draft here at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. The draft is complete for the Seahawks. Our 12th man draft coverage presented by Frost Brewed Coors Light, cold as the Rockies. Also brought to you by Dino's Pub in Renton. Jackson Feltz, Christopher Kidd coming at you here. In just a moment, we will hear from Mike McDonald and John Schneider, the head coach and general manager of the Seattle Seahawks, to talk about their entire draft class. As the draft is complete, the Seahawks have taken a total of 8 players. One of those players used with a pick from the 2027 draft that they traded back into the 26 draft for. Let's go over it very quick. You have Notre Dame running back Jadarian Price in the first round, TCU safety Bud Clark in the second round, Julian Neil, an Arkansas cornerback in the third round, plus Iowa guard Bo Stevens in the fifth round. That was used from the fourth round pick in 2027 to trade back into this draft in the fifth. Also, Kansas wide receiver Emmanuel Henderson Jr. in the sixth round. And then the seventh round, 3 selections: Toledo cornerback Andre Fuller, Minnesota defensive tackle Devin Eastern, and Arizona cornerback Michael Dansby. Mike McDonald, John Schneider will talk about that entire class in just a few minutes. By the way, also for those of us here who are Washington Huskies fans, sorry, Christopher Kidd, the Washington Huskies had a number of players selected over this draft, and 4 or 5 players, taken today. Denzel Boston taken number 39 to the Cleveland Browns in the second round. Takario Davis, the cornerback, taken at number 72 to Cincinnati in the third round. Jonah Coleman, we were wondering if Jonah Coleman might be a Seahawks pick, but of course after the Price pick, we knew it was going to be quite unlikely. But Jonah Coleman did end up going in the fourth round, number 108 overall to the Denver Broncos. Carver Willis, the lineman, ended up getting drafted in the fourth round to San Francisco, number 127. The Niners took another cornerback just 12 picks later. Ephesians Prysock went to the Niners at number 139 in the fourth round. Then Ontario Thompson, number 208 to Atlanta in the sixth round. And finally, Zach Durfee in the seventh round, number 233 overall to Jacksonville.
You want to read off any Cougs?
Chris, I was just going to ask you, buddy, if we had any Cougs to list off here.
Yes.
I feel like that would have been too mean, so I didn't say it. But now that you asked.
Yeah, man, there's a few Cougs. Well, he transferred wide receiver, and he ends up now with the 49ers. Stribling. Oh, my gosh.
Yep.
I cannot say his name, but former Coug wide receiver. He is now with the Niners, so we'll get to see him twice a year. Hopefully he doesn't. Dezon Stribling, if I'm not mistaken. So he will have an opportunity to get out on the field. I think they took him in third round, so he'll definitely probably make an impact there. We'll see.
I think that was the first pick of was it the first pick of the fourth round? Because I remember it was a situation where we were kind of wondering if the Niners were. I'm thinking that maybe the second round where they okay? Do you trade out? Do you move? Because San Francisco had made so many trades.
Second round,
yeah,
33rd
right.
overall.
33rd overall, and it was one of those things where the Niners had traded so much down in this draft from various selections. You wondered if they were going to move out of that 33 spot, but they select that receiver. I had mentioned earlier that I didn't think the Niners took an impact player, but it's sort of like Ricky Pearsall, right? A couple of years ago, they take Ricky Pearsall, and all right, well, this guy develop into a impact player, and you saw moments, but he just hasn't. And for the 49ers, they're hoping maybe this is the wide receiver they can find some juice with. Because as we talk about this NFC West, I mean, sure, they got their ass handed to them in the divisional round by Seattle, but that's a team who certainly needs to make strides on both sides of the ball. And for us here, we just hope that he doesn't turn into something.
Well, that would be nice, wouldn't it? Seahawks fans would sure love for it not to work out, as Niner fans would know. A bunch of things blew up in their face. Brandon Ayuk being the number one issue there. But back to the draft, I think this is, a solid draft from the Seahawks. Yep. They hit on a bunch of needs, DB room specifically, getting a bunch of corners and a safety. No edge guys, but they're confident in their D-line, and they also added some D tackles and an offensive guard. So I think overall they just hit on everything that they would like to see in the next 3 to 4 years on this roster, and I think moving forward, I think it's a good start, especially a team that just won a Super Bowl, right? They don't have too many glaring holes, right? They literally were the top team in the NFL, and they're looking to maintain that. And I think with the guys they brought in, they can maintain that.
I think that's a great point, and the question you're probably left with out there as a Seahawks fan is, all right, where are our holes now? Because we went into this draft, I think, with, I would say, 2 glaring holes. A hole at cornerback and a hole at running back. And want to say kind of a lesser hole with that Kobe Bryant spot, but just knowing the versatility of this defense, I was never too worried about filling that Kobe Bryant place. You knew it was just a guy you were going to be able, and also, they brought in Rodney Thomas from Indianapolis.
Yep.
So that was a guy that I thought, all right, I'm not very concerned at the safety position when you add a guy like that in free agency. But clearly with their pick of Bud Clark, who is from everything we've seen a 1-for-1 with Kobe Bryant, but you look at those holes, Chris, and Jadarian Price fills the running back hole. That's now over. Just watching and listening to Julian Neil, it's hard not to listen to him and say that this guy's going to be a star. He has the size. I mean, really quick, before we hear from McDonald and Schneider, I have the stats here. I wanted to do this, and if I can slip these in here, because Julian Neil has so much confidence and so much bravado and clearly loves to be a physical player. And I said to myself, when was the last time we had a DB come in here who has size, he has length, he has confidence, he likes to be physical? OG Richard Sherman. So I said to myself, all right, well, let's just go back. And, of course, Sherman was, I think He played. It felt like the guy was 6'5". He showed up to the combine at 6'2". Julian Neil, just under 6'2", so just not too much off there. But here's where I want to really go through these comparisons, okay? Julian Neal's 40-yard dash, 4.49. Richard Sherman's, 4.6. Vertical jump for Sherman was a 38. Vertical jump for Julian Neal was a 40. Both had a 16 bench press. They had 0.1 off of each other on a 20-yard shuttle. They had nearly the same 3-cone drill. Julian Neal was a little bit better on that. A little bit worse, on that. Broad jump, Sherman was at 10.5 and Neal was at 11.2. All of this to say, I can continue on and on and on and on and on. Julian Neal's combine numbers very, very closely resemble Richard Sherman's combine numbers. And then you hear the guy talk, and you hear him talk about the physicality. You hear him with that confidence. It's going to be real hard, I think, for Seahawk fans to not watch Julian Neal in the preseason and the early part of the season and not look at their buddy with a beer in hand and say, everybody will turn to their friend and say to them, that's Richard Sherman.
I wonder what the tape says, too, because some players, they might just be good on the football field but suck at testing, right? You put them in front of the lights and cameras, you say, hey, man, go run the 40, hey, do the shuttle. Terrible. But they go play football, and you see how good they really are. And that might be him. He might not be a great tester in that regard, but he might be a phenomenal football player when he gets out on the field. And that's one thing you just have to watch football. You can look at all the numbers all you want and all the 40 times, but if he gets out there and he's dominant and knows what he's doing, the instincts kick in, that's even more Sherman-like, because Sherman didn't put on the best performance, as you mentioned, with all his stats on the 40 and all that. But when he played the game, it was a whole different player. It was like, why even test this kid?
Right.
He's that good.
I have something to say, but really quick, Travis, if you have a moment, maybe you can load up the back and forth that he had with Hugh Millen. It's only about a minute long, but the conference call that we had yesterday between Julian Neal. You have it ready? Yep, all right. Ready. Well, let's actually hear, because this back and forth was during the conference call between Hugh Millen and Julian Neal yesterday, and basically Hugh, he does with a lot of players, is just paint a scenario and the player kind of takes you into their ideal scenario, and this back and forth was probably the best we've ever heard in that kind of interaction.
Julian, I'm going to paint a scenario for you. It's in the fourth quarter. It's a critical time. You get the huddle call or from the sideline. What's the coverage? What's the defense that you like the most, that you say, yeah, that's the one I want to be in, and what's your role in that?
So we're in a 4-2-5, country cover 3, basically a true zone. Wait, you said we're in the fourth quarter?
Yeah, fourth quarter. Any important situation? What's your favorite defensive call and your role in it? So you're saying you're playing country cover 3? Yeah.
Oh no. We playing man. I'm gonna go punch him. I'm gonna go punch on somebody. They're not getting past me. And if you get past, I'm gonna look back for the ball and I'm gonna get that. Simple. And I'm going to go punch somebody at the line.
Love it. Now, are you in off coverage or in press in this situation?
I'm in press. I'm all up in your face.
Okay.
I'm going to get down and dirty with it. Come on.
I love the come on there at the end. Like, come on. Like, what?
Are you kidding me?
Of course.
What do you think I'm in?
Imagine Devin Witherspoon on one side and him on the other, with Josh Jobe in the mix. Good Lord.
See, that threesome right there, with those as your DBs, that's why we talk about the holes to fill. Cornerback for me, that hole with Woolen leaving, gone. That's that. I'm not.
You're sold.
I'm not even considering that a hole anymore.
Put a stamp on it. Okay.
We are here at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. We are moments away from hearing from Mike McDonald and John Schneider to talk about the entire Seahawks 2026 draft. Let's take one more quick break. We will come back. We will hear from Mike and John next on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
back to the 2026 NFL Draft, presented by Frost Brewed Coors Light, cold as the Rockies, and brought to you by Dino's Pub in Renton on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Welcome back to the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Jackson Feltz, Christopher Kidd wrapping things up as the Seahawks 2026 NFL Draft is complete. They made 8 selections in this draft, and we are moments away from hearing from head coach Mike McDonald and John Schneider, who will talk about all 8 selections for the Seahawks in a class where they started, Chris, with 4 picks. They also, I should say, traded a 2027 pick to get back into this draft, but they end up getting twice as many players as it looked like they were going to starting on Thursday.
Very impressive stuff, just from the standpoint of starting out with 4 picks. Everyone's like, we don't really need much. Maybe John will trade back from the first round and get into the second round, and the Seahawks will have 5 picks. He doubled that. Got 8 out of it, was willing to make deals, and I think, again, with this roster, it's already good, and it stayed consistent. Yeah. There are a couple of glaring things that you wanted to see fixed. DB room at cornerback, you get a running back, you get some competition at guard, bring in a wide receiver, bring in another corner. So you just trying to build the best roster you can over this next few months going into training camp and all that, and I think the Seahawks accomplished that, and now it's about getting these guys prepared to play some football, man.
Yeah, and we kind of rushed out of that last segment, but I wanted to ask you the question that's going through my head, which is, where is the hole right now? Because the hole was at running back for me, the hole was at cornerback. Both those got filled. The lighter hole for the Kobe Bryant position at safety, that's filled by Bud Clark, and you had, of course, the new cornerback or new safety come in from Indianapolis. The question that I think a lot of Seahawks fans are asking is, for the Super Bowl champions, where is the hole right now? And Chris, I mean, edge, I guess, for Boye Maffe's departure, but honestly, I don't even know how big of a huge concern that is. Is there a glaring hole left for you?
A glaring hole. Wide receiver, no. Tackles, no. Guard, no.
Not anymore.
Center, no. Tight end room, no. Sam Donald's the man. I think it's well done. I think they're in a good space. They're in a good space. Sure, you would love to bring in an edge guy, but you still got Mike Morris, who has shown.
That's a good point.
He's shown that he's still.
Riley Mills is now here, and Riley Mills looked great in the Super Bowl.
He did, but albeit that Patriots O-line was straight up ass. So I'm just being real. No disrespect to Riley Mills, but I think they like what they got out of him. He hasn't played because of an injury all season, and he gets an opportunity in the Super Bowl, and he plays good football. So they got some depth there on the edge. Now let's just see how this training camp goes. Maybe they pick up some undrafted guys. Like, there's opportunities there to add to that group. Not saying that they shouldn't have in the draft, but you see they didn't. But I still think Mike Morris has something to show. You mentioned Riley Mills, J.R. Singleton, who guys probably never heard of. So they have some dudes that, okay, push comes to shove, maybe they get the opportunity. Hell, Jamie Sheriff, you remember that name? Preseason standout last year, got brought onto the practice squad.
Linebacker, right?
He plays linebacker, but they put him on the edge.
Okay.
He's behind DeMarcus Lawrence and I want to say Jared Ivey. So 2 young guys that are going to get opportunities again this year to showcase their skill set. So not to mention your Uchenna Nwosu and Derek Hall. Those are 2 guys that are, they're going to go out there and do their thing. Connor O'Toole, he's another guy, another kid that is going to get some opportunity. So that might be like the one area where I'm like, okay, they could have added something.
Right.
But I get why they didn't, I guess. It's like not a like, oh, we got to do it, or we're, they lose Boye Mafe. They still have a really good unit.
Yeah, the units I don't think is a concern. It's sort of like one of those things where, are we just concerned about it because we didn't get a guy selected in this draft at that position, or is an actual concern at that position? I don't think there's an actual concern. And you look at every level, and there isn't that weakness. And again, you look at the rest of the NFC, and especially the rest of the NFC West. Did any team, adding free agency plus the draft, get markedly better than the Seahawks in this last few months? And you can say, okay, well, the Rams did add a pretty darn good member in their secondary,
members
in the former Husky, but is that enough to jump the Seahawks, who had a very good draft? Meanwhile, a draft where the Rams didn't do too much for themselves. I mean, you end up getting a quarterback who can, take maybe, from if this is year 0, you take years, 3, 4, 5, 6, but that's not helping them win a Super Bowl anytime in the next couple of years. There was news today that they're working out an extension for Matthew Stafford, and Matthew Stafford might be there for a couple of years. This could be, the Aaron Rodgers, Brett Favre situation, or the Jordan Love, Brett Favre situation, where they may see the fruits of their labor with Ty Simpson in a few years, but the Seahawks are in a Super Bowl window right now, and this Super Bowl window is only going to last a few years. You maximize that. Did the Rams and Les Snead just say to themselves, we're going to punt and we're going to try to capitalize on a window when the Seahawks are done, and we're just giving them this window? Because if they are, thank you, Los Angeles, we'll take it. And clearly Sean McVay wasn't happy about it.
No, he wasn't too pleased, and I think for the Seahawks, you look at what you have, and again, you just try to fill areas of concern that they might have had, and they did that. Based on how they drafted, they took care of the areas where they felt needed the most attention to detail in terms of draft status. So you look around the league, just look around the NFC West, that is. Yeah, I'm not sure how the Rams are going to feel about their draft in 3 to 4 years. Could it work out? Could we all be surprised that Ty Simpson is a really good quarterback? Sure, but
by the time he actually starts and gets going and has success, I think the Seahawks championship window will be in the rearview mirror.
Okay, I'm curious to hear what LA radio sounds like right now. Sports
I think
radio.
they're mad. I think they're. I mean, and that's based on something that just is me watching videos on YouTube and Twitter and Instagram, where there's draft parties and there's little backyard parties.
Yep.
And I mean, what's great about social media is you only see the things that are in your algorithm. And a lot of my algorithm right now, if you were looking on the For You for Instagram, is lots of football reaction things, and a lot of that is just angry Rams fans and watch parties where everybody's swearing. I love one where everybody's kind of just murmuring to each other, and then one guy screams out, "Idiots!" And it's one of those things where you wonder if LA is going to look back 1 year from now and say, God, you know what? We were just one piece away. If we had just drafted XYZ player at 13 instead of Simpson, we could have jumped Seattle. But we didn't, and we're losing in the divisional round because of it. And honestly, Chris, that's where I see this is going.
Got it.
And maybe it's Seattle filling the NFC Championship, and one of them takes out the Rams to get there. That might be my bet right now. But the reality is the Rams, they got better in the form of free agency, but I just don't see it right now that they really got better than Seattle, where I think this was their opportunity to say, all right, we made this move. We can make the 13th pick, and we can draft a player that will put us over the top. And they decided to just they decided to just say, no, we don't want to take that shot.
Let me ask you this, not to go too much into this Ram stuff, but I'm curious before we move along. Why do you think they lost last season to the Seahawks? If you had to pinpoint an area on that team of what didn't work, what would you say it was?
I think it was clearly the fact that they were playing in Seattle. I think if the NFC Championship's in LA, we're talking about on the edge of a knife.
But I'm saying
all 3 of these games were on the edge of a knife.
Despite that, so let's not even look at where they played. What position would you say was their weak point to the point
secondary?
So that's why I think maybe they screwed up taking 13th overall, but their secondary has improved. If their offense stays healthy, that's another thing. Health is tricky. If they can stay healthy, cool.
And that's where I'm going to come at you with is that I think their offense is going to take a step back.
Gotcha.
Because
okay.
I don't think that there's a chance in hell that Matthew Stafford has another MVP season.
Oh, okay.
I can't see Matthew Stafford being a year older and having another season like he just did.
He can't pull LeBron in the NFL, huh?
I just don't think that. I don't think a LeBron exists in the NFL.
Well, just in terms of being able to get older and be better.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I don't think there's
the closest thing I guess would be Aaron Rodgers, but I don't know if he got better every year.
When was the last time Aaron Rodgers was good? Not even okay.
Yeah, he sucked last season.
When was the last time Aaron Rodgers was good? It's been quite a while. Like, the NFL doesn't have that ageless guy. Like, Tom Brady was obviously ageless.
The unicorn.
There is no ageless player. I don't think Matthew Stafford's it. He had one great season, but you know he's also one hit away from being done.
Yeah.
And you know at that age. So once again, we're at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. The Seahawks and the overall 2026 NFL Draft is complete. We're moments away from hearing from John Schneider and Mike McDonald. Right now, we know that they are making many phone calls to undrafted free agents, and clearly, Chris, even though they had 3 7th-round picks, there's a lot of calls going on for the Seahawks and their staff downstairs right now.
Bringing in as much talent as they can. Jess, we didn't hear your thoughts on the draft. What did you think of the overall assessment of it?
I would say that if I were, just your typical Seattle fan, I'd probably look at this and be like almost bored. Just because it was so standard and they did exactly what they should have done. I'm excited. I think they did exactly what they needed to do, but they're, obviously the running back was a glaring need, right? And they did that immediately. Okay, great. Cornerback immediately filled. So it's just, it's almost like the Super Bowl when, we were going into it, Seattle facing the Patriots. It's like, we're going to win. I just like it almost seemed like it was too well done. It was almost just like, oh, you did. We have nothing to complain about. That's an odd feeling, and it's almost what Chuck was saying earlier today. It's like, wow, is it the first time that in his 11 years of doing this that the Seahawks fans haven't been like, where's our offensive lineman? Where is our offensive lineman? I didn't even think about it because you don't think about offensive linemen until you have to. And I think when you listen to them speak, you know that that's just the way they are, and they prefer it that way. I think it's a great draft overall. And when I say bored, I don't mean bad. I just mean that it was just so perfectly executed to what they want to do, and especially because they had to pick at 32,
right?
And didn't get those trade backs. What they were able to do, they turned it into 8 picks. John Schneider did John Schneider things.
You wonder if they would have made all the trades they did here today and going back and getting more picks and having 3 7th-rounders. You wonder if they would have made all those moves if they had been able to trade back at number 32, because that was the conversation was and they were very upfront saying it before the draft that, hey, listen, we want to trade back. Then all those trades happened. Was it 4 of the previous 5 picks in front of them had made trades there before number 32, and you kind of just get left out to dry, and nobody else needs to trade up there to number 32. So that explains that. But if I'd love to be with John Schneider for over a beer and just kind of say, like, do you have any regrets? Do you have anything in this draft that looking back after these 8 picks, do you wish you did or that you wish happened? And I'm absolutely certain, Chris, that he would say, I wish we had been able to trade back from 32. I'm not sure if there's a single other thing he'd say other than that, though.
Yeah, I looked at that running back spot. I think it's more than a filler because I think J.D. Price could be a weapon with this offense. Not the way K9 was, because K9 is just different, right? He has the 4.3 speed. I think J.D. can be his own weapon in a sense that it's slightly different, but he can fill a major role right away, which is starting running back, RB1. I know Hugh, I think everyone, all the draft analysts that we've had on the station have said he's RB1 out the gate. As soon as they drafted him, it wasn't a question. It was like, nope, he's the guy. Everyone else seconds behind me. So you fill that role, and then you build depth immediately right after that on day 3 with Bo Stevens. If I'm not mistaken, he was an All-American, right? And
he was, yes. So, yeah, first team AP All-American.
Yeah, he could definitely become a starter. But all credit due, AB is going to be ready to go. Anthony Bradford, Mike McDonald has given nothing but positive praise for him. He comes in and he won that opportunity last season, and Mike McDonald's excited to see what he can do this season, as he was on with Softy and Fan and Hugh Jackson. What was it, 2 weeks ago, talking about it? So I know that's just going to be one of those situations where it's a compete from mini camp all the way through preseason into week 1. So that's going to be fun to see. And then Emmanuel, Henderson Jr., the speedster, wide receiver.
Yep.
Okay. Special teams, maybe. Can you find your rhythm? Can you find a way onto the roster as a receiver? Like, there's opportunity there, especially with the situation with Torrey Horton that is It's April 25th, and it's still a mystery. So,
and Henderson is certainly the Derek Young replacement at gunner because
Derek
Young was a great gunner, and this
special team value.
This
baby.
is a 1-for-1 to that.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, another thing that stood out to me so much with this draft, probably my most exciting moment, was trading a future 4th rounder, 2027 pick, to trade into the 5th round to get Bo Stevens. Mm-hmm. That speaks so highly of what they think of him as an offensive lineman, and he was pure offensive lineman that we heard. And yeah, that actually probably was the most exciting thing when we saw that trade, and then we found out what the capital was given for it. Although they have so many picks next year, they did need to add more, and I was wondering if they were going to do more with that pick and perhaps turn that pick into more picks. But that just speaks so highly of what they think of him.
Yeah, speaking of Bo Stevens, the guy who just walked in front of us with the lime green shirt, our friend Corbin Smith from Emerald City Spectrum, not only did he predict the Seahawks would take Bo Stevens, he predicted the Seahawks would trade up in this draft for Bo Stevens.
Yeah, he
nailed
did.
it on 2 levels, did Corbin Smith. And this is a guy, I mean, Chris, we talked about it with that Minnesota defensive tackle in the 7th round, Devin Eastern. This is a guy in Bo Stevens who also has the consistency. And also versatility, should mention. Started 12 games at right guard in 2022. He started 12 games at left guard in 2024. This last year he started all 13 games at left guard. First team AP offensive line in all of college football. They had a top running back, Kamari Moulton, who ran at a 5.2 yard per carry clip over 170 rushes last season. I think it says a lot that you're able to take a big Big Ten offensive lineman, and you hope that this only breeds the competition there at right guard because, listen, whether Anthony Bradford can take the Super Bowl performance, because he had a good Super Bowl, whether he can take that Super Bowl performance and turn that into consistency and a strong 2026 campaign, you would hope that he does that. But if he needs a push, or if even Bo Stevens can slot in and become that guy, you only want that right guard position fixed because all other 4 spots are done. You don't have a single concern at any other offensive line spot except for Bo Stevens, or except for this right guard spot. And if Bo Stevens can push or become that guy, then your entire when was the last time that we looked at an entire offensive line? It might be the first Super Bowl and said, I don't have a concern at any of these spots. It's been, even then that year, right? There was the concern of J.R. Sweezy. So it's been a long time since we had 0 concerns about any spot on the offensive line. We're close to that.
Not to mention with Anthony Bradford, I believe this is his final year under his rookie contract. So
you better step up.
So with that being said, the pressure's on for him. If he has a Pro Bowl year, I would imagine the Seahawks bring him back and they pay him. Now, if he has an average year, well, that's where Bo Stevens, if he doesn't, let's say Bo doesn't win the starting job and Anthony does okay enough to be the starter, well, Bo has that opportunity next year because John Snyder's not known for handing out cash to old linemen that are, mid-level.
Right,
you gotta be Charles Cross, Abe Lucas. I imagine Gray Zabel's gonna get a bag once he gets.
He might be the most expensive guard in all football.
Exactly. So unless Anthony Bradford's gonna be playing at that type of level, I can imagine that still expiring. And then now you have Bo Stevens, who maybe got in a few times because players get banged up, gets a few reps, and ends up starting for that next season, 2027-28 season. So that's kind of how I view it, especially with taking that pick and how they did it and drafting back in to this year's draft and getting him.
Clearly they love the guy if they're willing to do that. And yes, they have 12 picks in the 2027 draft, but still, to trade from that draft into this draft says a lot about how they feel about Bo Stevens. We're still waiting to hear from Mike McDonald and John Schneider here at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center as they will talk about the entire 2026 Seattle Seahawks draft class. While we have a minute, Chris, let's share our 2 cents on Jadarian Price because it happened on Thursday, and I know you and Greg obviously were on Friday talking about it, but it's been all draft for me at least, and I wanted to talk about this Seahawks offense now as it will look in week 1 of the 2026 season, where Zach Charbonnet is still dealing with the injury. Who knows when he will come back, but it seems to me that Jadarian Price will be able to step in, be the starter day 1, impact player, your top 5-round fantasy football pick, probably somewhere in that range, but we're talking about a guy who is obviously the backup to the number 1 running back in the NFL draft in obviously Love. And here he is now getting his shot to be the number 1 guy right out of the gates here with Seattle. And you wonder if he's going to be able to come in and Wally Pip Zach Charbonnet and take over and have the burst as a rookie and make a statement that I should be the guy and Zach Charbonnet should stay the number 2.
That'll be interesting because I don't know how long Zach's going to be out with that injury. My guess it would be he won't be back fully till November, because when you bring a player back, you're not going to just feed him to the wolves, right? You're going to give him ample opportunity to get the reps in before you just say, hey, here's 30 carries. Hey, extensive workload. So I imagine that it'll be an ease-in situation for him.
We are moments away from head coach Mike McDonald and general manager John Schneider stepping to the podium here at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. The media is gathering around the table at the front of the room as we will hear from the two of them here in just a moment. But yeah, I agree, Chris. It'll all matter about the questions of the timing with Price, the timing with Charbonnet in terms of how much leeway they give Price to be the guy. And also, you know, they bring in Wilson from Green Bay, and you know they have a couple of guys on the roster that they clearly like, and seeing if they
Kalani,
yeah, right, and seeing if they get a shot at it, and seeing how much time that they may take away from Price. But because the reality is, Jadarian Price, there's a reason why he wasn't a top 10 pick. There's question marks about him being a 3-down back with the pass protection. Can he be that guy? Well, the Seahawks are pretty confident with a guy like George Halani to come in and pass protect on 3rd down. They have guys that they can do that. The Packers, I know, used Wilson with some of that. So I think overall, you look at Price as a guy who can take 1st and 2nd down, and you're pretty comfortable with that until Charbonnet comes back.
1,000%. Not to mention Cam Akers, right? Former Ram.
Is he still on the roster?
He's still on the roster, yes. Kenny McIntosh.
I just assumed he was gone because it feels like Cam Akers has a different team every year.
If I'm not mistaken, the Seahawks have 7 running backs, so they're locked and loaded. Now, obviously, they're probably going to keep 3 or 4, right. So practice squad for a couple of these young men, but Velus Jones, another running back, speed guy, so they have room to figure this out. I do think, though, it'll be J.D. Price, Emmanuel Wilson, maybe Kenny McIntosh, and then Zach Charbonnet gets thrown into the mix once he's fully healthy. But I think it'll be a slow build-up for Zach just because you don't want to rush a guy back too soon. I think in that scenario, you just want to week by week see where he's at and make sure he's ready for this load that they're going to offer him when he returns. Because I think if the Seahawks were going to move forward without K9, Zach Charbonnet had to, if he didn't get hurt, Zach Charbonnet was probably going to get the number 1 spot, I would imagine, and then they'd still draft a guy to try to do what they did last season with the yin and yang. You have a power back who is going to pound it into the end zone, and then you have your speed guy, whoever it is. JD's not the speed guy, but I think for what the Seahawks are trying to do, he can balance out just fine, and it'll work, I think.
And the other thing Price can do is return kicks, and we saw him do that at Notre Dame. He had 3 touchdowns returned from kicks.
You want to take that out of Rashid's hand, though?
That's my point is that you are able, I think, to now feel fully comfortable in case Sheed goes down, or in case something like that. Where all right, we because remember when Torrey Horton, he was the guy, right?
Yep.
Torrey Horton goes down, and so like all right, well who's the kick returner now? And a moment later, they make the trade, and all right, now we have Rashid Shaheed, and we have one of the best in the NFL. Who probably, I mean, right now, is there a better kick returner in the entire National Football League? I'm not sure. But now
the answer is no.
But now you have the cover to not only Torrey Horton back, but you have now, I think, 3 guys who you can put back there to return kicks, and you're fully confident in all of them. I mean, that's a luxury to have for a team that, I mean, clearly, this is a staff that is very, very concerned about having the best special teams in the National Football League, and that's evidenced by the investment they've made in kick returners, in gunners, in jammers, in these types of players where they've drafted a couple of them over these last few days, and well,
yeah. Can we explain why we laughed?
I think we have to explain why Justin just snorted on the air.
Somebody just bricked a Coke can into the, just really, really bad shot, and I forgot that I was.
We're all at the very end of draft day. I mean, I have a half-eaten peanut butter and jelly sandwich here that I'm trying my best to.
He would be disappointed.
Emulate Hugh Millen that I haven't finished a whole PB&J here, but yeah, I mean, Chris, with this staff, they very much, and it's Harbaugh, right? Harbaugh is a special teams coach, and they very much want to have the best special teams unit. And you talk also about where the Rams lost the NFC Championship. It's special teams, right?
Oh, that too.
The
yeah.
fumble on that punt. So it's not only the secondary; it's both places there. As the Seahawks are really, trying to find a different type of way to have advantages over various teams in the NFL. As we're just moments away here from hearing from head coach Mike McDonald and general manager John Schneider here at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, just moments away from hearing from them on the entire draft class today. That included Jadarian Price, running back from Notre Dame. You had Bud Clark, you had Bo Stevens, Emmanuel Henderson, Andre Fuller, Devin Eastern, Michael Dansby, and Julian Neil. That was the Seahawks' full draft class. Let's now hear from Mike McDonald and John Schneider.
All right. Yeah, I just want to start off saying I love our team. I mean, I love our people, everybody that works on this, like, every year. We're so blessed to be able to do this, and, like, I can't tell you about the coaches, the scouts, medical, everything that goes into this. And then, our guys like working the phones today, and like rookie free agency, and the whole process. It's just we have great people, and I'm very personally very grateful, and want to say thank you to everybody through the process. I gave you my phone.
I got it.
Well, what's going on? So yeah, with that, go ahead. No, it's your time.
You came into it with 4 picks, come out of it with as many players as you did, and the guys you got. Just how excited are you?